Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Hello, Lenitas. Hello, Somnio Static. Hello, Dugi. Hello, Gretorain. Hello, Panape. Hello, hello. I'm trying to... I'm doing my best to sort of turn on the game, but I cannot find it. Wait. Oh my god, we're starting the stream with the best thing ever. With the problems with the problems with the technical stuff. Where is it? Oh my gosh. Hello, hello, Sukhoi. Oh, we do have to play some. That's right. Oh, this is perfect. We can, because we're going to try to catch the Vaush panel today live. Okay, we're just gonna add the source. Here we go. We're just gonna put it all the way down. We're gonna try to beat that boss. Hello, how are you all? I'm also eating dinner. That's right. Vaush today will be debating a very important topic of contraception. And we're gonna snipe it. Because I wasn't invited. How rude. I'm an expert on contraception. Oh. Oh my god. Well, all the same, we're gonna catch it. It's okay. Listen, I'm not picky. I still think it's worth sniping. We're gonna comment on it in real time. The opponent is some person called... oh my god. Bagels. Have you ever heard of bagels? Have you ever heard of bagels? And I mean bagels the person, not bagels the food. I don't recall. She basically filling in for someone who had to change their schedule last minute. Oh. Oh my god. Who was it supposed to be? Big Papa Fascist or who? Destiny. It was supposed to be Destiny. Destiny would be arguing that we should be trying to develop a compromise between contraception and non-contraception. A halfception, so to speak. A term that I have coined, the halfception. My memory isn't what it used to be. I'm having dental issues. I'm having permanent headaches and sleeping more. True. I also have dental issues, which is why you should throw a dono my way so that I can have less of a dental issue. The bill for my dental issues is growing by the minute. Oh, so Mistarik, I watched President Sunday's coverage of that debate. It was a mess. Wait, of what debate? Sorry. Oh! I want to watch that, actually. Oh my god. Okay, do you want to watch me watch the Whick violence debate? Was it good? Is it good content for our clout and revenue and stuff? For the non-existent revenue that I don't have. No. Oh, a cutlet with puree and with... Oh my god. I don't even know how to say this in English. Because I'm illiterate. I was gonna call you greedy, but now I can't, Meanie. Thank you. Thank you for the $10. The dental thing is not even a joke, and that's what's actually depressing about it. Like, I've been given a bill for my potential teeth treatment, and that was like over a year ago or 2 years ago, and it was already overwhelming then, and now it must be like, oh my gosh. But let's see. Beetroot, the red thing, beetroot, as the name of the thing. Look, is the red veggie. Like here, see the red veggie. It's like Resident Evil. Dental stuff is expensive. I'm too scared to go to the dentist because of that. True. There are no beats. I don't know. I sort of made into this. It's sort of made into this consistency of, I don't know, of this red sort of. Oh, see, it's good. So of course we're gonna start off with Final Fantasy Tactics. I grinded a bit, so it should be better now. We should not just be dying in one hit anymore. Gonna be good. We have something like that. These look similar around Thanksgiving time. Cranberry sauce. Oh. Welcome, how do you like my cassoulet? Warmup. They look identical, but one of them is blonde and one of them is like a gray dude. I have a fifth wisdom to family, that's pretty rare, just like 1% of people. Wow. What do you mean, you pervert? The bad guy is like, how about I just kill you? Wisdom. Wisdom teeth usually just have to be removed by default almost. It's usually just a thing that happens. They have to be removed. Oh my, you're saying you know about it? Use a load there. Ay, 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 ay. I have to say that the sprite animations are really great in this game. God, the Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is such a disappointment compared to this game. Like, it's not even funny. FFTactics Advance on the Game Boy Advance. A downgrade with the graphics, a downgrade in the story, a downgrade with everything. So sad. Such a sad game. Oh, is it? Is it? Wait, where is it? It doesn't show for some reason. It shows here. Alright, it's fixed. Or is it? Oh my god, it's not. It's just frozen here. Wait. It's not frozen here. I think I know why it's frozen here. Oh? Weird. It just jumps, but I think I know what's happening. Okay, I know what's happening here. Yeah, I think I know what's happening here. The never-ending problems. There we go. Yep, okay, now it's fixed. Okay, now it's fixed. Alright, we're doing our warm-up. And also we have to share this stream to every corner of the Discord or something so that you can get many gigglers. Oh my gosh. First we have to beat this level. Which is not gonna be hard. Brother! Ah yes, it's me. I will kill you. And then I will run abroad because you are not strong enough. I am smart and therefore I will buy a car. My own interpretation. Where is Alma? I can see you're worried about her. Just send me the Garmonic scriptures and I'll save you. Ramza, don't believe him. Valentina'll kill both of you once he gets what he wants. Whatever you do, don't give the scriptures to him. Your sister will be safe only as long as you have the book. I destroy you. Uh-oh. Oh. Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics is really, really good. Strange, there's no chat. Maybe nobody's just talking about in the YouTube. That's right. And stronger than before. Uh-oh. Tough. My power is not good enough. Malak, are you running away? Draw out. Uh-oh. Like a snooker stick. We're gonna beat the game. Ba, 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 ba. The enemies are leveling up, just as I am. Uh-oh. Sub. Yeah, that's right. Sub. Uh-oh. I'm gonna miss. Oh, no. Damn. Damn it. That's right. I see. Oh no! You bastard, you moved. There you go. No mercy. Uh-oh. Damn you. What? They do that? You bastards. How dare you? How dare you? Finida? Okay, it should be okay. It's finida time. Bam. Got him. Uh-oh. How dare you? Again? Are you for real? I've not done so before. The music is just amazing, isn't it? Wait till you see the boss battle. That'll make you nostalgic. Also join the page to giggle together with us. Bam. Got him. For summoner. Throw stone. Throwing stones at me. Looking forward to the boss. I love some nice boss music, it's true. Flare. How do you like that? Oh. Cyclops. Cyclops. Help, monster. Rafa, Alma, please be safe. Oh no, a high potion. A cursed high potion. That is a cutscene. Brother. What? What an awful wound. Help that monster. Come on. Run, it's dangerous. Do you want to save? Yeah. Yes, come on. And now we will bash our heads against the wall of the bar. The big bar. It's time for the big bar. Let's see. Ability learn. Chemist. Remedy. Oh. Not quite mastered yet. Lancer. The Lancer. Oh, almost mastered. Wizard. Where are you, wizard? Wizard? Here you are. Deaf. Okay, we need something for the Oracle. Okay, it's boss time. Get ready. Get ready, everybody. Inside of Riovane Castle. What's this? It's me. There you are, Ramza. Draw your sword, Ramza. What's wrong? If you don't, I will. How miserable you are, giving your spirit to Lokavi just to avenge yourself. If Miluda knew about this, she'd be very disappointed. Revenge? Ha, that's not what I'm after. I want far more than that. I don't give a damn about Miluda's murder. I want to bring chaos into the world to hear the screams of humans. But don't worry, Ramza. I'll kill you myself. My goodness. That's actually much better than before. Lightning stab. Oh wow, I've negated all of the damage. Oh no. High potion, oh gosh. The high potion has stabbed me in the back. Uh-oh. I actually only have 31. Oh god. Uh-oh. I came underprepared. Absorb power in the sky and strike lightning stab. Uh-oh. I might be in trouble, actually. God damn it. I should have checked the amount of DX potions. Because I'm gonna use them all here. God damn it. Oof. That's bad. Oh no. Ugh. The stones are evil, and so are the Zodiac Braves. The legends we believed in were all lies. Yeah, ha ha ha. So much for God's miracle. Governments falsify history only so it favors them. But you can't blame them, because people always hope for a miracle. Endlessly complaining, lazy, nuisances, that's what the masses really are. Governments give the people what they want, and history repeats itself. Governments might well have taken advantage of their insecurity. But then again, people are satisfied being used. God is nothing but an image created out of their insecurity. It's their fault for knowing they're comfortably numb and not doing anything about it. And what about you? Relying on miracles instead of beating your insecurities. It's because humans are insecure that they rely on miracles. Can you honestly say you're not with any confidence? I'm trying. Then your efforts have come to an end. He's supposed to be a butthole. Die, butthole. Die, butthole. I don't think I'm supposed to take care of all of his HP, but oh my god, I should have bought more potions. Okay, I've made a big mistake. I'm gonna pay for it, it seems. Too many low views to change what? 2 more hits. Defeated, pervert. You've improved. Running away, Viegraf. Running away. Oh, I'm saying your views are low. I'm adding on to change that. Thank you. I hate how bad guys can just teleport away. True. Come out of there, Viegraf. Let's have it out here. Now the real battle begins. A sheep demon. Value. Sorry to keep you waiting, says the sheep demon. I see you have some help, then I'll do the same. Come out, loyal servants. Here I come, Ramza. Let me show you the power of evil. The power of evil. Right? I know, right? Oh, damn. Giga Flare! That's cheating. That's cheating, Somniostatic! Bahamu! Cyclops. Cyclops. Somniostatic cheated by giving himself a collar without Doing the work. Without doing the work. And by work I mean paying. Paying is doing the work. Somehow. It's a skill of samurai. I see. It's a skill of a samurai to use a weapon. Oh no, Cyclops. This boss is still tough for me. I might need to do more. Ay, ay, ay. I might need to do more grinding or change my strategy. Although, maybe not. Heaven's Cloud. Okay. Now it's getting more evened out. Oh, nice. Missed. I think I'm dead. Yeah. Oh no. If Ramza dies, it's over. Just saying. And it's 0. Turn 0. Oh no, I could save Ramza. If he died from this attack, we would have won. If no, it's game over. Game over. Ramza died. Oh my god. Okay, we have to beat this boss. Shinda. Oh my gosh. I think you should donate. Not new game! Okay, we reset. Reset! Oh, come on! I cannot believe this. I cannot believe what's happening to me. My bad luck. And the phone refuses to turn on. The phone refuses to be turned on for some reason. It's turned off. Okay, it's very fast. Continue. My goodness. Slot 1. And yes, I actually did leave a save in case we needed to grind more. You know what, it was actually, if you didn't do enough saves, it was actually possible to get yourself stuck. If you were here and were under leveled, you'd get stuck here forever and you'd have to restart the whole game. Oh my gosh. I thought I was asked if I'm a sperm and I was like, excuse me? I'm a what? Excuse me? And then I got it. And then I understood it. But for a second there I was, excuse me? What did you just call me? But then I understood the full context. Excuse me? Did you just call me a spur? There you are, Ramza. My god, you're such an annoying boss, Viegraf. I should defeat you and kill you. I should kill you. Well, go ahead and try to kill me, fat boy. But I'm not an easy prey like a beefy chicken. Go ahead and try, fat boy. Come here, baby chicken. I don't stand a chance. What the hell? Air slash. What? What was that? What was that? He's not bald, but he made me think of it. 25 damage. Critical damage. Earth slash. Why can't his second form be that cute? 25 damage. Die, fat boy. And bald boy as well. Die, blondie. Blonde hair, you must be a Nazi. Oh, in 10 minutes I have to do the thing that I always must do. The stones are evil. From my point of view, you are evil. Only the Sith deal in absolutes. And then you are lost. Screw you. There you go. I'd have done the improved dialogue. Yes, sub. Sub to me. True. If only I knew that Vaush would be having a debate, I would have prepared a Vaush debate bingo. I would have made a Vaush debate bingo with, I don't know, with things like Vaush being called Vaush. We're gonna enjoy ourselves today. Do you know how long it's been since Vaush has had a debate? It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years since Vaush had a proper debate. And Vaush was 15 then. So what will he do now that he is 57? My gosh. It's been long 10 years. I defeated you. Oh no, I'm out of here. Yoink! You coward pervert! I ran away. I must run away. Not so fast, booby boy. If only this fight wasn't so annoying. I've got 4 hands. I'm a 4-handed sheep. I love this running sound, by the way. You see, you have friends. I don't have friends. 3 demons ruled by a giant sheep. That's funny. Come and get me, sheep man. I think so. Although, I don't know. He feels more like a sheep. Die, 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 pervert. I kill you. More than ever before. How can you do this? No. Giggler. Okay, I jump. Yoink. Maybe that's actually better. Boink. Oh, wow. That's big damage. Holy crap. Heaven's Cloud. Okay, that's big damage. Oh, I can move again. It's like, you know. Die, die, die. Please. My goodness. Cyclops. Oh well. I mean, it's pretty cool, and with the it's pretty menacing for some reason. I can mock it, but it looks pretty menacing, to be honest. Like you know, it looks menacing enough. Okay, Dark Holly, Dark Holly. But it doesn't mean that we cannot make fun. This is actually a pretty good run, by the way. I'm surprised. We're doing actually pretty well. Dark Holly! Unless Ramza dies now, then it's not a good run. Of course. Bleh. How much HP do you have, you pervert? Run away, you pervert. You cannot run away from me, or can you? Can you run away from me? You cannot. Bam. Yoink. Yes! Whoa! They're just humans! Okay. Okay, that was funny. Whoa! They're just humans! Okay. Alma! Also, that translation feels like a meme in the making. True, it does. It does actually. I hope I'm not missing recruiting Cloud. I have to see. Jesus. I said FF16 was the most bloody Final Fantasy game, but I actually forgot how bloody this one was. Jesus. I actually didn't remember that this game had so much blood. Are you alright? Sword, where is it? Please give me some light, so dark, can't see a thing. Don't worry, no need to fight anymore. Tell your brother the stone has evil power. He's not my father. The power made him Lucavi. Kaka. Please don't try to talk. What Ramza said was true. The world will end if we don't kill him. Tell everyone, not time to fight, must cooperate. Where is my sword? Can't move my arms. Don't worry, I saw his body in the hall. My brother killed him, so you don't need to fight. Really? That's a relief. The stone is in my jacket. Give it to your brother. I'll be sure to do that. Tired, sleepy, just rest now. Who's there? So here you are. I will send you to the other side too. Don't fear. You won't suffer. What? Velius was killed. Your brother has the devil's own luck. Now come here. Why is Virgo responding? You can't be. Very nice. I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought it would take 100 years to find you. I never dreamed you were the one. Stop, let go of me. No need to fear. I won't kill you. Now come here. The true story of Rosa Luxemburg. True. But we have to look up how to recruit Cloud. Okay. Okay, recruitment. Okay, okay. Okay. Oh my god. That's so... I think we're still in chapter 3. I think. I hope. But recruiting Cloud, of course, yeah, that's a real thing, yeah. But you have to do a big side quest to recruit Cloud into FFTactics. They actually did a whole storyline with him getting stranded in the dimension of Final Fantasy Tactics, so... Yes. We've already met Mustadio. Okay, I'm taking the HRT forever. Now loading. It's true. Oh, one more level? Interesting. No, that's okay, actually. Why just 4? I don't get it. Roof of Riovanes Castle. Oh, he's alive. Fool! This is what I get, revenge for kindness. Why do you think you're even still alive today? Because of me. I took you out of the garbage. Or did you forget that already? Revenge for kindness? You burned the village. You are the one who killed my parents. And you say it's revenge for kindness? No, it is justice. Justice? How can you kill me? I am your father. I raised you. I'd like to see you try and kill me. Yeah, you can't, and do you know why? Because your body recalls the terror. Don't worry, that terror will gradually subside. Is that true? Is what you said true? You're turning on me too? You're both ingrates. I'll kill you! Stop it, Rafa. Malak! Malak, are you alright? Rafa, Malak. So you're Ramza. Don't move. Rafa, if you want to help Malak, bring the stone here. Malak should have it. Find it. That's right. Bring it to me. Hurry. Yeah. Oh god. Man's voice. Can you hand me the stone? Elmdor. No. Give it to me. Rafa, watch out. They're not human. So you're Ramza, the heretic? I never really thanked you for doing me this favor. Thank you. I don't want to have to get rough like Warmup did. Please understand. Now hand me the stone and I'll ask Warmup to return your sister. Where is Alma? Bring her back. Didn't you hear me? Give me the stone first. No, I won't. Are you abandoning her? I thought you came here to save her, knowing she'd be in danger. There'd be danger. Very well. I didn't want to get rough, but... Celia, Ledge, go ahead. That girl has the stone. Get it back. Giggling, full on giggling. Enemy. There's a little bit of a secret to the attack that the enemy just used. It scales with intelligence, which means it is most powerful used by a mage, ironically enough. That's right. The samurai skill of drawing out weapons is most powerful when you use it with a mage. Because it's fueled by intelligence. So if you use it as a melee job, it's weak. What the f- Oh, screw you! For real? Die! Full of giggling. Valera. Deadly rumbles strike from the sky. Heaven, heaven, thunder! Wow. Wow. Amazing. That's useful. I see why Quack Lane and Velius were beaten. Celia, Rede, retreat! Listen, Ramza, if you want our stone, come to Limberry Castle. We'll be waiting. Malak. Well. We won. We won like real gigglers. Brother, look, it's dawn. Remember how we used to chat till dawn about things? I wanted to travel with you. We were going to go to the Galtana's hometown after the war. Remember, brother, say something. Alma. What's this? It's responding to Rafa's spirit? It grieves Malak's death. Vigraf's despair and resentment summoned values. Then, you too grieve his death? Thank you. No, Rafa, it's... What? Brother, Malak. Rafa, where am I? What happened? Brother, I'm so glad. That hurts, Rafa. Ha ha ha. I butcher all the nice scenes with my voice acting. Malak, somebody called me. I don't know. I've never heard that voice. Malak, the voice said, return to the ones with the right mind. The zodiac stone here. Ramza. I didn't think the god made holy stones, but more evil. Well, Lucavi made them to land in this world. I guess it means whoever uses it will have to deal with the problem. Alma. Tired of the standstill. The Hookten tried to capture Bethlag garrison by mobilizing the knights at the front. What's this feeling? I don't want to leave. Is it sadness? Remove. I'm evil. I protect you, you protect me. Isn't that right? Remove. No mercy in this world of evil. Evil is more like evil is. Am I right? Or am I right? Evil is. That's right. Now loading. And now we're gonna have to go to... The corpses were crushed by something real powerful. Was your sister one of them? No, she wasn't. She was in this castle, probably gone now. Only 3 shrine knights were here, no one else. I killed the one who turned into Lucavi. The other one, Islude, was dead also. That means that the third one took my sister away? Maybe they went back to the main church at Murdon. They're following the high priest's orders, right? Then the knight who took your sister must have gone to Murand. You think so? I doubt the high priest knows the stone's secret. Viegrav didn't know the secret until he contracted Velius. And I think that Islude died fighting Rukavi. What do you mean? Secretly controlling the war to strengthen the church's power. I'm sure that's the high priest's true ambition. But collecting the stones and using the brave legend to use the people. I mean, even the high priest's being used? Who took your sister away? I believe it was Vormav. He's probably behind it. What are you going to do? I'm going to see Dalita in Zeltenia, the one who replaced Baron Grims as leader of the Black Sheep Knights. Dalita is being controlled by the church and the Shrine Knights. Does Dalita know the truth about Vormav? Chapter 4. Somebody to love. Aww. Wow. Zeltenia Castle. Olan, welcome back, father. Orlando, this is the broken unit that you get, by the way. DJ Seed, Orlando. Yes, how are you, Olan? Fine. How was the front? You know, it's really horrible. You have to keep an eye on your own man. My reputation is shot. Ha ha ha. Ha! Your reputation? What about Goltana's? Everyone says it's because of you that the other generals are still here. Pledging lifelong loyalty, that's the Orlando way. Watch what you say. I'm sorry, I'll be careful from now on. Alright, what about the other matter? The crystal lake stone was found in Gaug. Another was found by the late Cardinal at the end of the war. The Shrine Knights have been active, but we don't know their plans yet. What about the spy we sent into Murand? Unfortunately, we'd like some proof of the High Priest's plot and move into peace. They'll find out sooner or later. Then there will be real war. Okay, so the main character is older now. Look at this. See? Older than before. But well, I have to go to Gugu City. Where is the Gugu City? Igros, Magi City, Drutu City, Golanguli City. I may have to go to the Gugu City. Zolandford City, Loren Castle. Gugu City. Okay, we go to Gugu City. But first... Is there nothing here for anyone? Ooh! Ooh! Well, no, there's actually not. Let's go to Gagugu City. But first, let's go here. Uh-oh. Gugu City is here. Let's prepare mentally for the... Wait. Is Vaush gonna be debating on his stream? Is Vaush gonna stream on his own channel the debate? Do you know or do you not know? Such secrets. Bervenia Volcano. We're gonna watch Vaush. Vaush or Vaush. Volcano. Wow. I don't remember this level. What? Where did this come from? What is this level? Baby. Play po. Potion. I should buy more potion. I think we're in the last chapter of the game, actually. I drop. Yoink. Innocent. Oh, damn. Clops. They didn't have enough space for the whole Cyclops. What? What? I need better gear desperately. Ramu. Master of creation, impart thy help. Ramuch. Ramuch. Oh no. What a fight. This is gonna take some time. There we go. Now we win. Finally. Now we can finish them. Dang. All right. I really do join Pixar art games. New ones bring to mind Octopath Traveler, and yeah, that's true. And there are a few new strategic games that we will have to play on stream, like the Tactical Ogre or Triangle Strategy, which also Steven streamed. True. There we go. It's over now. Yoink! Run away. Uh-oh, death sentence. Ooh. That's tough. Oh no, what have you done? Oh well. Oh, wow, wait. Oh. Wait, it's over. Where's the fifth? Wait, where's the fifth character? Oh wait, there you go. I was worried for a second. Well, well. Nice pixely artsy. How much gil will we get? 21k. Was FFTactics the last new FF game with sprites? I think it might have been, actually. Okay, bar. So many propositions, but first... Fitiru. Herb's clothing. If you're not getting a bag. Formation. Item. Still better. Also, Oracle. Oh. Not exactly, no. They sort of don't, in my opinion. Oh. Where is the wizard? I figured Ramza is done as a chemist. Yes. Almost done as a chemist. Okay, let's get to the Google City. Oh, damn. Almost time to debate. We need a link. We need a link. Uh-oh. I have a feeling he will stream on YouTube. I mean, isn't that the only place where Vaush streams? Let's go, giggling. Full on giggling. Let's get here. Good news, Ramza's almost done with being a chemist. The days of cooking are almost over. And then Ramza will be able to retire as a chemistry teacher. Unless he gets cancer, but I'm sure that won't happen. Will it? I'm sure it won't. Mahamu. Jesse, the days of cooking are never over. Tier 4 for Somniostatic. I just realized he's Somniostatic because his most loyal knight is a white. Shame. True. True. The Knight of the Giggle Pond. Heal yourself. White no longer. True. Damn. High level. I hunt you with my snooker thing. Okay, let's hit. I know. Look at this. Draw out. As I always say, this skill is the most powerful when you're a mage because it scales off of intelligence. And this is the result. Yoink! I knew this one would move now. I knew it. I called it. What a pervert. Uh-oh. Okay, I did not expect this one to move now. So I guess I failed at basic logic. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Geomancer, yeah, that's right. This is a snooker job. Snooker job. I need better equipment. Feels like I keep using very crappy equipment, to be honest. But no stores offer nothing better. Or rather, anything better. I should have said. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Yoink, yoink. Yoink, yoink, bam. You're just gonna heal yourself, cowardly bird. You cowardly, cowardly bird. Oh, I cannot move. That's good, I guess. We handed the bird. Oh? Oh! Damn. It's only you left then. Done. Oh. That's true. The big eye. I didn't even realize that it's from here. Okay. Shaw. I think it is for playing 1.0. Oh, damn. Well, I never played 1.0, so... I actually would not be able to even if I wanted. To be honest. For a couple of reasons. My computer was too weak. And my giggling was too... unfocused. I was full of unsteady giggling back then, you know? As were we all. Well, you weren't because you played it, but I was. I was a giggler among gigglers. Even though it actually makes no sense for me to say that. Okay, Chemist Master, Ninja Mastered, so We changed Jaw. Pretty much just bought it, installed it, played it for like a day. Did it crash your computer? Nice! Okay. Now look at this. 2 katanas. Oh, Ramza is gonna be a killer samurai. Lancer. Not yet. Wizard. Not yet. Oracle. Zombie. Summoner. Not near enough. All right. Gogu City. We got it! Ramza Musashi. And then this, yeah. Had a lot of problems. It broke people's computers. This is what you found in the drift? Yes. When I started digging last week at Drift No 57, I tried to take it apart, but I didn't know what to prod where. What is this steel ball? What is this? Did it respond to the stone? What's this? Blah blah mark. Oh, come on! This is ridiculous. That's impossible. Wait. Okay. Also, let's... Okay, we're looking for... Oh my god. Wait, where is it? The Xenogears HD remaster would be cool. I figured that to work, or we didn't get that to work. We have to still do it. That is our homework, to make it work. Wait. Oh? We go here. I knew it! What a pervert game. We're about to be watching the... Has the debate begun? Is Vaush streaming already? Vaush should be streaming already, right? Shall we? Can you link Vaush again? Can you please link Vaush again, please? Yes. Can you please link Vaush again? So that we can be full of energy. Oh, not started yet. What a pervert. I should debate Vaush.
Okay. Jump in the backstage VC.
Hello.
Okay, I'll do that at the last second. So we can have time to spend together, guys.
Vaush, I should debate you. You are not a real socialist and communist because you are...
It'd be a good time, Koshival. Who gives a shit about Pence? Well, for MAGA types, for Donald Trump and his allies.
I didn't notice that his mustache actually goes the way that his drawing does. It does the...
effigy of the rhino.
It's a very Polish mustache, by the way.
Isn't relevant enough, you know.
Vaush is so Polish.
And Pence was the one who like kept them from doing Jan 6. So he's the totem for them to focus their.
I'm sorry, I think the game is too loud. I thought I just heard that Pence stopped someone from doing January 6th.
Fed posting.
Whose Pence stopped who from doing January 6th?
Is there anyone even close to Biden for the Dems? No. There's base.
I am close. How dare you?
Bellboy Fed posting.
Bellboy?
Oh shit, Fed posting.
Shit posting.
One thing before I get off this.
Planet.
The motherfucker who said we're gonna keep this thing going until people start losing their houses and their apartments.
True. Wait, what?
Listen to me, motherfucker.
What? Who?
There's a lot of ways to lose your house. Some of it is financial. Some of it is karma.
What?
And some of it is just figuring out who the fuck said that. And we know who said that. And where he fucking lives.
What?
There's a lot of ways to lose your house. You wish that on people. You wish that families starve while you're making $27 fucking million a year for creating nothing. Be careful, motherfucker. Be really careful.
Is this about the rich?
That stirs shit up. Peace out.
Actual Antifa super soldier. Couldn't have come from a better guy, too. You know, Hellboy?
Jesus. Oh. Okay. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Literally a son of anarchy. He's also very imposing. Helps out.
That is actually true.
One of my mustache hairs is pointed the wrong direction. I hate that shit.
Which one?
Up deciding to cause me trouble.
Which mustache is the wrong direction? This one? It's the right. It's like the artwork.
Slayed, so it's like Deathstroke threatening you. Was he slayed in Teen Titans? Is that true? Was that unnamed executive really Bob Iger? I don't know if it was. I mean, it might have been. He was? I didn't know that. Interesting. I'm sure there are people who know who it was, but, you know. He could also just be being presumptuous. All right, hold on. Let me turn the tub faucet off so the noise isn't annoying me. I'm sure Artemis has drank enough water.
Wasting water, Vaush, wasting water. Vaush is supposed to be a socialist and not even drinking water. Not even wasting water, sorry. I'm sure he's drinking water. He's wasting it. Leaving the tap open. Vaush truly is one of the bourgeoisie.
All right, let's join up.
Rich boy. Okay, it's starting. The main event, so I can stop being salty now. Let's go.
In the backstage.
I'm gonna make the game even less loud.
Is it cool if I drink a beer?
No!
Yeah, I don't mind.
It's not cool.
Hello.
Howdy. How are you?
You drunk.
Great. How about you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
It's not cool. I forbid it.
Just a smidge. Can you talk again, Vaush, just so I can make sure the audios are good?
Hello, hello.
I actually started doing this
Beautiful.
recently.
Excellent. Thank
I actually started doing this when talking to people. Like 5 botched conversations have taught me to actually do this when I started talking with others.
Did Discord just crash on me? It did. That's a new one. Well, let me rejoin.
Wow, okay. But you can stand Vaush, right?
you. Try to turn on our cameras. It happens.
Interesting. I don't like it when it does that.
I do.
I love it when it happens.
Here we are.
I love it when
Thank
things
you,
crash.
for coming. We're
I'm
not
a
live yet
masochist
on
like
my
that.
end. We're on my starting soon screen. I just wanted to kind of give you guys a rundown of what's going to happen today and how this is going to work.
Sure. We are live on my end, just to be clear.
Okay, I'll leave out the
I am also alive.
introductions.
Oh my god!
Thank you kindly.
You're welcome. So, basically, what's
Uh-oh.
going to happen is I'll introduce the topic. I'll
Brutal.
plug our sponsors here, Rebellion Pack, and then we will get into it. You'll each have an opening statement. Try not to take over 5 minutes, please. And then I have some questions, but feel free to discourse amongst yourselves. And if you have questions for each other, that's perfectly
Questions.
fine. I'm expecting this to go about an
I
hour and
see.
a half, 2 hours max. There would either of you be
Is it?
would it be acceptable if we had call-ins at the end, or what do you think? That's up to you. I could take or leave them.
I'm totally fine with it.
I'm fine with
Whatever.
Collins.
Okay, then we will do that.
It is. I don't know
Excellent.
why
Okay.
it freezes.
Any questions from either of you?
No,
don't
I
think
think
so.
things are about set.
Beautiful. Okay. In that case, let me make sure I have everything I need. Okay, and then here we go in 3.
Weird.
Leaving yourselves,
froze.
chat. I muted myself.
Hello, 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 and welcome to yet another episode of Whick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to discuss issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, we got a good one for you today. This debate series is the second in a 2-part
I don't know
series
what's happening.
sponsored by Rebellion Pack. Rebellion is a progressive pack led by Brianna Wu, focused on communication and strategic alliances across the political
I
divide.
see.
Rebellion believes that we can't solve problems without talking to each other about them, and we strongly support the mission of Whick TV. So here we are, gang. No one here has been paid to be here. No one's been paid to have a position. We're just going to be
I've been
discussing
paid.
contraception today. Is it good for our society? Should we legislate
It's
it
bad.
or restrict
I've been
it
paid to say this.
through the law and the force of the law? Why or why not? We'll get into it as we go. And I want to start by giving my guests here a brief introduction and a brief opening statement, and then we'll just get into the meat of it. We'll start with Bagels. Go ahead.
It's just frozen. I don't get it.
Awesome, thanks. I wrote out some opening comments, but the rest of it should be unscripted off the top.
I don't get it.
I want to thank Whick for organizing this discussion and giving me the opportunity to talk about this important and interesting topic. I want to thank you, Chris,
That
for
means
recommending me
it's
to Whick,
time.
and I want to thank Vaush for taking the time to talk with me. I was initially hesitant to participate because I'm aware that my positions and arguments
I'm
about this
prepared
topic
for
are
it.
unpopular. However,
I am
with the hope of
prepared
a
for
quick
this
discussion
scenario,
about an interesting
okay?
topic, and with the advice and support of friends, I'm happy to be
Prepared
here.
for this.
I should also mention that I'm Roman Catholic, and as a result, am part of the one last traditions and communities who oppose contraception.
Oh
That
my
said, I would
god.
resist any preconceived judgments, first about my positions on any particular topic, including this one, and second, that my arguments about this topic are simply reducible to a position of irrational faith or contingent upon the demonstration of the existence of God.
I bet they are. I bet they are.
Topic are hopefully fundamentally rooted in the exercise of reason according to a virtue ethicist moral framework and a teleological ontology. Both orientations have served as traditions of thought for millennia without contingency upon the previous theological questions I mentioned. I would also say that I
Listen.
take exception to the title of this discussion, insofar as I do not advocate for forced birth or anything of the kind. I understand that clickbait is how you get views on the internet, and I can certainly appreciate a meme. However, I do take discussions about topics like
People
this
like that
seriously
are always
because I really
smug
want
at
to find the
first,
truth,
but
even if that entails admitting I've made a mistake
we'll
or am
see.
wrong. As a last preliminary, I would also say that I'm incredibly conscious of the fact that this discussion, as far as I understand it, is between three men about a topic that has incredibly intimate impact upon women. I don't think that this means we cannot or should not discuss the topic, but I do think it's important to retain that fact in the back of one's head. There's a level of existential familiarity with contraception that I do not have that is likely extremely important to obtaining the best point of view on this topic in particular. As a result, I will try to restrict my comments to what I do know makes the most sense to me and am persuaded by.
I see.
To state my argument succinctly, I hold that contraception is a particular application of vice against the virtue of charity, or chastity, and as a result is a
can't I-
violation of natural law, specifically as that has to do with human sexuality and its telos. Or in other words, contraception is contrary to what makes human sexuality intelligible, coherent, and good as the thing that it is.
True. It
I
makes
would
us
briefly begin
inhuman.
by stating something fundamentally obvious. That is, human beings are the kind of animals who make moral judgments. Regardless of how we do so or the meaning that may or may not be behind our doing so, everyone makes judgments about what is good and bad. One of the most important ways we are able to arrive at such judgments is through understanding what the object of our analysis is. In so doing, we consider what the ideal or perfect instantiation of the object would be, and then its function and how well or poorly it attains to that perfection. Those qualities which we identify as useful and effective at drawing a thing in unity with its perfection,
How is it
we
now?
identify as virtues or excellencies in the
Better
Greek
or
arete.
no?
This, in a nutshell, is the process of virtue ethics and teleology. We can apply such analysis to everything in reality, including sexuality. Thus, we can come to understand what sex is both in particular actuality and in abstract perfection. Then we can turn our minds to
Better?
sussing out what constitutes what is good and bad with respect to sexuality. In so doing, we identify various qualities or virtues that serve as guideposts to our moral judgments about both particular and general cases.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. That was quite in depth, and I'm sure we will get into it in the meat of the discussion. Vaush,
Vaush.
you're up.
Tell us what's
as I
up,
suspected,
Vaush.
I don't think this conversation is going to be primarily about contraception. It's going to be about morality, chastity, birth rates, human sexuality, and romance. Ultimately, the problem is that when we design doctrines that we use to understand the world and guide our decision-making, a lot of bias goes into the ways in which we construct those doctrines.
Woke.
For example, he talked about sex being an intelligible, coherent, and morally good component of human behavior. The problem is that these loaded terms have been used and misused in so many ways that when I hear it and when I understand what it means in practice, what I think it functionally is PhD philosophy speak for I think these things are good because I think these things are good. There is a virtue that I think is fundamentally good that should be referred to as a
I missed the
thriving
Vaush
motivator for
debate.
human behavior in society, which is freedom. I think people should have the freedom to make the choices that they want. The idea that the state should be used to restrict people's freedoms because of an abstract belief in the necessary coherence of human sexual activity ignores the fact that it has never been coherent. There has never been a point in time where humans lived in perfect accordance with natural law because natural law does not exist.
True,
If you go back far enough
actually.
in human history, you will see behavior which is, by today's standards, certainly for a modern conservative, incoherent and degenerate. There is no point in time you could arrive at by which people would not be behaving by these standards. There's no ideal
True.
past. There's no platonic
Real.
ideal of what we're meant to do
Degeneracy is the
when having
platonic ideal.
sex or when engaging in relationships with other people. We have to make these judgments based on modern understandings of what is and isn't harm at an interpersonal level. And I think there's a great deal of harm in both an immediate and in a
What is a harm?
sort of a missed opportunity sense when we talk about the functional consequence of banning contraception would be, which would be the end to casual sex and reproductive freedom for women. Those are real harms. They exist really and truly and functionally they hurt people in material ways that can be quantified. Not so with this abstract notion of a coherent idea of sexuality.
Okay, and with that, I guess we will open up with my first question to both of you.
I would have been like,
Okay.
you're ugly, I don't agree,
NBC
and you
has
smell.
reported an
How about
avalanche
that,
of
Mr.
conservative
Smarty
influencers on
Pants?
social media
You're ugly.
for promoting messages that are anti-birth control.
True.
These social media influencers include Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, Steve Bannon, etc. Now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, is access to contraception the next legislative goal?
I would have been
for these
wild.
individuals to attack or block, and is that a good thing?
No, and I really don't think so,
What
but
do you think?
that would be crazy.
Yeah, so I would say from the outset that it's not necessarily my position that we should entirely ban contraceptives in the sense that nobody could ever use them or anything, or it's like it created some sort of black market or anything like that. I will say that because of the way in which contraceptives pervert, I would say, the concept of sexuality more broadly, we should limit and reimagine how we think about them, because I think that contraceptives lead to a culture of contraception, which is opposition to life, or a culture of death. And
I got some weird trivia about contraception, by the way, for all of you.
Human happiness, more broadly.
Do you mind if I pause, or should we leave
I
it
would be in favor
uninterrupted?
of limitations
Question to the
of
chat.
contraceptives.
Do you mind me pausing, or?
In terms of practical, I mean, not using them for basically any other purpose other than sort of medical necessity. So if there's some sort of harm that would otherwise unable to be prevented, then you would be able to use contraceptives.
All right, then.
Otherwise, just being able.
So my mom, our cat, like, you might not know this, but contraceptive for humans can also work as medication for cats in heat, you know? And some people in pharmacies still like are crazy and refuse to sell contraceptives because of their religious beliefs or some BS like that. And my mom went to buy contraceptives because our kitty was in heat, and we wanted to give it to her because it eased her, symptoms of being in heat. And mom went to the pharmacy and asked for the contraceptives, and the lady was like, "No, I would not sell them to you." And mom was like, "Oh, okay, then I guess I'll just bring my cat here and we'll just listen to her meow together if you're not gonna sell it to me." And the lady was like, "Oh my gosh, okay, I'll sell it to you." But yeah, Poland is crazy. So that's the little trivia about contraceptions in Poland and pharmacies. Well, I guess I'll just bring our cat here and we'll just listen to her meowing together.
Able to have them for whatever reason at all, or even to do something like having sort of casual sex, as Vaush put it, I think is ultimately detrimental to what sex fundamentally is and what it's for.
It's for pleasure.
Well, this is an open discussion, so go ahead, gang.
It's for recreation.
The Republicans are gunning for it. After the revocation of Roe v. Wade, Clarence Thomas wrote that the court should consider doing the same for Griswold versus Connecticut, which is the Supreme Court precedent that establishes a right to contraception. We do know for a fact that Republican politicians and pundits and lobbying groups are gearing up for it. The reason they're gearing up for it, of course, is because it's in line with a conservative agenda. It's a revocation of women's rights. a day of trad wives, of barefoot pregnant women who can't work a job. It's a social aim that they're gunning for. But I need to, Bagel, I need to ask. I mean, you say it perverts, that it's a death cult.
So
This is silly.
insane.
And you know this, right? Not wanting to produce a baby is not the same as death. There's nothing to die. There is no death. Nothing lived, so nothing can die. You might as well say that a society in which every woman is not pregnant at all times is a death society, because there are potential lives that could be made that are not being
True.
made. I mean, every masturbation session then is, well, you might believe that. Every masturbation session then would be a worship of death, because you're not creating life with the act. And this is silly. People have sex for a number of reasons, and a great deal of it, especially these days, is because it feels good. Why not let them feel good?
Yeah,
Guys,
so
no, you're not doing your purpose
I
or
would
whatever.
say to deal with the first thing or the last thing first, the why not just let them feel good. I don't believe that pleasure is some sort of ultimate criterion or has any sort of privileged status in relation
This dude
to
already
other
lost, by the way.
considerations.
I can already see
And
it.
it needs to be weighed accordingly.
Not to be
And
rude,
so
but
the maximizing of pleasure, I would say, for a lot of reasons that go beyond the scope of this discussion, is
the answer to this is so easy as well. Yeah, of course, pleasure is not the main criterion. Do you know what is? Chat, can you tell me what the main criterion is? Because to me, it's extremely easy. I'm not sure if Vaush is not just gonna answer that. Like, it's easy. Do you know what the main criterion is? This is a big question to the chat, and then we'll see if Vaush will say it as well. Choice, close, yeah. Freedom to do what you want is the main criterion, of course. I'm just wondering if Vaush is just, yeah, freedom, exactly. Exactly. Well said. We'll see if Vaush will say it as well, but it's such an easy thing. Of course.
not sort of the best way in which to live one's life. And again, there's a lot of arguments about that, but that's a separate.
Isn't that the American
and
way?
With respect to contraceptives specifically, the idea that we have adopted a technology which is a good thing in its sort of what I would regard its appropriate usage, which is sort of correcting, medical issues that particularly women encounter surrounding reproductive health, then in those uses it would be good. When it becomes an issue is when
You know what the proper use of it is? Whenever you want. Whenever you want is the correct use. There you go. I've solved it.
extrapolated out into this broad culture of people just having sex for no other reason, just to have sex or
The bad culture
pleasure.
of freedom.
Birth control exists to
Because-
control birth.
Sure. So the idea that I mentioned in my previous opening statement was that each thing sort of has a purpose. It has in order to make
We are not things, okay? Humans are not things. We create our own purpose. Unless you're like ultra religious. Like, yeah, we create our own purpose. We're not
determination
things.
about what is good or bad about it, both abstractly in general, but then also in a particular instantiation.
Says who?
One has to. This is just how we go about doing moral analysis.
Well, wait, no, it's not.
It's
Because
not.
then somebody has to go about deciding the purpose, and that seems to me like a right arbitrary process.
True.
No. So the way that we rationally approach determining whether something is good or bad, rather than just willfully saying, "Oh, this is good and I like this," but to have thought behind it, we have to have some sort of analysis, and there's a variety of different ways in which we do that. But what they all at least share is this idea that you have to understand what it is that you're talking about.
I disagree.
And once,
Like, this is a hairbrush, right?
yeah,
Or I use it for my beard. But if, I don't know, it got buried in the dirt and got found 1,000 years from now, petrified wood, and somebody thought that it was,
Show
I
off.
don't know, really good for clobbering people. The initial purpose of this item is irrelevant to the utility that it provides to those who use it. I mean, what is the purpose of an item? A water bottle holds water. Sure, it's marketed as a water bottle. If it held juice, would it become worthless? If it was used as a decorative
Yes.
piece, would it become useless?
Yes.
I don't understand this, because it's like the platonic ideal thing, but you get to decide the platonic ideal. Well, a thing is bad because it doesn't match up with your estimation of what it should be. But truth is, I mean, I don't care what you think sex should be. If it causes pleasure, and pleasure is happiness. I mean, they don't overlap perfectly.
That
Certainly,
is
but
true.
people do
Pleasure
get
is
happy when they have
happiness.
sex.
I do like being happy.
Generally speaking, if we're talking about stuff that makes people happier, that maximizes or at least improves human happiness, but it shouldn't be done because there's some abstract concept of what it should be and it doesn't match up.
But I'm just gonna say this one thing in regards to this topic, and I'm gonna go silent again. Food is better than sex. I have spoken. There you go.
I mean, how
Food is better than
we
sex.
can do that with anything.
Objectively.
Yeah, so
Or
I
maybe
would,
not
I would push
objectively,
back
but
on
still.
you saying that people just arbitrarily decide. Again, which sort of I maintained is the idea that when we're out living life, we observe things, and we come to just understand what they are at least are generally for. For the example of the hairbrush or the water bottle that you mentioned, yes, it can be
Not
used
yet. I have not
for
seen it
other
yet.
sorts of things, but what its sort of primary function or the reason it was created and designed was for holding, in the case of the water bottle, was holding liquid generally, is what you could say. And to say that it has to be water as opposed to juice or something like that is just sort of semantics to a certain extent. It's trivial.
Who
But-
cares what it was designed for?
True.
That's how you determine what a thing is. So like when you're just sort
No.
of observing it. So basically
No, that's not true at all. Like, what was a tree designed for? Was it designed to become paper? That makes no sense. Was a tree designed to become a bench? No. That makes no sense at all. What was wheat designed to become flour? No, of course not. This is a silly argument. It is gonna get weird real
forms of
fast.
sort of
Now, I'm just gonna tell you that Vaush is not gonna have much problems with this debate. Like, I can already tell. Like, I don't know, it's pretty obvious that when a person goes in with a totally ridiculous premise, Vaush is just gonna stump. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Vaush is gonna stumble, but I don't know. I don't predict such an outcome somehow.
thought process, whether it's science to philosophy to literature, literally anything. Whenever you're exercising your rational faculty, which everybody has, you're doing this. You're identifying things and establishing, at the very least. I mean, you're doing a whole lot of things, but at the very least, what you are doing is identifying what a thing is, and then the question that is begged is what is it for?
But the uses of things change. In language,
Yep.
that's a terrible example. Language changes all the time. The words, the prepositions, the structure, the syntax we use today would have been unidentifiable 500 years ago. But there's nothing fundamentally wrong with how we speak today. In fact, our language has only gotten more complicated, more intricate with time. But it's changed.
And the truth is, we don't ask what it's for. We ask ourselves, what can we use it for? And that is a fundamental difference, okay? It's not what is it for. It's what can we use it for? What uses can we find for it? That is the actual question that we ask. Oh, it's a rock. What can we use it for? We can use it as a hammer. We can use it to sort of, turn things into paste, etc., etc. Yeah, what could it be used for? Exactly. It's not what is it for.
Again, like the moral good of something pertains
It's a fundamental
to its, original
difference.
use. If there was a tool that was built for a specific purpose, but then it gave people pleasure looking pretty on a mantle, would that be a moral wrong to derive pleasure from something which you believe is outside of the original purpose of an item?
There is no.
I mean, again, it would depend on what it is. So
There is no purpose to an item. We assign all purpose to all items. Let's be honest here for a second.
the only reason that I'm bringing up sexuality is because I don't think that you can talk about contraceptives as a technology apart from the broader context of sexuality in which it's couched. And so, insofar as we can identify things and their usages, we can then, that's how we then go about making moral judgments about them. Now, this isn't to say that usages can't develop or they can't change over time, that sort of thing. And it's not really an argument against anything that I've said to say otherwise.
Well, the purpose of sex has
It's also,
changed.
yes, and then you would change your evaluation based on that change in usage.
Oh,
Right,
yeah,
so-
sure.
So, at the very least, we can then say,
Also, this person does not sound very. Damn. Maybe I'm too psychoanalyzing, but the person does not sound very. Damn. How should I say? Like confident. His voice is shaking a lot. Maybe I'm mistaken, but you know.
has
That is how I feel.
fundamentally changed, and to such an extent
Hello, content sniffer. You've got content today, that's for sure.
that
Got
we
a
need to
debate.
redo our moral analysis. And I think the answer is
Big
pretty obvious, at
content.
least in terms of sexuality. No, it hasn't changed.
If I may interject,
Yep.
because I'm trying to follow along. I'm enjoying the discussion so far. But a question for you, Bagels, and then a question for Bosch after. So,
Sure.
Bagels, you mentioned that you do not think that sex or the purpose of sex has fundamentally changed in so much that you still think that contraception is
Evil.
antithetical to the purpose or what you view the purpose of sex is.
That's
So, again, right, and I want to drill down on this because I want to get from the conceptual to where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
Given that this is your belief and this is what you think, what laws would you support specifically? Do you have any kind? I know it doesn't have to be a bill that's currently
Problem is that we choose the purpose of everything, but okay.
going through. But
Sure,
if you
yeah.
were to design a bill that would limit contraceptions, what would it look like?
Sure, yeah. So I will admit that this is outside of my area of expertise in terms of
I see.
talking about specific policy. That's just not what I do. But as far as sort of broad strokes, I can give you that. The sort of law that I would look, as I mentioned before, would be just a limiting of usage, and then hopefully a cultural shift in how we think about sex and sexuality.
Can you elaborate? And I'm sorry for trying to pin you. I
Yeah.
know you're not an expert, and please
Sure,
don't
yeah.
feel like none of us are legislators here, right?
Yeah.
But what kind of limitations would you like to see?
Yeah, so
All of them.
having
At once.
access, just essentially unlimited access to birth control would be
Everything,
significantly
everywhere, all at
limited to
once.
some sort of expressed medical condition that without birth control you would not be able to deal with, or
So you would need like a
overcome, that
doctor's
sort of
note,
thing.
right?
That's right. Yeah, yeah. Basically, some sort of medical
Ridiculous.
certification as to why you would need a contraceptive.
Ridiculous, of course.
To Vaush. So even if sex or other things change over time, change is not always a good thing. Sometimes things can change for the worse. Is there any validity to someone who wants to fight against the changes that are
Nope.
happening when it comes to people?
Nope. That is the cost of freedom. There we go. Easy answer. Easy clap. That is the if we cannot choose to make mistakes, then we are not truly free. There we go. Easy.
Engaging in certain activities in certain ways because they feel
Easy.
that it is doing harm. In other words, right? Maybe I can be more clear. Is there any change in how we view or act on sex that could happen that would cause you to want to limit that change or fight against that change with legislative power?
If people don't like changing social standards when it comes to fundamental elements of human behavior, they have to make an argument about harm. The problem that I have here is the argument being made is, well, I have an arbitrary and impossible to define standard of what this biological function that was not created is supposed to be, and therefore any deviation from it is like bad. Except, of course, deviations from everything that we've ever created on a social level or biological level happen all the time, because things have never been that clean. Humans traditionally squat to shit. That's what we used to do. Now we have toilets. A perversion of our initial design, our biological function left unfulfilled thanks to this technological innovation. Now we pee in showers. Now we have glasses, pacemakers. Nothing in the world makes sense if you apply it to it within this standard.
It's true, nothing does.
Would there be changes potentially that would cause, I don't know, concerns for me? Certainly. Here's a big one when it comes to the perversion of what I'd consider good behavior in sex. Rape. Rape culture, or a tendency to ignore the consent of others, been around for a long time, mind you, doesn't mean we shouldn't get rid of it. If there are changes in how people approach or perceive sex that makes them more likely to ignore the consent of others, I think you can make a harm argument. But I wouldn't try to make some, like, platonic ideal argument, partially because people have been raping one another for a long time, and partially because I just don't think that's a good argument. That's not what's wrong with... The problem with rape wouldn't be that it's new. The problem would be that it's bad.
True.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you mind if I?
No, please.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm making any sort of platonic ideal
You
argument.
sort of are, though.
Mostly, actually, who I'm drawing from would be Aristotle. But in any case, even there, it's not necessarily strictly Aristotelian rationality that I'm talking about. It's not like there's some idea of each thing sort of out there or wherever, in the ether, just you subsisting, and we sort of interact with them and all that sort of stuff. That would be Platonism, and I do have strong sympathies for it, but that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying on a much more fundamental, basic level, when we just go out into the world and observe things at a sort of very basic level, when we are making sort of rational judgments about them, we have to first...
Wait, what is the more fundamental, basic level than the Platonic idea? The whole idea behind the Platonic idea is that it's the most fundamental, basic thing. There is nothing more fundamental and basic than the Platonic idea.
And what they are. And then that leads to questions. Okay, so we know what a thing is. What is it for? And that leads us to imagine what it sort of ideally could be. And so
what something is for implies that there is a for to begin with. I don't believe that sex was made for anything. There are plenty of vestigial elements of evolutionary reproductive processes that don't really have that much to do. For instance, kissing. Kissing doesn't have anything to do with making babies, but it's been an integrated part of human sexual and romantic behavior for all the history we're aware of. We just like doing it, What about oral or anal sex? Those go back for as long as we have any writings on the subject. We know people have been doing that for a long time. Both are incapable of producing children. Clearly, people have enjoyed sex without reproduction for as long as we are capable of tracking human history.
It's true, I've tracked the history.
Some origin point that can be referred to.
Origin of language.
Like eating meat, right? Before we discovered fire, eating meat, right? You had to eat raw meat and contend with the parasites. That was just part of it. And then we learned to cook meat. We changed the process. Has something fundamental been lost? Was the purpose of meat to be eaten with the parasites? Well, no, we just improved it. We used technology to improve the process.
Yes, yeah, no, and again, I wouldn't. Again, I haven't said that development doesn't happen or can't happen, or that it can't be even good.
Good.
The question is, has sexuality changed to the degree requisite that we would have to reevaluate sort of our moral judgments about it?
Has shitting changed to the degree we'd have to reevaluate the moral necessity of us having to squat rather than sit in a toilet?
That wouldn't be sort of a moral issue.
Why not?
To begin with, because there's no sort of integral part about how you actually...
Well, it's sort of like a...
Sure there is. It has to do with the relationship to your environment. Squatting to shit out in the woods is
basically just like a convenient
an expression of one's relationship to the natural environment. Now we do some on porcelain seats, like little tin gods.
True.
Is this not a corruption of like a God-given practice that we were expected to follow through on? I mean, toilets are a pretty new thing, especially flush toilets, right? How is this not like the original purpose of shitting was clearly to get up and close with nature?
True.
Um,
Get out there and do it.
so no,
Shit in the
I
woods,
don't
you
think
pervert.
that
Do
any
it.
sort of reasonable person would say that that was the original purpose of taking a dump. I think it's because you have the natural need to excrete waste from your body, and so it happens. Now, in terms of
Also, we use
know,
leaves to,
figuring out where you shit and the sort of logistical details
We
of
didn't
that,
expect
yes,
it to
you
go
could
to shitting, but
ostensibly
here we
create
are.
some sort of moral quandary.
That's why I love
around
Vaush
that, but
debates.
it's something that is sort of ridiculous on
It's a debate about shit, but it's not a shitty debate. But
its face. It's
Get it?
not at all sort of
Get it?
analogous.
Ah, you
I
get
think
it.
it sounds ridiculous to
You get
because
it.
you have a bunch of like built-up religious preconceptions about sex that I don't have. So to me, these sound identical. Sex and
Yeah.
shitting are both like natural human functions. Ideally,
so
I'd
this-
like to not wipe my ass with a leaf, right? But me
True
not
leaf.
impregnating a girl while raw dogging her and me not having to use
Raw dogging.
to wipe
Damn.
my ass are the same thing. It's just technology taking a biological process and improving it. It's just good
Sure.
for me.
Yeah. So the
Doggy style.
the difference with so the way
Doggy
that they
technique.
would be drawn together would be if there was some sort of moral quandary that was invoked with respect to just the necessity of having to excrete waste from one's
The
body.
dog arts.
And so at the level of contraceptives and sexuality,
Wait, no!
what we're talking about is something that has a very distinctive
Before I die.
purpose. It's also rooted in the conception of it being a significant act that people have. So without any sort of recourse to religion or God or anything, like I mentioned in my opening statement, the one can make considerations about this regardless of whether or not you believe in God or the spaghetti monster or whatever.
I believe in the
or
spaghetti
nothing at all.
monster.
There's still meaning in existence for human beings specifically.
Can I?
and-
Can I
What?
ask?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. The one that we choose.
So bagels.
Yeah.
You keep alluding to the meaning or a higher purpose that
Yeah.
is separate from God, separate from religion. Just
Yeah.
is there? Can you be a little more clear for the audience what that is? Just
Yes.
brief, concise, something we can latch onto.
Yeah.
This will be
thank
an
you.
easy
I
stump
should have
for
been more clear about that.
Vaush.
So
Let's
I
be
would say
clear about that.
there's a twofold purpose to sex. One is the procreative. It's the continuation of the species. Everything does it. And then second is in some form or other. And then the second would be the specific unity and companionship that is available to human beings in a way that's not to any other species.
I don't care for something's purpose. A purpose is ascribed, but a function, that's something worthwhile. In terms of creating something with a purpose, you can make a little wooden doodad or a tool or this, that, the other. It can have whatever purpose you like. But if a different function is found for it and it serves well in that function, this isn't a moral problem. You can make the argument that sex, but you can make conditional arguments. You could, I just want to say,
let's take.
you could say
Okay.
if there was a tool that functioned unacceptably as a screwdriver, which was intended to be, but excellently as a hammer, and you just used it as a hammer, there's nothing moral wrong in its use of as a
Yes,
hammer.
there is, you
Function that it's
degenerate.
fulfilling well. Likewise, you could argue sex with contraception terrible at
degenerate.
making babies, as it turns out. It fails in that function, but there are other functions in which it succeeds.
Okay, so for the first thing, with respect to the screwdriver that functions better as a hammer, at that point we would then, at least practically speaking, consider it to be a hammer and judge it. That is, make moral judgments about it or qualitative judgments about it based on how good of a hammer it is. And so we've totally jettisoned the standards of screwdrivers
Unless it takes a new
away
purpose.
from the. That's right.
Who
and it
cares?
would change.
Who cares?
So another sort
Does
of
it
example
matter?
to bring up the one that you brought previously. So you use your hairbrush
What does it matter?
to comb your beard earlier.
Like, I'm serious. Who cares if we abandon the screwdriver? It means nothing, actually. It just means, once again, that we assign the purpose for
Let's
things.
say people started using hairbrushes as like knives to kill people.
Okay.
And that became just a widespread thing, and everybody was doing it, and it just became ingrained in what we sort of understood what a hairbrush is. In the same way that, we're talking about for all these different things. Then at that point, the standards of judgment regarding hairbrush would fundamentally change to accommodate the new function that
It doesn't matter.
it ostensibly took on.
So what?
And my argument is that sex has not changed in such a way to that degree where that we need to create new moral
Wait,
categories.
but neither has the screwdriver. We just used it for something else. The screwdriver didn't change. The use did. So why would sex need to change? We just need to change the use of sex, and that's it.
Response to the second half of what you just said.
It makes no sense.
Yes, contraceptives.
We didn't change the screwdriver.
Hopefully, the intent is to make it impossible to reproduce, to conceive a child. But then you concluded by saying that, but it does a lot of other things really, really well. And so the first thing that I would
it makes your cat calm.
really, really well.
Makes your cat calm really well, actually.
If with respect to certain medical conditions that women face, that we only have contraceptives to sort of combat and heal at this point, then that usage would be good. And as I said before, I'm totally for having those sort of limited usages. However, we then say, okay, what else does it do that's good that I would
give you a choice?
And I sort of assume
it's not about you,
well,
dude.
Makes sex really, really good, right? Because you can have
not everything
sex
is
any
about
sort
you.
of time without any sort of thing. And this would be analogous to my second purpose of what I understand sex and sexuality to be, which is that unitive purpose. And
it's just silly. Just make it about
like
you.
Companionship between
everything.
Spouses. The way that then the question becomes, well, is that benefit unique?
A woman is not a utility tool.
Contraceptives. And the answer is no.
Well, hold on.
Without contraceptives, you can have just as good sex as with contraceptives, and you can experience your sexuality to its fullness.
This is
just as without contraceptives.
It's like a fish that doesn't know what water is, right? You're so caught up in your biases, you've already conceded the point. If a tool can be considered to have a different purpose once its utility in a different regard is found,
exactly.
You must acknowledge that for the vast majority of people, most of the times they have sex, the purpose of that sex is for mutual pleasure, not to produce a child. If you make the argument that a screwdriver which functions better as a hammer has its purpose reassessed to that function and is judged by that function.
It didn't have to change.
Listen, there are lots of people for whom sex is a pleasure game. That's why contraceptions exist, right? Or contraceptives exist. That's why it matters so much to people that they can do this. And it has to be judged by a different purpose. Nobody judges casual sex by the fertility of the participants. That's contradictory. Okay. You don't go into casual sex, or in fact, most sexual encounters thinking, I hope this produces a child. In fact, I would go so far as to argue that that's almost certainly the case for all of human history. People don't just wait to have sex to have a baby. People know that having sex produces a baby, but usually people have sex when they're horny and around someone that they're attracted to. The interest in having sex, the desire to fulfill, is our sex drive, not our reproductive intent. In most cases, more so today than before even. So I would argue that even by your logic, we must acknowledge that sex has multiple purposes depending on what it's good for. And if it's good for pleasure, social attainment, whatever, if that's something it's functioning well in, then that's the purpose it should be judged by, which contraceptives facilitate, or anal or oral sex, homosexual sex in many cases. You know, there are a great many things you can do that not produce a kid.
That's true.
And if you're looking to have a kid, if that's the intended purpose, then yeah.
Vaush
stay off
is woke, that's
contraceptives,
true.
Do vaginal, do cream pies. But that's clearly a different thing. That's why couples will say stuff like, we're trying for a baby.
Cream
What, you
pies.
mean you weren't fucking before then? You've been together 5 years and now you start? Well, no, what they mean is they're doing a different thing now. It's not just sex. They're trying for a kid.
I'm going to
Yeah.
let you respond, Bagel, but after
Sure.
your response, I do have a question for Vaush. So
Cool.
go ahead.
True. How can you do this,
well,
Vaush?
okay, so I'll try to be brief then. So I would just reiterate the uniqueness point, particularly I'm speaking specifically in terms of sex between a man and a woman. The contraceptives doesn't provide a benefit in terms of sexuality
Says
in
who?
its fullest expression and fulfillment that would not be
Wait, says
obtainable
who?
by
You?
sex without contraceptives. It's not like a married couple who don't use contraceptives can't achieve the same sort of sexual fulfillment or whatever, pleasure, etc.
Whose
as
opinion?
a couple who do use contraceptives.
I think not getting locked into
it's
an
a
18-year
non-unique.
fulfillment is probably a pretty big part of the fun.
True.
Well,
Yeah.
Just because you have sex doesn't mean you're necessarily going to conceive a child. Either way,
But it's a
the
risk
point is
always,
that in
so-
the act itself,
Nonsense.
without necessarily considering the sort of effects,
There's
of it,
always
which
the
would
risk
be sort of
of it.
an extension of the question.
And eliminating the
it's
risk
not unique.
eliminates the
The
pressure or
second thing I was gonna
nervousness
say,
about it. Of course. Yeah.
It's just there.
You just said you don't have to worry
Go
about
ahead
it.
and ask your question, Wick.
Yes, give it a minute, and maybe
Yeah.
we'll come back.
Without
So,
the
Vaush,
contraceptions, you have to
you've
worry
mentioned
about
many
it all the
times in this
time.
debate that
Of course.
many people
Pretty
simply
basic.
want the act of pleasure. They use sex as a pleasure tool to get pleasure. Do you see that there are any potential downsides to
No.
this? And because contraception takes away some of the risk, it can be argued by some that this would facilitate and encourage and incentivize further promiscuity. Do
So?
you see any downside at all to that? Would that
No.
be something that would cause any concern at all? Why or why not?
No, I don't have an issue with promiscuity.
Why?
The problem is these arguments have been made before to control women's autonomy. Or
True. Absolutely true.
But
Yep.
it's always just an imposition on their freedom to adhere
Oh my
to
God, I
arbitrary social biases.
Absolutely
the
true.
idea that women shouldn't speak to other men besides their husband. Well, you could argue fairly that allowing women to speak to other men increases promiscuity. And you know what? It does. Yes. Allowing your wife to speak to other men does, in fact, increase the likelihood of, or like speak to other men when they're like not even married yet or whatever. Yes, that does. It does correspond to that. So what? That's freedom. And this is
True.
probably men of-
Some men, some it decreases. I mean,
There
talking
you
to
go.
someone is like, okay, go on.
It's
Sorry.
but it's like these standards are so arbitrary. Okay, now I'm not
Freedom,
advocating for
baby.
stuff like
That's true.
dishonesty, like cheating, for example. I don't think people should be unfaithful in committed relationships. I think that's horrible. I'm not advocating for, say, people to engage in social relations that don't benefit them. Here's an
Vaush
example
gets
of a
it.
social
It's about
relation that is
freedom.
not on the ground for
Wick and
attack
that other
on
person
this
don't get it.
contraceptive line, but is still potentially damaging. Okay. What about going out and like partying too much? That's the thing that a lot of people do, and it ends up getting them in bad
Vaush is the
situations.
only real
We're not
American
making the
here.
argument then that like, oh, okay, well,
And
much in the
ironically-
same way that contraception allows for irresponsible reproductive choices, now going out and like socializing too much, that's also something we have to crack down on. We could strip away right after right after right in the effort to get people to behave ideally, but that's just not what America, what human life broadly is about.
True.
We have to give people the freedom
Land
to
of the
make their own
free.
choices and construct good social incentives to help them
Supposedly.
make the right ones.
Any response
Yeah.
to that?
Yeah, sure. I think it's great that Vaush brought up autonomy because that is an important topic, especially today. Lots of people are interested in it. I would say first of all that where that comes from is
Satanism.
Immanuel Kant. He's the sort of first guy who really develops a robust account of human
Satanism.
autonomy on a sort of philosophical level. And it has certainly dictated the way that we talk about autonomy today, particularly in Western countries. But
Satanism.
even for him, one's
Contraceptions
autonomy
were too
was
much.
limited by what he identified as the sort of the natural laws, that is, those moral judgments that one is able to sort of rationally arrive at through just simple living in the world, an observation of the phenomena and things that are in the world.
Like what?
Like what?
What
Like what?
freedom should be curtailed and account for
Oh.
these natural laws?
Yes. So
To have nice
freedoms
sex, of
where
course.
it hurts other individuals, for
Yes,
instance.
like
So that was a
nice sex
huge
hurts others.
deal for Kant. And then
True.
you have J.S. Mill, who's talking about
Who
the
cares
no
about
harm
Kant?
principle.
He's dead,
And he
isn't he?
develops that as well. And so
Have you
there's
considered that Kant
certainly
is dead?
Can
limitations
you give us an
to
example?
autonomy.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Whick
mean to
is
interrupt,
getting
but
impatient.
Yeah.
Give us a.
Wick is
can
like,
you
this
give
is
us, because
boring.
it's easier to
Sure.
grasp and to crunch. An example where you say, because you mentioned a freedom that harms other individuals. What is a freedom in your mind that has a potential or does harm other individuals? And we can talk about that.
Yeah. So
Wick is like, I can't follow what you're talking about, so you better simplify it fast. My goodness. I'm sorry, it did come off that way. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. But yeah, honestly, it did come off that way.
for instance, you don't have absolute autonomy in the sense that you can't just do whatever you want. Is basically what I mean. You don't have absolute sort of independence from everybody
Says
else. You're
who?
reliant, at least in some small part, on other people. So
The harm is
the
my
first
standard, ain't it? As I was the one who said, if you're going to make these judgments to restrict freedoms, you have to do
True.
it based on a harm principle. But you said that pleasure, happiness, aren't the standards by which you judge whether or not these actions are moral. So you're the one who's looking to move away from a harm standard. But I'm okay with that standard. I just don't think anyone's harmed by having casual sex.
Yeah, so I'm happy to get to that. That's a little bit different from the question that Wick asked me. So let me just give a quick example then, really quickly. So, like, for instance, if you
This is an
somebody
easy debate for
owns-
Vaush.
So first of all, I would say in the case of children,
Very
we see
easy.
the limitation of personal autonomy most clearly. Children are unable to exist in the world apart from a caretaker of some sort or another.
Okay.
Usually it's a parent, but it doesn't always have to be. But they're dependent. That is to say, their autonomy is substantially limited. Even as adults, we still have sort of intense limitations in terms of our autonomy. We need other people
Irrelevant.
in order to do the
By
things
the
that
way.
we do.
Irrelevant
Specifically,
kind of
though,
argumentation.
in terms of violating somebody's autonomy would be if you were to just somebody had a piece of property and you wanted to hold a protest or something like that, or a demonstration, or do something on their property. You don't have the autonomy to just go ahead and do whatever you want on their property. You have to first seek permission and all this other stuff. And so this is the basis of the, or this is the sort of rooted in this idea of J.S. Mill's do no harm, but it's also rooted in Kant's sort of categorical
I
imperative.
guess I'll ask directly. Right? Do you
Wick is getting
think sex
impatient.
causes harm? And in what ways?
What is
okay,
this
yeah,
philosophical
I see.
mambo jumbo?
Yes, so casual sex causes harm insofar as it. So again, when we can identify a thing as what it is, and then sort of secondarily as what it's
My
for,
goodness.
we can then determine what is good or bad about it, sort of abstractly, but then also in particular. And so the idea that you can have casual sex, that is sex without any sort of connection to its fundamental purpose of procreation and sort of a union between two people, means then, and a significant union, not just something that's sort of trivial, but something that's significant, that is an expression of love or commitment or whatever else. All the things that we have historically and
That's
still
of
to
course
this day
bullshit,
take
but,
sex to mean.
Whenever
Those things are lost, that contributes to getting away from the purpose of sex, which
there is no such
You're
thing
missing
as
the harm standard. You're doing the purpose thing again.
true.
no, because and so this is where there's a connection, right? So
There is no.
when we identify what a thing
Bullshit.
is for, the virtues tell us how good or bad they are at attaining to that perfection.
But I don't respect your
And
definition
so,
of what sex is for. I think that your definition of what sex is for is
Bullshit.
highly emotionally charged. It might as well come right out
Oh.
of scripture. If you're having casual sex, the purpose of
That's basically, we basically said the same thing. It's
sex
okay.
might just be to get your nut off. That's the purpose. That's the
True.
purpose that I imbue.
And again, we
Yeah,
don't
much in the same way that
identify
you
what
walk
something
has
is
Yes,
the
but
for.
that-
purpose of a brief jaunt
We
about town, a
identify-
long hike.
We identify what we can use something for, and then we decide.
Decision.
It's different.
I mean, that's certainly trivial and shallow, though, right? Because it's
Pure
plainly
trivial
not
and shallow.
the case that
No,
you
plain-
determine.
Plainly
Also,
not.
who
See,
cares?
Again, you keep referring to matters of intuition. No, it's not plainly not. Any
It's
action,
not
any,
a matter of intuition.
any
It's a matter of
social
rational
bond,
observation.
like a
and
hug with somebody, can have
Yeah.
many meanings and purposes depending on what you're trying to do. We were
True.
talking about a harm standard, but we've gone back now to this. Well, I think that sex is supposed to be about this. Well, I don't. I don't think that at all.
True.
Right.
In
So,
fact, and you didn't really have a response for
And
the
you're
fact that I think
ugly.
by a fair
Well-
estimation, the majority of sexual acts
And you're
committed
ugly.
between humans, not just a majority, I mean the vast majority,
True.
were not
Ugly
yeah.
boy.
purposefully to bring about children.
uh,
I'm being so
I would
mean.
push back on that, but to get to the first thing about the harm.
Try it, you
So what I'm
pervert.
trying to say is that the virtues and the perfection are what define what is harmful or beneficial, right? So the whole point is that by being virtuous, by attaining to a perfection as it's been identified,
Perfection doesn't exist.
not through
It's just a small
the expression
obstacle.
of will, but through the observation of the thing and
know.
and sort of rational analysis of what that thing is. One is able. There's happiness or goodness is achieved.
Goodness.
But
For human beings,
my
it's happiness.
goodness.
For the
Evidently
thing
true.
itself, it's goodness.
people enjoy.
No.
So no. People enjoy
We achieve goodness.
casual sex. It's the purpose that they imbue into the sex they're having. If a person wants to spend time with somebody, with the
Just
intent of
achieve
making it a
goodness.
friendship or a romantic partnership, sex to make it simply pleasurable or to bring about children. These you don't have.
Seems easy enough. Just achieve goodness and perfection. What? Excuse me? Goodness and
the
perfection.
authority to decide for them what the purpose of
Jesus.
their actions are.
Sounds
you
easy
can
enough.
talk about, well,
Yeah.
biologically, the purpose of our sexual organs is to reproduce, and that's true. I agree with that. But there are
Yeah.
plenty
No,
of things
false.
about our bodies that are
I don't
supposed
agree.
to this and that we don't respect at all.
I'm a contrarian.
You're hearing things through an ear set. Like
I
you
will
can
never
run that
agree.
back
Yeah.
infinitely. We're not anarcho-primitivists here. If you want to make
We
a
are.
moral argument for what we're supposed to,
I
be,
am.
we're supposed to be, well, you're going to have 1,000 people in the room and 2,000 different interpretations of any given event. It's not even consistent within Catholic scripture, right? There are plenty of arguments even within religious groups as to the acceptable, tolerant bounds of what should or should not be a relationship. This is why there are so many ideological gulfs between Western religious people and Islam, because many Islamic countries think what you're saying, except about all male-female interactions. That's why they have their women wear burqas in Saudi Arabia, because they think the purpose of eye contact between a man and a woman is to instill that bond, that love, that shouldn't be tainted or
True, it
made
shouldn't.
frivolous by allowing women to look openly at men.
It's true, it
And that's
shouldn't.
the same logic you're using. I think your argument that sex is purposefully X is the same as their argument that eye contact between a man and a woman is purposefully Y. And I reject both, of course. I just want to see people be happy.
What if this person is secretly Muslim and then Vaush's whole argument will fall apart? Oh yeah, Vaush, well I happen to be Muslim, so I agree with all of this. There we go. Vaush has been defeated.
I respect the harm standard, but apart from that, I just don't care for.
I am Muslim, Vaush. What
I
now?
want to get us back kind of.
Got him.
We keep going into this heady space, right? I want to try to.
I love him.
What a
try
debate.
to bring.
I've missed
Fair enough.
Vaush debate so
Try
much.
to bring us back to kind of like the grounded, what this means for people.
This is real entertainment.
These standards
Not
either get
entertainment for
applied or do not
wimps.
get applied. And a question for you, Vaush, if I may.
True Vaush.
Right? Do you think that this push legislatively that
Push,
some have
Vaush.
been supporting on the
Push Vaush like a pregnant woman that does not use contraceptives.
right of us. Do you think that this is perhaps a proxy battle?
A proxy war.
They are using this as kind of like a thin end of the wedge, or do you
Yes,
think
it's a proxy war.
Their goal?
Jesus, everything's a proxy war for these people.
I actually don't think it's a wedge because contraception is so popular that there's no adjacent goal that you could be working towards.
Everything's a proxy war now.
Most resistance. Like it's something like 90% of Americans.
Bagel should just stop hiding behind philosophy and logic. He's clearly using that to justify his faith-based beliefs. True. But I actually really like that he uses the philosophy, because from time to time, Whick is just like, yeah, okay, I'm bored now. I'm just gonna ask you directly, which is fun. That's golden.
Or more.
When Whick is just getting bored.
There's no other position you could arrive at.
Best
they
mod.
would get more voters like arguing a flat Earth theory than they would arguing to completely revoke contraception. I think it's
You're right. Yeah, I thought he reminded me. So yeah, he does look like a sad Noah Samson. Wow. Okay. So that's that's actually a perfect. That's perfect.
Pregnant thing is kind of the.
It's a perfect observation, actually.
Because it's so heavily rooted in male sexual insecurity.
Jesus,
I think a lot of people just like. Respectfully to Bagel, who I genuinely think is a really smart guy, by the way. I appreciate talking with you. But in my experience, talking with a lot of conservatives online, like, the impression that I get is that, especially with...
No, you don't think that Bagel is smart. Bagel is a dumbass, an enemy. Vaush, don't give ground to Bagel. What are you doing, Vaush? Oh my god, Vaush got so soft. You should call him ugly. I would have called him ugly. Well, no, I wouldn't. But, Vaush is more aggressive than me. Supposedly.
Contraception stuff. A lot of them are just, kind of terrified of black guys coming in and
what a
taking over
wimp.
white women. There's a lot of immigration fear, a lot of race mixing fear. And then there's this okay, well, the real problem is women's lib, because women's liberation allowed them to do the hypergamy thing, right? It's the red pill ideology. Well, now they can sleep around and find the high key alpha men or whatever. So the only way to keep them
Vaush is not the same as he was.
By denying them the ability to
He became rusty.
So I think
rusty
it is
debater.
It's an end state, but man, it's like a rocky road to get there for a lot of them.
Rocky 4.
In that case,
that movie about boxing.
Question. Does it concern you at all that many Republicans feel confident enough about bringing this up that you think that does it concern you that they think they have any chance of winning? Or do you think that this is just a Hail Mary kind of play, that this is just a virtue signal to their base? They're not serious about it.
It is. Yes.
It concerns me, but I don't think they can win on this issue. I think they can win on other adjacent issues, especially considering women's liberation. I think they might be able to get the right to contraception overturned, but broadly, that's a really tough nut to crack.
True. Nutcracker. Wait,
I also have some thoughts about this. I largely agree with Vaush's analysis that there's particularly from
don't agree, you're enemies.
Very sort of in the public sphere, political types. There are a lot of these sort of insecurities. I do think though that there are from the right people who genuinely believe it, and I would also say that I would find myself as one of them, and I think most good Catholics would as well. Where it's not some sort of virtue signaling. It's not some sort of political thing where they're just trying to get power.
This is not a debate. This is a circle jerk.
It's because they genuinely believe that there's right and wrong standards, sort of how I've been attempting to outline, and that this falls in contradiction with
contraception,
Uh,
sort of the telos of what sexuality is.
On that note, Bagel,
also we already started looping.
So when we look at contraception and what it has done for women's liberation, as Vaush mentioned, right?
Vaush.
Does it concern you, or does it worry you at all that if your goals got accomplished, that this might have the unintended, perhaps, side effect?
True, it concerns me that women could have freedom potentially. That's true. It is concerning that women could have freedom.
In any policy,
we have to stop it.
Would try to curtail that from happening.
No, this is a great question. This is where sort of I was trying to head.
True,
and
let's stop
you
it.
asked me this, but the
We need to stop it.
So ultimately, my goal is a sort of reevaluation of human sexuality itself. It's
True.
not, and I think this is what sort of Catholic teaching in general is about. At the best of times, it can get
This is not a blood
perverted
sport.
or twisted in sort of popular American political discussion, which is very sort of dogmatic and ideological and so on and so forth. But ultimately, it's not.
I mean, no, false.
It's absolutely a concern that, and it is a good concern that women should not be sort of discriminated against in the way that
Their
sort of they
function.
traditionally have throughout
True.
history, and it's a
They're
bad
useful
thing
machines.
that they have done so. So the argument against contraception, I don't think, at least in spirit, is intended.
Useful
to be
machines
some
we should
sort of
not
means
mistreat.
by which we
I
control women.
understand it's not intended, but
I'm
you
getting
understand
bored
how,
now.
intentional or not, it may
Bored
likely
now.
have these consequences. Again,
Right. So
why is
so-
why is the
this
policy...
is why I wouldn't advocate contraceptive legislation in a vacuum, right? So the
True.
way in which you
I would not, advocate for it in a vacuum. I would advocate for it on Earth and nowhere else.
go about sort of
True.
accomplishing the goals that I actually want to achieve would not be simply telling women that they no longer have access to contraceptives unless they can get a doctor's note for some sort of medical condition that they need it for.
True.
But is instead to have both men and implement laws for both and legislation and sort
Women
of
need to
cultural
be
norms,
put under
not even
control.
necessarily laws, right? Because I agree with Vaush as well when he said in his
No, you
opening
don't.
statement that
Liar.
we shouldn't be just going to the government for
Stop lying.
needless reasons and
Stop
just
agreeing.
asking for regulation. We should have a criterion of freedom. But the point is, we should implement sort of social standards, moral or mores,
Stop agreeing, you
as
coward.
well as legislative goals of
So spineless.
recapturing what sex is and what it's for, so that casual sex is not something that either men or women are just having,
Why not?
freely.
It's good. It feels good. I feel like I want to know the.
Oh yeah, Vaush. Have you considered that for some people it feels bad? What now? Your whole argument has fallen apart like a house of cards. For some people, sex feels horrible. What now, Vaush? You've been defeated by me in this debate.
Of like the
There you go.
purposeful harm
You've
here.
been
Okay.
defeated.
So I go out to a bar and I meet a cute girl and we get flirty. We go to her place. Okay, so abortion's illegal. Contraception's not available. All right, I'm a fertile young man. I got to be careful. So do you think it would be morally superior?
Just have
for
the
me to
baby,
just,
coward.
like, do anal with her? Would that as opposed
Yes.
to
Absolutely.
contraceptive vaginal
Yes.
sex? So anal's not superior. Why
It
not?
is.
Because there's no purpose to reproduction for anal sex.
Yeah. So ultimately, and on a technical level,
Have the baby,
so
coward.
contraceptives is historically contraception and the arguments against it have been conflated with arguments against eugenics and abortion and stuff like that. And technically speaking, that's not right. So the arguments against contraception is not that it prevents the life of someone or kills someone or anything else like that, unless it's abortive fashion. In
What?
that case,
Fashion?
then, yes, it would be part of the sort of abortion debate. But like contraceptives, like the pill or an IUD or things like that.
What?
The
What are you
reason why
saying?
these are problematic is because they're what is called natural vices. And in the same way, contraceptive is a natural vice with respect to
Is anal
especially
sex a natural
chastity.
vice?
Yes, and so that's where
Anal
I'm
sex
going.
is a
So
natural vice. Okay.
so anal sex, but then also oral sex,
What?
masturbation,
Natural
all these sorts
vice
of things.
from where?
So the virtue would be, or the virtue in question is chastity, but then overall,
What
it's
a
human
dude.
sexuality per se.
How is chastity a virtue?
True.
Because it according to chastity, one is best able to attain to the perfection that is
What?
sex, according to the two ends
What?
of procreation
I
and sort
don't
of
believe
unity.
it.
That's
Where is that from?
that's
Where like
that's so
what
stupid.
study could I refer to determine that?
It's
The study of the Bible. Come
there are
on.
certainly papers,
Cool, I
like
know
academic papers, but
religious papers, I imagine, on the virtues of chastity.
no. Philosophical papers that, and sometimes there's Christians who are talking about it. Sometimes it's not Christians. Like,
Christians.
for
I
instance,
see.
Aristotle believed in the
What a
virtue of
shock.
chastity.
I don't care what he believes.
And he wasn't a Christian. Okay, but the point is, you're asking for studies from somebody else.
But this is
I'm
the
just
thing.
giving
Like,
a
philosophy,
very easy example.
So philosophy, as I understand it, guides my interpretation of the
You
facts.
don't understand
Like, the
philosophy,
facts of the world
Vaush.
are as they are. But I'm not being given a fact of the world here. You're asking Aristotle to supply it, that it's a virtue.
No.
Well, in
No.
what way?
It's a virtue
So,
before it's virtuous.
Just to refer back to sort
Easy.
of my opening comment.
Think, Vaush. Think.
There I was basically very, very, very briefly
The
describing
Satanist.
virtue ethics and teleological ontology.
Yeah, I don't
True.
know those either.
Yeah, okay.
You're a heathen,
it's not-
Vaush.
it's
You
not-
don't believe in
it's-
anything. You don't have any values.
Right, so you'd have to provide me with reasons why you don't believe in those. Like, just saying it is
I'm a
okay. Who
utilitarian.
cares? Like, how are we supposed to have a discussion?
Well, no, but
Okay,
like, but
yes,
again,
yes.
the problem is here. Like, notice how
Yeah.
my utilitarianism hasn't really been relevant to the discussion.
Yeah.
Because the harm standard for assessing whether something is good or bad is like a broadly accepted, observationally valid way of determining whether or not we should.
My utilitarianism. You don't own utilitarianism, Vaush. It's not yours. It's everyone's. The nerve of that guy. Can you believe this dude? My utilitarianism.
should invest energy
What
in
a
preventing
dude.
something. But you have to keep referring back to like abstract, unfalsifiable concepts of virtue or what is intended or what is purposeful to make statements about the world. Whereas my philosophy, my framework guides my understanding of the world. Yours tells you what the world is. You're seeing harm where, as I understand it, it doesn't exist because you're told, well, that's harmful. I don't know how you could look at casual sex and see harm. I don't think
Murdering
chastity
himself?
is a virtue. I think moderation is a virtue, but I think that life is complicated enough that people have to be expected to make their own choices. So is
True.
gluttony bad? Well, in the biblical sense, like overeating at every meal, sure, you'll get sick that way, fine. But is eating heavily on Thanksgiving morally wrong? Is
Yes.
it gluttonous?
Yeah.
to
We'll
enjoy
go
a
to
single
hell.
meal? Well, no to you, because in your head, you're thinking,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Thanksgiving's fine. But in my head, I think that casual sex is fine. So we don't have a shared ground.
will
to
go
make any
to
assessment
hell,
here. If we're
Vaush.
talking about like harm, do you feel
Stop
a bit like,
it.
do you have a tummy ache after Thanksgiving?
Satanist.
Sure, maybe. And maybe do people feel a little bit sad after casual sex sometimes? Sure. Okay. And then should we never have a big meal for our tummies might ache? No, we have to be personally responsible.
Yeah. No, I get you, and I hear you. So the thing that I would say to that is that up to this point, we had sort of been.
I
there
choose
had not been a
professional
sort of direct
sex over
challenge to
casual
sort of
sex.
my sort of virtue ethicist orientation. But insofar as you are a utilitarian, my position is that there are specific instances, and I
evil.
think sex is one of those, where we need some sort of evaluative standard that is supra-utilitarian. That is to say, utility cannot tell us everything that we actually need to know in order to
Super-utilitarianism.
make a moral judgment about
Like
about
super
sex and
capitalism.
sexuality, and therefore can't tell us whether or not contraception and contraceptive technologies are good or bad.
Why?
Because
Why
it's
is that so
super
special?
utilitarian, right? So there's
What makes you so
draw
special,
a contrast between two
bucko?
different types of virtue. So you have virtues like honesty,
Virtual
about
virtue.
property, or sobriety.
Eh.
Those are all sort of fundamentally utilitarian in character. The whole point of them is just the obvious material well-ordering of human life.
Human
that you
wife.
have if people have those virtues.
I don't believe in
So-
virtues. I believe in axioms, to be clear. I think it's
Well,
okay
yeah.
to
As
lie
opposed
to
to
the
the
Nazis about
alien
having
wife.
Jews in the basement. You know, I don't
So
arrange
just
my thoughts.
What happened to him?
Just humor me for a second. So the general respect, for example, the general respect for prohibition on murder makes life more commodious. It makes it better. But if people really respect the prohibition
funny.
against murder, life is
The enemy is stuck.
more pleasant for everyone. But
Is
this
it, though?
argument is comic, because utility presupposes the
Comic
life of those who are to be foremost to the victim, whose life is not inconvenienced. It just isn't there anymore.
What?
He isn't there to complain. So the utilitarian argument has to be on behalf of everyone else. Though true, it is highly common and is not the foundation. The objection to murder, specifically, is super utilitarian. And so in this way,
So
it's
super
different
utility.
from something like honesty about property or sobriety.
I don't agree at all. I think you can factor that into your calculations.
Right. So the reason why, but okay. Do you
I'm a
understand the
super
logic of what I
utilitarian.
just said? So it's
Well,
so
I do understand it, but I disagree. I don't think there's an objective ordering of moral priorities. I'm not,
Sukoi, don't go.
you know,
We have to
that's
do
not-
Path of
So
Exile.
I don't think you do understand it because that's not what I said. So,
True.
right.
Well, you're
So I
arguing
didn't say,
Don't
that
get it.
the instance of murder
No.
would require supra-utilitarian consideration because it's not
Yes.
possible to factor in the moral weight of a death
You
because
don't
they
get
no
it.
longer can consider their own position.
that's right.
Which I understand. I disagree with
Okay,
it
so
because I don't think
so you
there's
just
an objective order.
okay, so you do understand it because you just restated it. So why do you disagree with that?
Because you're
just saying that
ugly.
You disagree with it is not a disagreement. That's just you.
It
saying
is.
you
You're
disagree.
ugly and
Well,
I disagree.
I have to disagree with supra-utilitarian consideration because I don't believe in anything outside of it. I
Okay.
don't think there's an objective
But
moral
what about
standard
that-
Yeah, just real
utilitarianism
quick.
is founded
Stop.
That's
One
not
at a
what
time.
I'm saying.
One at a time. One at a time.
Getting bored. Getting bored real quick.
Go,
But
yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
also
Finish
not
your
saying.
statement, and then you can
No, it's
respond.
fine. He can go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
okay,
you
sorry.
can. Go ahead. I forbid it.
Don't mean to be too combative, but
No, it's
I will say I do want to press you on this because it's not that I'm saying there's an objective
Finally,
standard or
blood
anything else like
sports.
that. I'm saying according to the logic of the argument I just outlined that somebody
The only reason why we're here
murder is wrong
because we
is
like
not because it's something that the
blood
person who is
sports
murdered can consider and
and
perceive to
stuff.
be unuseful, but it's because it's incumbent upon the rest of us to
on the
analyze
rest of us. Sounded
and
French.
make a evaluative
think this
judgment.
person
But I do
is
think the
secret
murdered person's
Frenchman.
perspective factors in.
How? You just agreed that the person is not there to have a perspective
Because
anymore.
you've stolen it. You've taken it from them.
You thief.
You took something
Right.
that was theirs. It's a bodily
True.
autonomy argument.
Right, and is that their evaluation, or is it yours? Is it everybody else's who's not murdered?
It's always my evaluation. I don't really care for theirs. When I make ethical considerations, you can't really factor in the individual weighted preference of everyone who you're adding to your consideration, right? You have to make a
Right.
general statement. I don't think there's a way to objectively assess the, like, well, this is 1 point of harm and this is 3 and murder
My
is 5. I don't think there's a
consideration
way
is
to
the most
objectively arrive at those
important, by the way.
standards. But I think you can make fair and reasonable considerations about the way in which somebody's life being taken away might weigh against other things. For the most part, these considerations don't come up that much, except for like trolley problem examples, I guess, which
True.
you know, are a fun
I do like trolleys.
philosophical problem to banty about, but they're unsolvable for a reason, right? Philosophy doesn't solve all of these problems. They give us the tools to understand the problems.
Yeah. So, I mean,
And after you respond, I have a question for you that might
Yeah, yeah.
drive this forward. Go ahead.
sure, yeah. So, I mean, I don't really have much of a response other than to say that.
True.
just
You've
said
got nothing. You
doesn't
lost
make a
this
whole lot of sense
debate.
to me because and I have no idea why you
Owned.
the
You
trouble.
got
And
nothing.
ironically enough, it was developed by a virtue ethicist to demonstrate the point that utilitarian and consequentialist methods of moral reasoning
Cope.
are sort of inadequate to actually fully assess a moral situation.
True. Cope.
I disagree. I think you hit the 1 person instead of the 5.
Cope.
I think it's a pretty solvable problem, actually, in the cases that are usually
Yeah, but I
but that's
mean-
you. That's you, Kantians, huh? That's you guys. But you're still killing someone. Yeah, you caused less people to be killed. Again, the complexities are in the edge cases. For the most part, what is right, what is good? I think it's an easy answer. You know, the question, the hard stuff is how do you get there? And I think that casual sex is a good. You know, it makes people feel good. It makes people happy. No harm is done. I mean, harm could be done, but harm could be done in any social interaction.
No. It
Fundamentally,
makes
casual
people
sex
feel
is a good
bad.
thing. And given that, you know,
yeah.
I think it's a fine thing to promote. I don't think it promotes broader
Yeah,
social
so-
harm. I think the opposite is true.
So I'm making the point that we have
Lies.
we do have to consider the consequences of casual sex. We also have to consider the utility of casual sex. But there's also more to be considered. That is the sort of standards of what sex actually is.
But what? No. it is what it is. It is a thing that feels good. Sometimes
True.
it leads to
It
good,
is what
sometimes
it
doesn't.
is.
The fact that you were arguing that it's a moral wrong
No.
to do anal sex is indicative of the fact that this is, respectfully, this is all religious gobbledygook. This
True.
isn't about like the perceived worth or use or whatever of an act. All human
You're a
behaviors
religious
are
fanatic
multifaceted and have the ability
and a
to mean
pervert.
different things with different intentions in any case. This is so
Yeah.
society and social interactions are too complicated to factor in this way. And this standard you have, oh, it's morally wrong because it doesn't fit in with my arbitrarily determined preconception of what it should be.
That's
would
right, it
point
doesn't.
to any other standard that we engage in. Not to shitting, not to hugs, not to kissing, not to eye contact with the Saudis,
Yeah.
which you didn't
Shitting,
respond to,
hugs.
by the way. This
Yeah,
this
I forgot
arbitrary
about it.
standard is always invoked as a metric of control. So and all I hear
Yeah.
here is control. But you offer control, but in a conciliatory
Control
way,
your
you know?
shitting.
Oh, I feel bad
No.
for the loss of women's rights, but still I think that women should just risk pregnancy in all acts of
True.
sex and not be able to
That's a good
meaningfully
joke,
develop
actually.
careers because they get pregnant and married at 19, the way it was for thousands of years if people weren't having oral and anal sex, which of course they have been. And it's I don't think you're lying to me
True.
at all, but it's like, why this arbitrary standard?
Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't say it's arbitrary. I also have repeatedly said that without reverting to any sort of theological claim,
Die,
that
Spider-Man.
human beings in the process of just
Uh-huh.
observing and living in
Oh,
the
damn.
world do this when they're making moral
I observe the
evaluations.
world. I think people
whether
have sex
or
to
not
have
they
fun.
believe in the existence of God, whether they believe in the existence of the spaghetti monster, whether they believe in the existence of Zeus, whether they believe in or they say that
Zeus
God
is
doesn't exist
fake.
at all and it's just nothingness.
I died. I
Uh,
will have to think about
no
this
matter
more.
what, they
more.
all sort of observe things, and in order to determine whether or not they consider them to be good or bad, at least on a rational level, rather than just a mere willful or repetitive level, they have to first understand
Competitive
what that thing
level.
is that they're observing.
Okay.
And
Do you
that's
think,
the basis.
just one question. Do you think that like it should be immoral to
Yes.
hold hands with somebody that you're not in a romantic relationship with? Because the
Absolutely.
observation of the world,
Yes.
almost everyone on Earth
It's
would
immoral.
agree. I guess not on Earth, there are different cultures, but at least in America would agree that holding hands with somebody walking down the street is like a pretty strong indication of like shared intimacy or romantic affection. Do
Or
you think that,
immorality.
it cheapens that and it's a rejection of like intended human behavior to
Yes.
hold
Yeah,
hands with a bro?
Yes.
So yeah, no, I think this is where nuance. I absolutely agree with you that sort of cultural
Lies.
conditions
We don't
certainly
agree.
change the evaluation of this, right? Because in some cultures, it's just totally every day. There's no sort of romantic affiliation with holding someone's hand.
Stop lying.
But in sort of our culture, it has been established as some sort of romantic expression.
But in our culture, casual
It's
sex
totally
is the norm.
there's a difference, but exactly, but that's the problem, right? Because I think casual sex is fundamentally
No, you
antithetical
keep doing
to-
it. You keep going like, okay, so culture, a change in function can mean a change in purpose. Cultural differences
culture is
can
the
mean that a
problem.
different, like
Yes.
human social behavior has a different
but
effect.
you're not
then
you're
with
not
sex,
engaging
you're
with
like,
the point.
no.
You're not engaging with the point that I repeatedly made.
True.
I don't think, and you have
You cannot engage, Vaush. You're not able to. You're a debate, bro. You're a debate pervert. What are you doing, Vaush? Engage for once. My God. Isn't that right? I can't believe. Why can't you just understand that sex is evil?
yet to demonstrate how
And should
in
be
what
stopped.
substantive, especially ontological ways,
Forever.
sex has changed.
By
No,
me.
I reject the premise. I'm not
even
even
100 years ago.
No, I reject the premise because you haven't engaged with it
Okay,
on the subject of kissing, shitting,
but
and
now you're
hand-holding.
now that's just a way to avoid the question.
No,
Kissing is
it's
bad.
not. No,
You're
because
attacking-
you're
should be
saying
forbidden.
It's not this
respect-
way, but
no.
then also I'd reject.
You
One
are
at
no,
a
no,
time, one at a
no.
time.
Wait. The problem is you're not respecting that standard for anything else we talk about. We're not talking about
No,
how
I
things.
am.
No, we're not.
You're not.
Because with hand holding
stupid
for over
Yeah.
a
and
century
ugly.
in America and way
Yeah.
beyond that previously, it's associated with romance. When it comes to casual sex,
Yes.
for all of human history, humans have been having casual sex. The Egyptians made condoms out of like crocodile
Yeah.
intestines.
Yeah, yeah.
Your standard for, well, can
Yeah.
you show me how it's substantively changed? Humans have always had casual sex. Now we can bust in pussies too. And That the meaningful
True.
standard there in this case is a 50% increase in hole saturation without risk of pregnancy. If that is a substantial enough difference that it means you have to, like, I reject the idea that you even have to assess the quote intended purpose of a social behavior in order to determine the moral worth of deviating
True.
from said purpose, because that's
You
not how we
deviant.
work, and it's also not how you interpret
We work.
any other social behavior. Again,
Vaush
Saudi
treats
eye
us like
contact,
machines.
hand-holding, all of this stuff. We
Okay.
look at it and we make assessments based on real-world observations of harm. The Saudi
Yeah.
shit is bad because women shouldn't have to wear burqas their entire life. You should be able to hold hands with whoever you want, even if people will assume it's your romantic partner. And if with sex you want to have a baby, just don't take the pill.
I mean, some women want to wear the burqa, to be fair.
Gotcha. So with respect to the hand holding and the eye contact, I should address that. I certainly sort of addressed it in my head, but then either it was interrupted because I brought up casual sex and then you jumped in and were sort of repulsed by that.
Repugnant.
But in any case, the point is that there's
You're
Wait, I'm
repulsive
not
to
repulsed
me.
by it. I just think you're not. It's like a fake
you're
standard.
repulsed. Well, you're repulsed by, or it seems
repulsed
like
me.
you're
That's
indignant
true.
towards my position.
But I
In any
pointed
case,
out how it's
and
inconsistent.
you jumped in. Yeah. Okay. This is
Yeah,
where,
yeah,
because I
yeah,
haven't had a chance
Vaush.
to address it properly, which is my fault. So
It is.
to address the holding hands thing,
It is your fault. Do better.
I think you're right insofar as
No, don't agree.
culture creates mores or standards of sociability and stuff.
What are you
And
doing?
it is sort of how we
We're here to fight, not
sort of
agree.
morally evaluate each other.
Entertain
Is
us.
how well or badly people sort of attain to those sort of cultural standards.
I died.
And so insofar
I got
as
punished.
you are habitually holding hands with somebody who you're not in a romantic relationship with, and all this other stuff, and you are fully cognizant of sort of the standards that the culture you're in has, like these pretty significant assignations of meaning to that action, then it would be problematic.
True.
There's a scale though of like
Stop appropriating
It's
woke.
morally
you.
wrong.
I think even
vocabulary.
you would. I think even you.
Problematic.
So no, I don't know. I don't know if I would go so far as to say morally wrong just because of the scale of it.
Stop
It's-
stealing our
it's
language.
The scale of it contextually matters, and you can't. Interestingly enough, according to both a utilitarian and a consequentialist framework, you can never take into account the scale of an action, right? Because you aren't considering the action in itself.
This is
You're
what
either
Vaush is
considering
doing
the
to this
utility
person
that
right
the
now.
action brings, or you're considering
Bam.
the consequences of the action. But the action itself remains unexamined, and this is why virtue ethics is necessary, because you can then
I think.
investigate. Yeah.
Oh my god. I cannot believe that I started saying I think Whick is about to interject, and then Whick was like, okay. Man. I just know these things. I just know. I can just feel when.
Okay.
I can tell.
I understand we're kind of circling the drain on this. And
Sorry,
I wanna
sorry.
Get, no, it's fine.
I
it's
just want to
fine.
know what
It's
harm
fine.
there is in casual sex, because you alluded to scale of harm there, but we keep,
Yeah, so-
I keep asking about harm, and then it
Just
keeps
know
going
when
to,
Wick
well,
is
I
getting
say that
bored.
Sex has this
I
purpose.
have a
and it's
talent for
immoral
it.
to not do that purpose. Which
So I don't say that sex has this purpose. I think that has been established through
Creepy.
Thousands or millions or however many years humans have existed and have been having sex.
can you have
you
you
wanna
do polls on people from like
People
Ptolemaic
have
society?
determined two things. One is for
have
reproduction, and two,
determined.
it's for a sort of almost at
It's
least
for
significant,
sin.
but I would
But
say
you
for
think
most people
anal
it's
sex
a
is immoral
mystical.
too.
It's a mystical union between two souls.
No, it feels people fuck because it feels good. Romance.
It's a
can be part of it, but the
mystical
idea that
union
historically
between
sex
two
is the
souls.
actual
Yeah.
Disney bond between people is absolutely not.
Oh, come on. It's a mystical bond between two souls. That's cute. That's cute. Have you ever watched Cow and Chicken and there was this devil in Cow and Chicken who would always say, well, ain't that cute, but it's wrong. My goodness. A reminder of the devil from
Wait,
Cow
no,
and
no,
Chicken.
Wait, you've
I-
never
so-
had.
But it's
you've never had head so
wrong.
good it sent you to the mystical plane.
Not from
okay,
every
Or no,
person who
wait.
gave me head.
It
No,
wasn't a devil. It was a fat. It was just a fat guy. The ain't that cute, but it's wrong was just a fat guy. But it was in Cow and Chicken.
Oh, that's like a selective thing. I have standards for that. It's
Oh no, it wasn't in Cow and Chicken. It was in Two Stupid Dogs, I think. Never mind. I'm so bad with my cartoons
There is
today.
significant. I'm sorry.
It wasn't
It's
Two
not-
Stupid Dogs.
I don't want to be conflated or drawn into this idea of like this sarcastic magical plane of existence or anything. But there is significance and
Two
weight
Stupid
and meaning
Dogs.
to sex that everyone has acknowledged throughout history, as long as people have been
What?
having sex.
There are-
And that's you
here
even
are
agree
the
with that.
fu-
I
You.
know agree with that.
fundamental problems with
I
your
know you
argument,
agree.
okay?
I know you know
One,
this.
It's inconsistent.
What a
in applying.
classic
There are
debate tactic.
every element. Of
I
human
know you
society
know
and
this.
what we
I know
do
you
has been
agree.
shaped enormously over time, and people do different things for different reasons. But there's no moral outrage about that, not necessarily, at least.
I know you agree
People have
with
been having
me.
casual sex for all of human history, and we know this for an undeniable
died.
fact. The idea that, like, for ages humans thought it was a sacred bond, and then only since 1961 or whatever that has changed. That's not true.
Yeah.
Okay, I need
Right.
to get some
Critically
healing
here,
herbs.
The idea that something is immoral because it deviates from the assumed purpose.
You are
of
an
action
immoral,
based on some like historical
bad boy.
hegemony is ridiculous. We don't look to like the popularity of a behavior or action in order to
Burns is an
determine
immoral.
whether it's moral. Like humans that is like a regressive to a point of like epistemic failure. Because
True.
if you applied that standard to everything, it would be like, oh,
Finally, we're getting to the blood sports. You're an epistemic failure. You are a failure. What now? What have you got to say now, you epistemic failure? You have epistemically failed at everything. And you're ugly as well. There we go. Now that's the debate that I wanted to see. Now
well, we
that's the
finally
debate
settled
that
on a
I
set of
came
human
here to
behaviors
see.
that meet with the like hegemonic standard, and we're all like apes in the woods. You know,
True, we are.
That's just not a standard we apply to
So-
anything.
I mean, you're attributing to me a lot of things that I haven't said, and
Because you're a failure,
I
epistemically.
maybe that's just my lack of communication.
It is.
It's not
you
a
know,
lack
that's-
of communication. These are the things that you believe. I'm just telling you the things that you believe. You have referred to
Yeah,
millions of
I
years
haven't
of
said
human...
any of those things, and
No, wait, hold on. Did you not say?
I don't believe
No.
those
I
things.
can't let you run.
yeah,
True.
Did you
don't
not
try.
say that we have a common understanding of what sex is based on millions or
Yes.
thousands of years of humans. Okay, so that's one of my arguments that you did say that I accurately
yes,
repeated.
and that is a sort of understanding of what sex is, based off of
My imagination.
however long you want to attribute. Let's just say millions of years,
Billions of years.
of experience. It has no sort of
Of
recourse to any
experience?
sort of
Oh,
abstract.
come on.
standard,
Studies.
no
Well, I'm sorry. Wait.
God,
Millions
anything
of years of human experience isn't an abstract, unobjective standard. Do you have a study on what people 1 million years ago thought of sex? Can you go to like Three Kingdoms, China, and ask
Yes.
do a poll on that? You
Yes,
really think
I'm
that's-
gonna use
you're
my
literally
time
saying, like,
machine.
oh, everyone just knows this. That's what you're saying. You're just saying it in more words. That's
Yeah,
the most abstract standard.
True, we do know this.
I mean,
We know this in our hearts.
I am thankful for you taking the time.
We weren't around for
sort of
millions of years.
Feeling like we're getting into the land
It's
of
okay.
the sort of water is not the same thing as aqua, which is not the same thing as H2O.
If were I the person you
sense
thought I
that-
was
in
in
the
the
sense
context of
that-
that debate, you would have won
Yeah.
by now. And you know what? It isn't. They're two different words. With regards to like this
so
isn't.
are you going to let me finish what I was
It's
going to
not.
say?
It's
or
not
are you just going to
semantic.
react?
I want.
There we go. Let me finish. Let me finish. Now it's becoming a real debate. Finally. All of this was just warm up. The debate starts now. The debate starts now. Let me finish, Vaush. Oh my god. If he started calling him Vaush now, that would have been the cherry on top of the beginning of this debate.
I want you
Nothing.
to explain to me how.
Let me finish, Vaush. Let me finish.
Years of humans all believe this isn't an
Yeah.
arbitrary standard.
I'm just going to jump in here. You
Oh
ask
my
a question.
God.
I'm going to make him answer it, but you have to let him answer it. So I'm going to let him go for a little bit, if I may. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's I mean, first of all,
I can
this
also groom myself.
appeal to studies of people, however many millions of years ago, or even just thousands of years.
Oh, damn. Appeal to studies. We're getting there. We're getting to the real appeal. Oh, my God. You and your studies, Vaush. You and your studies. Oh, my God. What do you know? What do your studies have on millions of years of experience, of life, of love, of soul bonding? What do your studies have on my passion? Nothing.
Ago
Vaush. Pervertry.
sort of
Debate tactic.
beside the point. Like it distracts away from the substance of the conversation.
True. Exactly.
It doesn't engage with the point that I'm trying to make. Secondly, it's totally routine, and everybody does it, including you. That in argument, we go to historical, practical experience of lived existence. That's just that's a reasonable and perfectly natural and common way.
True, it's natural.
Having these sorts of discussions.
So
and that's all I'm doing.
There are anthropological
So I'm not.
papers.
So if you want to say that
I want to say yes.
Human beings haven't understood sex, at least in terms of the very two basic.
Prove it, you and your evidence, Vaush. You got nothing on me because I've got nature on my side. The power of nature is in me. What are you gonna do, Vaush? You're gonna cite a paper? You look so weak. Like a whimpering puppy looking for his studies, for his papers. And on my side is 4 million years of history. I have defeated you.
And very general and broad functions of reproduction.
See, it's getting better. It's getting better. The debate is getting better.
I'm just talking about consciously, because you're right.
True.
People aren't having sex consciously thinking, oh, I need to reproduce the human race. They have a natural drive for it. It's innate in the very thing that they are. And all living things have this.
The very fabric of our soul. Which means that infertile women are useless to society. Which unironically is actually the logical extension of what this person is saying. Just saying.
Not just human beings that have this. You have rabbits who have this. Like every living thing has this innate subconscious drive that is just fundamental to their very core.
Well, there's this problem called animals have those times of heat, and humans are not subject to the times of heat. We can just have sex whenever we want. So we are actually not as enslaved to certain cycles as many other animals are, which means that we can just have sex for pleasure. 4 million years of anecdotes, 4 million years of the Cybertronian war between the Autobots and Decepticons. 4 million years is like the amount of time that has passed between the Ark crashing on Earth and the Transformers waking up. It's true. It's actually true.
I think it's fair
to reproduce.
Talk about anthropological studies.
So just to say it's unconscious or fundamental doesn't mean that it's not there.
So to be Vaush. Okay.
Vaush.
To be clear, I'm not saying that humans haven't had sex and reproduced. You have said that your standard of what sex is supposed to be can be cited based on the quote.
No.
Vibes of
I have to push back on that. In the original More Than Meets the Eye cartoon trilogy, it was 4 million years. Between the Ark crashing and I'm gonna check it right now off screen, okay? You're gonna be sorry. Every one of you is gonna be sorry. Where is it? I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Wait a moment. I'm gonna be apologizing soon, aren't I? Was it 6 million years ago? I'm feeling gaslit now. Good thing that the first episode is actually available on... Okay, yes.
Messages.
Oh my god.
There's
4 million years later, I've been gaslit. I have been literally gaslit. My goodness. The gaslighting of the chat. I cannot believe the gaslighting of the chat. Trying to tell me. My goodness. I'm gonna choose to believe that I've been gaslit.
Humans throughout history. Like, there is a difference between just
That's a
pointing
clever rhetorical way to rephrase what I said.
No, wait, no,
But
it
that's
is.
not what I said.
You said vibes out loud.
True. I love my vibes.
I was joking when I said that. You are referring to vibes, though.
You're lying.
There is a difference between referring to anthropological
True.
studies.
You lied to us on stream. You lied to us, Keffel style. Damn. Vaush spends too much time with Keffels, and now he lies. Did you hear him lie? Did you hear him lie?
That describe human behaviors in like
Yes.
prehistory times, and what you
Yes.
did, which is to go, humans have always known what sex is. That
True.
is what you did. That is a ridiculous
Okay.
and unfalsifiable. No, stop.
Stop
That
it.
is a
Shut
ridiculous
up.
and unfalsifiable standard. And you
Amazing.
know it, because when I
Now
tried to
it's a
get me out,
debate.
you tried to get me on the agua thing, and then you talked about how I actually do the same thing because I'm familiar with anthropological studies and bring them up sometimes. These are incomparable. Humans have had no.
Shut up.
Humans have had sex for many reasons throughout.
No, shut up. Nice. See, I told you the debate was just starting. All of that nice, calm thing was just warm up. Now we're getting the Vaush that we wanted, that we demanded. If you want a calm, nice, lethargic talk, then you can just get me. I will provide you with the nice, slow, lethargic talk. You don't listen to Vaush for that. You listen to Vaush for dynamism and the sports. True. Vaush said smacks.
History, largely because they wanted to produce a child, because they wanted to bond intimately with somebody, or
True.
because they wanted to have
Score.
fun. I think that's probably the biggest
Because
one.
they wanted to
That's the
score.
that our sex drive pulls us in. The sex drive doesn't make us want to reproduce necessarily. It makes us want to fuck
Score.
because it feels good. That's why it feels good. It's an incentive
True.
structure biologically to get creatures to have sex with each other. So I think that's probably the overriding mechanism. It's certainly why I have sex. It does feel good. The idea that that this collaboratively can be referred to as some kind of ancestral human understanding of sex as a
True.
primarily reproductive and romantic thing is just not
Ridiculous.
falsifiable and not true, because we have historical records on human society after writing was invented, and we know people were having tons of casual sex back then.
True.
So,
Every
in
day.
everything, the historical standard, to the extent that it exists, agrees with my position, which is that humans have always
True.
done this. Humans have always had oral and anal sex, specifically in large part because they don't produce children, because they're trying to avoid producing children, because they want to have fun without shackling themselves to an 18, well, back then it would have been 18, but to the burden of producing youth. And I don't, and even if, by the way, even if you could refer to all of human history as a positive citation for what something should be or what the moral right position is, that's literally a fallacy. That's argumentum ad populum, or whatever the fancy Latin term for that is. All of humans agreed for a long time on a ton of positions that were really dumb. Geocentrism, lightning being
It's actually the fallacy that Vaush is referring to is just because something is, it doesn't mean that it should be. That is the fallacy that Vaush is looking for. Just because something is, it doesn't follow that it should be. Naturalistic fallacy, I guess. Oh, what I'm talking about is the just because something is, it doesn't follow that it should be.
Of anger from the
Fallacy.
gods. That's not how we arrive at moral determinations for human behavior.
Yeah. So that specific logical fallacy.
And
would
I really do
only-
want to get to my other question after this.
Okay.
But yeah.
True! Whick is getting bored. Stop boring him. Get to the point. My goodness. Also, it's called the appeal to you have an ugly face fallacy. Which is a very common fallacy. Shut up, Whick. It's your show. Let your guests make you a show. True. True and real. Your questions are bad. Nobody cares. I should not be this rude. If Whick whiffs this little thing that I'm doing here, he might not invite me into another panel ever. So I should be polite and nice. In the name of future profit or something.
Okay, sorry.
I should practice self-preservation or something. Never mind, Wick. We have not said anything. You know, it's okay. You're cool. It's all good. You're awesome. And please invite me to a panel. All right, let's continue.
Baker, go ahead. Yeah, then he'll. Yeah.
Let us continue.
Yeah, go ahead, ask your question, Wick, because I don't want to derail you. This is your stream.
Yes, you do.
It's no answer, please.
Okay.
Answer,
So,
you
know,
bastard.
very briefly, I would say that logical fallacy is only applicable insofar as it's has some sort of
He said logical phallus. Logical phallus. My goodness.
contrast to sort of instantiate it. If in fact human beings have retained this idea that sex is for reproduction, whether conscious or unconscious, subliminal or whatever, as a matter of just drive of existing
Sublime.
at all, and
I exist.
commitment with another
I
sort of
commit.
individuated human being, then appealing to the history wouldn't be an instance of that logical fallacy.
And for fun. That's also a historical citation you could make. Maybe the
That's-
reproduction and the
that's-
bonding are
that's-
actually the vestigial parts, and it's really supposed to be about
That's
fun.
correct. And so this is where you actually have to do a rigorous
The math.
analysis of sex itself. Is it primarily for reproduction? Is it primarily for pleasure? Is it primarily for
We don't do this
the-
for any
the
human social
unity?
behavior. Literally nothing. Holding hands,
You-
kissing,
you
spending
do.
time together, hugging. No, we don't. We never
You
say,
do. It's
oh,
just a
by,
smaller
by,
scale.
You do, you liar.
all of human history,
You
we have
don't
determined
lie.
that
You do.
51% of historical
No, no.
humans believe that
Bastard.
hugging was a romantic
You're
gesture,
ugly.
So it's actually immoral to hug people casually.
So
that's what you're saying, but for sex.
it's not, because I'm saying that citing human history is just one very
Not
You
immoral.
haven't
pretty
cited human
significant
history. You cited
reason.
like a vibe of human history.
True.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there's try. Oh, Vaush is getting impatient now. No. Yes. This is what we're here for. Not some hippie, BS. We're here for a serious debate. Kitty got claws. True. True. It's okay to have fun sometimes, okay? It's okay to look, but seriously, like Vaush has got this debate from the get-go. Like, I'm sorry. If you go into a debate with a basically an untenable position, what do you expect? Of course, Vaush is gonna trounce you. Like, this has been a stump. I'm memeing, I'm laughing, but this has been objectively a stump, in my opinion. What do you think? Who do you think is winning? Write the name of the person that you think is winning in the chat. Wick coming to ruin the moment. True. It's because Wick is getting bored with all this philosophical mambo jumbo. Nobody. I don't know. It feels like Vaush is winning, to be honest. At least Vaush is not losing, that's for sure. Nobody. I mean, I'm winning. I'm winning.
No, yes, no,
Anyway,
yes.
go ahead.
Don't agree on this. I understand.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Bagel. Okay.
Bagel.
Right? And
Bagel
so
is a
maybe this will
food.
carry the conversation forward. Maybe not. We will see. So you mentioned earlier, much earlier, that you believe anal sex to be immoral.
I think Vaush is
right?
winning.
Yeah.
And I would assume
Maybe I'm
you also include
biased.
oral in that. Is that correct?
Yep.
Bagel lost
And
before
given
it
that one
even
of the reasons you
began.
would support
True.
legislation against contraception or to limit contraception or access to contraceptives is because you believe that casual sex is immoral on the ends, that it takes away from the purpose of sex, would you also support legislation that would make anal sex and oral sex immoral?
In the past, people could have made. Do you know what was the biggest actual thing? Do you know the biggest reason why in the past casual sex was so demonized? There is an actual reason, and it's not religion. I'm gonna allow you to, gather your thoughts and tell me what was the primary reason for demonizing casual sex in the past. What was the reason why people really, really wanted disease? Correct. Sexually transmitted disease was the reason why people really, really wanted people to limit the casual sex thing, because it just, it spread. It spread the sexually transmitted disease. Correct. Yeah. And the tools had to, on how to deal with sexually transmitted disease used to be much worse than now. So yeah, it was demonized as hell.
Or
Yeah,
there
no,
would be some punishment. Sorry, with the immoral thing, like the illegal,
Yeah,
like legislation that would penalize people who engage in these activities.
No, this is difficult. I mean, there's certainly people in my neck of the woods, so to speak,
Neck of the woods.
who would advocate for that sort of thing. I have a really good friend.
FD
who's
signifier.
spoken a lot of truth in my life, and he, there.
Noah Samson is your friend.
There's times where, so I was at my most ideological, and I definitely perhaps leaned or flirted with those sort of outcomes. But I don't think long term that is right.
Richard Spencer. Where are you? Wait, is that for real, or? I don't know this person. Is the person's friend name really Richard Spencer, or are you just saying that it's Richard Spencer? Oh, I mean, he's a Trotcast. That's true. That is true. I was just throwing out names, to be honest. Like, I don't know anything about this person. But I guess you're right. Richard Spencer it is. Jesus. It might actually be true.
Bed. It's not something the government should be in the business of doing.
Yeah, that's true.
However, do I think that there shouldn't...
I have to say that this guy is super mask-on in that case. This guy is pretty mask-on, all things considered.
The sort of cultural standards and mores, or unwritten sort of understood laws in terms of personal and public behavior. I absolutely do think that. But that's a much more complicated and bigger
I understand.
project.
But then the question becomes, right? If you are for legislating contraception, right, which does interfere with the marriage bed as well, what is the fundamental difference between legislating contraception and legislating anal sex?
Yeah, so the legislating contraception is something that...
Legislating anal sex gets dirty, but okay, I'm gonna stop. That was nasty. I apologize.
Contraception is a technology that people...
I apologize for that.
It's something that they have to get from somebody else.
He's trying to be true.
Whether or not you choose to do anal sex, whether or not you choose to do
I
oral
can't do it by myself. I do need a partner.
I
Yes,
mean,
but it's also between
where there's will, there's way,
people,
Wick.
or even if it's a group situation or whatever, it's between several people, but it's not at the scale of you couldn't
We
do
have
it
tools at our
without some
disposal
sort of
now.
third or technology that you
Come
sort of
on,
use
man.
to sort of interrupt sort of the
flow.
just natural power that you have. So
Use your imagination.
that would be
True.
the main difference is just
Actually.
fundamentally different things. They are similar in terms of the moral analysis that one has, but they're not identical in all aspects.
Certainly. Simply, okay, question.
I admire Vaush for his ability to listen to these arguments and take them seriously. Like, I don't know. Wouldn't you say that Vaush sort of deserves credit for just being able to listen to all these arguments and sort of just not crack up or something? And I'd be like, or something. This is pretty much what most right-wing Americans believe. Damn. I don't know. I sort of, how you say, I sort of admire Vaush's composure in that way. He just, you know what I mean. I'm pretty sure you know what I mean, right?
For Vaush
Drinking in the middle of a debate. How rude.
now.
Also, I'm reflecting on how it's immoral for men and women to be roommates together as well, because male and female cohabitation would historically be known as like
Marriage.
romance or mutual romantic
True.
or like basically
Marriage.
designing.
Yeah, so I mean it depends. Like if again it's a matter of scale, right? So it's not for sure it's not the same thing.
Scale
but
compared to
like
the
for
harm
instance,
of casual sex, which is zero.
I've had female roommates in the past.
Well, hold on there,
or
bucko.
housemates.
Wait, hold on. The purpose of men and women living together is so that they can foster children unto God. You don't think it cheap? Oh, no. Your first time living with a woman outside of your mom was...
Also, casual sex is not fun for everyone. Injuries during sex happen. What now, Vaush? How are you gonna explain that? And as we all know, no injuries during sex happen in marriage. I got you now. That's two rights, Vaush. I should have been the one debating Vaush instead of that bagel dude. Bagel is a food item.
supposed to be with your wife.
That again, that's a sort of grotesque,
Parody
characterization.
of cohabitation with a female. I completely agree. Yes, it's a disgusting parody.
True.
Yeah, and it's not at all what I believe.
Well,
so
I don't care.
I'm not sure how it's relevant to me.
I'm not deferring to your belief here. It's morally wrong by my standard that I've learned in the course of this conversation. This is what I mean with inconsistency, by the way.
Well, no,
the funny thing is, opposition to male and female cohabitation is actually believed by a ton of religious people, both like Islamic people, whatever, and Catholics who really don't like men and women living together.
That is true.
In like married situations. So what I'm doing right now isn't even like this is your logic on mad. It's
again,
your
it's
system.
a matter of scale. It's a matter of scale. It's a completely different topic.
But there's no harm you've demonstrated with casual sex, so there's no scale. It's a scale of 0 to 0.
No.
Also, how convenient for you, matter of scale. You get off easy, I'm sure.
True.
Oh, you're making moral excuses for a degenerate and devilish act. You should have had your first experience living with a woman.
You are.
You were married.
No. So
get him, Vaush. Don't let him get away. Get him. Now is the time. Now it's getting good. My goodness. Are you getting excited, pumped up like I am?
Not usually advisable, but it's not such a thing that one has to do.
We need more Vaush debates.
According to you, right? I'm sure.
True.
No, because
you've had a thigh job, and thigh jobs are also not as much of a scale as other forms of sex, I'm sure.
Again, people just sort of naturally applying their rational faculties
Catholics
to
literally
the problem.
refer to this as living in sin.
True.
This isn't just me
No,
making fun of your logic. This is believed
I
by
know.
your institution.
I know. But what they're specifically referring to is not necessarily platonic housemates or something like
Yes, it is.
that. Right?
That's not
what
wait, no,
they-
I've
what they would
absolutely heard
refer to-
Catholics get mad at cohabitation.
That's not true. That's actually not true. I live in a super Catholic country. That's not true at all. Murder is bad only if other people do it. True, Maho. That is absolutely true and based. Based, Maha.
Even in non-partnerships.
Yes, super traditional ones definitely.
Also,
do.
we need more Vaush debates. Vaush has just been like doing reactions lately. He needs more debates. It's getting
You're
rusty.
right about that.
So
But
how
that's
are you not
all of
perverting?
them. That's not all of them.
Historically, would most human beings throughout history, overwhelming like 99%,
rusty,
not
Vaush.
agree that a
Yeah.
man and a woman who aren't related living together is absolutely something which is befitting that of a married couple, or at least two in a relationship?
True.
Uh,
Based.
First of all, I would say that's probably not true. I'd actually have to
It's definitely
look it
true.
up, so I shouldn't speak with like 100% confidence.
True, you
But
should be
If
quiet.
I had to bet, I would bet that a lot of the sort of moral standards when it comes to
You are immoral.
men and women cohabitating are sort of directly resulting from especially Puritan moral.
Oh, that's convenient.
Frameworks.
Okay, so when it's
But
right,
I'd have
when it's
to
the
have to look
sex-
that up to confirm it. But
so it's when something
in any case,
you've
that's what I
done, it's
suspect,
like, oh,
if I had to
that's
bet.
like this out there thing. You know?
True.
No. I'm saying it's a modern thing that the Puritans especially, because they're
Puritans
super
when?
strict in terms of sexual ethics.
What Puritans win? When would a Puritan have been born?
Oh, the Puritans were like 1500s to 1700s.
Oh no! In the 1950s in Italy, you really think that like men and women were just casually living together in the same house, non-romantically, and all their Catholic grandparents were
Yes.
like, "Oh yeah, oh that's totally fine."
Well, okay. So first of all, the 1950s is after the Puritans, right? So the Puritan moral framework would have already taken impact upon the world.
I would argue.
But secondly,
Mhm.
yes, I'm sure that happened, and I'm.
I
sure
would
that there were
argue that you're
varying
ugly.
responses. I'm sure there was people who were okay with it, and I'm sure there's people who were super not okay with it.
Well, interesting, because
that's
people
a-
feel the
that's
same
a
way about
discussion
casual
to have.
sex. I think what's interesting is that the acceptance of men and women living together as roommates is probably about as old broadly as widespread acceptance of contraception and casual sex. I guarantee
True.
you back in the 1950s.
No, because
no suburban
You
white
said
dad.
earlier that everybody's had been
one at a
having
time, one at a
casual
time,
sex.
one at a time.
No,
one at a
I'm-
You
time.
said everybody throughout history has been having casual sex. And
No.
I actually agree with
Well,
that. Like, I
scream
think
at
that's
each
lots of
other.
people.
And no, but that's what's interesting. People have been having casual sex for all of human history.
Rolling on the floor. What? That's probably not true, but okay, it's not.
Men and
It's
women
true.
have not been
It's true that
cohabitating
it's not
outside
true.
romantic circumstances for most of human history because housing space is expensive, and for most of
Yeah.
human history, people weren't wealthy
Yeah.
enough to go frivolously getting roommates.
Well-
Roommates. That's like a new thing.
alternatively, because they were so poor, they just threw everybody together.
People
So-
tended to be in
so-
single-family households, but even when people
True.
lived in like tenements in like the 1900s and
Yeah.
stuff, that was like a bunch of poor families packed together.
Yeah,
that
but
was not
Again,
a male and
we're not
female
talk-
roommate.
We're not talking like you're talking about the
Living in
1900s.
sin.
It actually became extra bad in the 19th century, but when people were forced, peasants were forced to move into the city because of poverty, and there were many people sort of cramped into extremely small living quarters. So yeah, it was especially bad in the 19th century. It looks like if Bob from Bob's Burgers got addicted. Oh my gosh. Well, Bob's Burgers, Bob had Archer's voice actor.
That long ago. Like
Li-
that was relative to the
Oh,
entirety
really? So
of
you're
world
saying
history. That's
recently
like-
there was a change in social standards that made it more commonly acceptable for people
Oh.
to engage in a behavior that was previously considered degenerate, and that there used to be a very strong social standard against men and women living together
Uh-oh.
in sin, but something happened recently that shifted social standards?
Well.
Yeah,
you were
again,
only
I'm
one
not,
step away
I'm
from the
not
people who would
prepped-
have you
I'm not
burned.
prepped on this topic specifically, but
Okay, speaking of not
It's
being
also
on
very
this
far
topic
away.
specifically, I do have a question
Interesting.
for Vaush.
You've defeated
And then,
yourself in this
gang,
debate.
Then we'll kind of wrap this up afterwards, after Vaush and they go back and forth for a
It's
little
just
bit.
getting good.
We'll wrap it up. We'll get to closing statements.
Should I call
But
in?
then stick around. They both agreed to accept call-in, so I'll be bringing you to ask questions. If you have a question for Vaush, for Bagels here.
I
or
should
for me,
call in.
feel free to call in and
Or
get in line.
Somiostatic, you should call in.
Discord,
Oh
that
wait,
link,
we're
accept the
behind.
rules, jump backstage and get in line, and we'll try to get to you. As
Oh
soon as
no.
we can. But
It's
for
too
you,
late.
Vaush,
Billion people are waiting. I should
you
have called
been
in.
more than your fair share of social media drama with high-profile women, including J.K. Rowling. Why are you here today advocating
Why are you
for an
here?
issue that
Just to
ultimately
suffer?
doesn't affect you?
Why are we
First of
here
all,
just to
I
suffer?
don't want to pretend that I'm selfless. It absolutely does. Okay, trust me. All right. I enjoy a lifestyle of casual sin, and I'm very, very happy to have birth control be accessible to the people I engage with. That's one. For two, worth pointing out that, like, even outside the obvious thing, where like the ability to engage in reproductive and contraceptive freedom has helped women a lot over the past 50 years. That's obvious.
Oh my God.
I am so.
I see.
One of
Are
my
you in line,
founding
Somiostatic?
moral principles is consent.
Are you in line?
I mean, it's
Are you
consent and
representing us?
people should have the freedom to choose the directions that they want to move in life, and there are a lot of biological.
Also, how did the creation of the nuclear family affect all of this? Oh no, who's gonna
Some people are
represent
born sick or
us?
disabled. But should those who are born disabled not have the opportunity to live life as I can? Someone with, I don't know, 2 functioning legs and a
Someone should represent
sure,
us.
we develop medicine or prostheses to help them. And in a lot of ways, let's be real here, having a womb is a kind of natural, unequal disability. Or I should say
True.
ability.
This a disability.
In some respects, between the period business, cramps, and also, you get casual sex, you get knocked up your whole life.
True.
That's kind of a.
If you have a womb, you are differently abilitied. It's true. There's no denying that you're differently abilitied. True.
I think. But they also get to give birth to children, and I don't know. That's kind of cool, I guess, for some people who are into that sort of thing.
True, I'm into that, but I can't.
To be leveled for every human to have the most roads open to them
human.
at all times, as long as they're not hurting other people, which that's important.
Okay, any
That got
thoughts,
dark
anything you'd like
real
to say
quick.
to this, Bagels?
What a dark
Otherwise,
stream.
We'll, move on.
No, probably not. I don't necessarily see how a lot.
Well,
of it
I guess to
with...
rephrase the question for you specifically, then, because I'm curious as to your answer. You mentioned this in your opening statement that you are not a woman. This ultimately does not affect you.
True, you're not a woman.
What a woman. So why are
what
you
is a woman?
tonight, right?
Is this Matt Walsh level?
Basically, to limit access to contraception for women. What do you feel gives you this right?
Yeah. So yeah. Again, I think I've sort of demonstrated throughout
history
my argumentation, or I tried to.
You failed.
I don't know how effective it's been, but
not very.
Case, the point is not that like what I have issue with is not.
We've got issues, that's for sure.
Specific contraceptive technology per se.
We've got issues.
I do think that it has extremely relevant. It's an extremely particular case where we can sort of examine technology and how humans engage and interact with it more broadly. But that's not necessarily the point of this discussion either. More specifically, I think we have lost the understanding of teleology and also virtue as a result, and we need to sort of recapture those things, and that's going to have impacts on how we use technology, specifically contraceptives. And insofar as a human being, I have sort of a committed interest in maintaining those sort of standards. I think I have something to say, but as I mentioned in my first or my opening remarks, there's something about having some sort of existential intimacy or acquaintanceship with the technology itself that perhaps would give you a perspective that would more clearly see the moral issues that we've talked about in a way that I just simply cannot. And I would love and absolutely applaud to hear and listen and ask questions of educated women on both sides talk about what they think about contraceptives and why or why not.
Education is forbidden for women
or whatever else.
For a real Catholic
or
Christian.
just allowed completely free. So, totally open and So the reason I'm here ultimately is because my friend Eucharist recommended me to you. But I by no means am trying to speak from a place of authority. I'm just trying to express what makes the most sense to me. And
I think I should have.
Persuaded by.
Okay.
Okay.
And on that note, I would like to thank both of you, right, for engaging in this sometimes heady, but interesting, I hope, and fun debate. And I hope that the viewers enjoyed it as well.
I mean, I've enjoyed
once
it.
again,
Let's not lie.
I want to reiterate that we have been sponsored by Rebellion Pack.
Let's see who calls in.
Gracious enough to pay me to host this. But no one.
You got paid to host this.
Given lines or fed lines or anything like that. This is all real opinion, and it's an important topic to talk about.
That's not true.
Again,
I have a team of Protestants that are feeding me everything I say.
Fair enough. Maybe, perhaps. I cannot speak to that.
Disgusting.
I disavow.
Yes, you can.
If that is the case. Okay, I disavow. But I will say, we're going to give these wonderful gentlemen closing
Whick
statements
and his fixed debates.
Chance to shield themselves, and then we are going
show
to
themselves.
So if you've been watching this and you've been molding and you've been like thinking, "Oh my goodness,
I am molding." Yeah.
I really want to, question these hooligans on their bad takes. Now's your chance, gang.
Whick just
Hit
called
that
them
Discord
hooligans.
invite, jump backstage. Come on, and you can talk to them directly.
Whick just called
and if
them
you've been enjoying
hooligans.
this content, please like and subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube. If you're on Kick or Twitch, hit that follow button. That'd be nice. Super chats are always pleasant. Subs, bits, donos, all that helps. And thank you once again. We are going.
But yes,
to go and
please
talk
donate to me.
started,
It does
and we'll
help
allow
me
Vaush
a
the
lot.
first closing statement, and then we will go to Bagel. So Vaush, close us out.
Yeah, look, it's just I think
as well.
reading between the lines, I find it difficult to assess this argument as anything but a religious opposition.
Escope. True.
At the end of the day, as
Escope.
a moral anti-realist, I recognize that where people's axioms come from, I don't necessarily know if I can critique them at their foundation, because I don't think there's like a solid grounding to do that for any one set of like axiomatic beliefs or properly basic beliefs. But in terms of how they're applied, I just think people have really strong emotional preconceptions of sex and what sex is meant to be that like corrupt their thinking on its potential social harm. I could imagine like after the Edo period, all the like samurai wandering Japan being like, oh, you failed your boss and you haven't disemboweled yourself. Well, if you look back 1,000 years of the history of our people in these mountains, you will recognize that failure and the seppuku are one and the same, and you've cheapened the but it's always rooted in social conservatism. The idea that this is what it's supposed to be because this is what it's been. Asterisk asterisk. Maybe it hasn't been that. Maybe people have been fighting against that for the entire existence of humanity.
Vaush is
Maybe
good
people
at
always
this
wanted to get
debate
off
thing.
without having to worry about having to raise a child afterwards.
should debate him.
But let's talk practical effects, right? Not like in Hollywood, but in casual sex and contraception. Does casual sex, does contraception, does it cause...
True, Vaush. Do you agree that casual sex can sometimes lead to injury, Vaush? Do you agree? If you agree, then you must be against casual sex. Here you go. I won the debate.
Undeniably, yes. Fully.
Undeniably, yes.
See, that's the problem with freedom, right? If you give people the freedom to make mistakes, they will. And there...
Oh, wow. See? This is the argument that I actually made at the beginning of this debate. That people should be free to make mistakes. There we go. And now Vaush has, listened to me while doing the debate, tuned in into the Lucy Haza stream, heard this argument, and is repeating it in the closing statement. True.
People who
absolutely
cheapen
true.
the value of intimacy for themselves by engaging frequently in casual sex. Now, I would argue this is a skill issue.
I did. That's why I never go out.
Casual sex innately does this. I just think that, like with any other experience, social,
stole your argument, kind of messed up. Really true.
Or otherwise, people are capable of abusing it or misusing it in ways that are detrimental to them. And I think that is an issue. And I think the best thing we can do that is focus on solutions to social alienation. Maybe people like casual sex, sure.
True, we should fix.
Let them find people they
we
care
should
about
solve
more
people
than,
breaking legs.
I think there are ways to address that. It has to do with the way we structure our economy. It has to do with poverty, the way we build our cities, the way we
fix transphobia. How do I find a
it's
partner?
very multifaceted, but there is something that can be done. I don't want to be like ignorant of or pretend to be ignorant of the social problems that come about with freedom. There are things we can do, but I think the freedom is
True, mandatory sex and breeding.
Okay. Thank you again for being here. Gang, it's Vaush. You should know where he is.
It's
Check him out.
Vaush.
He's a great guy. I really appreciate him being
What if people don't know where to find
Next up,
Vaush?
Bagels. Go ahead. Close this out. Last word.
That's rude.
Awesome, thanks. I really appreciate the time. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully,
For whom?
I communicated some of my arguments well. There's a lot more to be said.
It was fun, but for whom?
I wish I had the time and ability to,
And energy.
to do so. I don't really stream or anything like that. I was just recommended by a friend of Whick to be on here, and so I'm really grateful. A couple essays or papers that I would recommend is Contraception and Chastity by Elizabeth Anscombe or Jem Anscombe. And the second would be Elizabeth Anscombe and an Argument Against Contraception by Anthony McCarthy. And if you look both of those up, if you're just interested in learning more about sort of the perspective that I was representing, that would be the place to go. Just to sort of summarize my position, I would just restate one of the most important ways we are able to arrive at moral judgments is through understanding what the object of our analysis is. In so doing, we consider what the ideal or perfect instantiation of the object would be, and then its function and how well or poorly it attains to that perfection. Those qualities which we identify as useful.
A trans argument would probably be the same.
Perfection we identify as virtue.
Exactly the same arguments
we can apply such
that
analysis to
person would
everything in
use.
reality, including sexuality. Thus, we can come to understand what sex is both in particular actuality and abstract perfection. Then we can turn our minds to sussing out what constitutes what is good and bad with respect to sexuality. In so doing, we identify various qualities or virtues that serve as guideposts to our moral judgments about both particular and general cases. In the case of sexuality, one virtue of foremost importance is that of chastity. Just as courage is the foremost virtue of whose topic is danger and difficulty, so is chastity the foremost virtue of sexuality. We live in a culture, especially in the West, where considerations of teleology and thereby virtue is increasingly absent. We no longer have an understanding of what things are or are for.
What? Oh my god.
Explain why they are good or
I
bad,
smell
or what is
transphobia in
bad
this
about them.
argument.
As a result, our discussions about all moral topics, including sexuality, and by extension, contraception, are impoverished. However, with a proper understanding of sexuality and willingness to follow where the virtue of chastity leads, I think
we don't know what things are anymore.
It instills a culture of contraception and more broadly a culture of death, renders sexuality unintelligible, incoherent, and banal. Ultimately, this leads to broad societal harms as a detriment to human happiness. As such, I believe that our use of contraceptives should be reimagined and limited in important and practical ways. And I would last like to shout out a couple people. Eucharist, the
Nick
boys
Fuentes.
over in the Piscord, the Crimsons,
The what?
the Merles, Anti-Gal,
The Piscord?
Gus, Palms, Mirror, all those guys. Love you guys, miss y'all. I've been blessed with a lot of great friends online and Discord, and I'm sort of new to this sort of space, so I'm really enjoying getting to know people. If you want to talk further, feel free to
Very well.
Maybe reach out.
Yeah,
Okay.
gang. Check them out, gang. Again, if you've been watching this and you want in on this and you want to talk,
He doesn't stream. What do you mean? Check him out.
Already a line, so sooner you get in, more likely we'll get to you. We'll try to get to all the callers. Don't know if we will. No promises. Depend on how concise and everyone is. But as you have seen from today, conciseness is not one of our virtues. It is one of our vices. So we will start with the first person that I noticed enter. Here we go. Hello, you are live.
Is it Demon Mama?
Hello, you're muted on your end.
It's not Demon Mama.
They've been silenced by the
Illuminati.
the reformists.
There he goes.
Illuminati.
Protestants.
Yeah, the Inquisition.
No, he's probably
bro.
trying to turn his camera on. I'll give him another chance.
The Spaniards.
Yeah.
They got him.
You're muted on your end. One more chance, buddy. We got a line.
Buddy.
Oh, hello.
Sorry, hello there.
Excellent. We can
British.
hear you now.
Oh,
What do you got for
God.
us?
Transphobia.
So hopefully I'd like to ask Bengals a question. If you're in a partnership as a marriage and one of your partners has a STD or an STI,
500.
would you permit them to be able to wear any sort of form of contraception to make sure that they do not pass it on to each other, especially if it's something like a HIV case or something like that? Would it be good to wear contraception at that point?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. More broadly, I would say something that I try to say, we didn't really get into it a ton, but what I try to say is that we need to reimagine also just sex as well. It's one good among many, and this idea that we can have just profligate sort of liberal sex whenever we want it, absolutely whenever, I think is a concession to the vice of lust, and
What?
lavishness.
I don't
Or
care about
lavaciousness,
that.
I think is how you pronounce it.
What?
In any case, so
What is
people
this,
should
Full Metal
probably be
Alchemist?
an important part of chastity, which is a virtue sort of I mentioned as sort of the guiding virtue in sexuality, is such that you should
Lust.
only engage in
Lust is
sexual
cool,
activity
but she died.
when it's sort of the right context. and the right
Mustang
circumstances
killed
to do so.
Lust,
And
unfortunately.
again, just this is to turn sort of religious. The church has a long history of teaching sort of temperance or chastity to people, even married couples, in terms of having sex just willy-nilly. But secondly, and more specifically to answer your question,
Willy-nilly sexy time.
I would say yes, it would be a good thing to have for such usages. However, as far as I understand it,
What did I even get?
given certain STDs, and again, I don't have a very robust understanding of any of that stuff.
True, you don't.
But usually contraceptives are not effective as preventative measures in terms of giving it to somebody else. But that's just sort of my understanding. I don't know. Somebody who knows more than me would be able to tell you.
Anything else from you, Brent?
Yeah, just a point of clarification then. So in the context that I put as in being in a marriage, it would
my
be a
God.
good thing for people to use contraception in that instance.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But I think also in
Willy-nilly
addition to that,
true.
we would also want to sort
What
of
does chastity
rethink
mean?
how we
It
think
means
about
not
sex. In
having
the same way
sex,
that
basically.
we have considerations for like gluttony and eating. In a similar way, we should also think about sex. It is one pleasure among many that is available to human beings.
So,
Okay, thank you very much.
I mean,
All right,
sure.
Thank you for being
Okay.
here. Any thoughts on this, Vaush? So you can have a word in here.
Yeah, I can eat when I want. I want to fuck when I want. Yeah.
True.
Got it. Gotcha.
If
Okay,
I
thank you again.
eat too much and I get a tummy ache, I can take Tums. Technology allows me to avert the consequences of my hedonistic decision making.
True.
So too, am I capable of using birth control? A pleasure not denied to me. There are many pleasures besides sex, you know? Just for some reason, people keep trying to take one specific one away from me.
True.
Fair enough.
Which is
Okay.
I
busting
suppose
raw
they
and
call
pussy.
that. Yeah, I suppose they call that Giga Chad. I don't know.
Okay, next up,
What?
Brianna. Hello, you're live.
Somebody's trying to be cool all of a sudden.
Hey, Brianna. I hope I didn't come across as a lunatic.
True.
Well,
Seven Deadly Sins, the anime
I
that
just
was
wanna
not
thank,
all that
first
good.
of all, can you all hear me? I'm on.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're on a different mic than you normally on. So
I am.
Is it Zoniac?
Apologies.
Somebody.
1 second. Let me switch over.
No, who is
It
this?
just popped over to.
Who is this?
Let me. Wick, do you want to go to someone else, and I will switch
Okay.
over.
I will- I will-
Remind me who this is?
Hi, Brianna.
Brianna Wu, thank you. Thank you, Vaush.
we'll see her again soon. Don't worry. Hello. Oh, they're deafened. Undeaf. Okay, you have about 10 seconds. Okay,
It's always
good.
like this with the call-ins. It's just a part of
Okay.
life.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know. I got kind of flung on here a bit suddenly.
Yeah, you're live. I'm gonna to those of you waiting in the backstage, be ready. I'm gonna pull you up willy nilly as I want. So, go ahead.
Jesus.
Ask your question.
All right. Well, this question goes out
Willy-nilly.
to Bagels. Now, I've been trying to follow along with the debate as closely as I possibly could, but
I see.
general gist that I get from the argument that
General.
you're making is that let me get just a moment. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Nervousness is for cowards.
basically what I'm getting at.
Imagine getting nervous.
You
Couldn't
is,
be me.
you generally think that
That's a lie. I get
contraception
nervous.
should be limited sorry. God, I'm not.
Okay.
Ah, it's
I-
not
I-
it's
easy,
okay,
is it, huh?
relax. Just deep
Sorry.
breaths,
Hey.
deep breaths. It's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
take a breath, take your time. I'm not anybody. None of these people are really anybody, so it's not a
What?
big deal. You're just chilling.
Yeah, my bad. Anyhow, basically what I'm getting at with your argument is that you generally think that contraception should be limited due to the fact that it in some way interferes with like some natural or some natural like
Mhm.
process. So is
This
that
is
correct?
nonsense.
That's
Kind of. I'm reticent to accept that wholesale, but yes, for the purposes of your question, yeah, I'm willing to accept it. Go ahead.
yeah. The issue that I take with that is that in terms of like what's natural and what's not natural, you can't really like tell what is good or what is bad based off what is natural or unnatural. Like me, for instance, I don't have my camera on, but I got like a pair of like thick frame Buddy Holly glasses sitting on top of my head because I can't really see all that well due to me biologically not being able to see well. I worded that like shit, but point stands. And due to nature, I can't really see all that well. Thereby, I need something to help me see that well. Likewise, not everything that's natural is something that's necessarily good. A tornado
True.
A tornado is a natural
That's
occurrence.
actually,
though I don't think you and I would necessarily agree that it's
I muted
good.
myself. I don't think I'm going to
se.
get to talk for a second.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for this nervous
Is there a
injection.
question here?
Yeah. Is that? I think the question I was asking is that with that, if we are in agreement with that, then
Why
then
are you like
what-
this? Is my
then what would
question.
make like what would make something like I don't know contraception some type of exception to the rule?
Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially, more or less, what I'm getting at.
True. Why are you like this? Is my
Totally.
question.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I would, again, just because, so I'm still on the way as well, so I'm still learning as well. But I would definitely refer you to that essay I mentioned from Elizabeth Anscombe, British philosopher,
So
1950s.
you can answer. You can only
called
refer to one
Contraception and
essay.
Chastity, where she talks about that. But a common
Disappointing.
sort of misunderstanding, and it's not anybody who's trying to understand it, but the people who are expressing it. But a common misunderstanding of the arguments from natural law is that natural law is
Doesn't
this
exist.
thing like objective standard or thing like that that's sort of out there that we
I think so.
come to learn. It's more accurately depicted as sort of just the operation of right reason, as philosophers in that tradition have described it throughout centuries. So,
As opposed to the left
you're
reason.
absolutely right. Just because something is not natural doesn't
I
make
mute
it
myself,
immoral.
I think.
And
Immoral?
just because something
Burns
is
is
natural doesn't
immoral?
make it moral. And that is not at all, I would say, what the natural law
I
position
died again.
or argument
It's
is.
over.
It's instead an evaluation of the thing itself.
I want to, Vaush, if you have any comments on this. Otherwise,
Vaush.
thank you for your question.
No, only that. Like I agree. At the end of the day, we just have to.
True.
determine what is good
I
and what is
agree
not,
as well.
based on the effects that it has, the consequences they have. You
Vaush
will
only
always have
agrees before he's
arbitrary and
nervous.
skewed decision making when you start to refer to like what things are supposed
They
to
are
be,
nervous.
because you're always going to be like pulling from some kind of higher
Shouldn't
order
assume.
bias. You know, I don't think biases in ethical decision making are necessarily wrong because we all have them, but it's a matter of identifying them properly. And if
True.
they're inconsistently applied, like 99% of stuff we factor in a utilitarian cause or whether or not it causes harm. But then for some stuff we have very strong religious objections to, we shift into this whole separate perspective on, like our imagined historical totality of perspective, or like,
True.
what's naturally meant. It's just a matter of consistency. You always have to be consistent on that. Because if you can't be, people slip in the exceptions, like cohabilitation, whenever it's convenient for them.
Okay. Thank you.
Living
Thank you
in
for calling
sin.
thank you for calling in, and I hope
I
you
go to
have a
confession.
wonderful-
I go to confession.
That's true, right? Catholic, you can shake all that off. I forgot.
That's right.
Okay, let's see if Brianna's
Jesus.
ready
God is
for
love,
us
brother.
now.
God is
I
love.
hope she is.
And he loves
Jesus.
you.
That's what. Oh,
Sinners.
well, I hope so. That's what I'll tell him when I have all of the casual
Hey
sex
man,
to
hey,
explain.
I'm praying and hoping dearly for you to be there in paradise.
Oh,
That
me
would
too.
be awesome.
I beat Pascal's wager by just praying to every god I know of. I
Well-
think this will work.
Well, there's one true God, and I'm definitely praying to Him specifically for you, Vaush. I promise.
Much
Okay.
appreciated.
Oh,
Wonderful,
boy.
wonderful.
Oh boy.
Okay, Bree,
Cringe.
can you hear us?
I can. Apologies, I'm not on my normal mic. I'm traveling this week. I'm in Netroots Nation, but I got to tell you, I tuned into the whole thing. This was just a great debate. I wanted to put a fact check out there, and then Vaush, I have a question for you,
Uh-oh.
actually. So the fact check I want to put out there is,
Brianna.
Bagel, respectfully, you don't speak for all Catholics. The organization that I am working with, Americans for Contraception, if you look at who's actually spearheading this, it's a lot of Catholics that take theology very seriously and have come to a very different conclusion than you do, sir. So I just
Sir?
want to say you don't speak for all Catholics. There are people out there that are a lot more serious about
Sir?
policy than I think you should
Sir?
tonight, that are thinking about this and do
Yes, it
take
is,
this
Brianna.
seriously.
Only
Vosh,
real
my
Catholics.
question for
Yes.
you is: you tried to nail.
Yes, it is.
That's right, Vosh. You tried to nail him down on specifics.
She tried to nail him
policy he is
down.
Advocating. Wick
But
tried
that sounds
for
like
2 hours to
casual
get him
sex to
live
me.
in reality
Nail him
instead
down.
of this Dungeons and Dragons nonsense. And what
What?
we're fundamentally talking about
Don't
here
talk bad about
is a
Dungeons and Dragons.
policy.
But go on.
Is a policy, sure, where women are not going to have access to abortion because Roe versus Wade has been dissolved, the right to that, right? Women in his policy reality are not going to have access to birth control without access, like a note from a doctor, right? What do we do with people like this that don't understand the pain that they're causing in women's lives, Vaush? I mean, do we try to reason with them? Do we just go, do we hand them a mic like we've done tonight and just
Do they
show
get the
people
wall?
what they believe and how poorly reasoned it is? Do we just outwork them at the poll? What is the answer here? Because this was maddening to
That's mean.
Well, I think in this case specifically, we have to nail a list of grievances to a
Yeah,
church door
she is.
and cause another schism, thus weakening their proportional power. I like the serious question, like honestly, apart from to note, by the way, that Bagel, I've enjoyed the conversation very much and I appreciate you coming on, is that I don't think, I think that this is one of those unretractable advancements. I think that too many people benefit too much from contraception for there ever to be a social shift away from it. You know,
True.
it's so convenient.
People
for
love
so many
sex.
people. And I think for that reason, the
Perverts.
interesting questions aren't about contraception itself, though
Perverts.
certainly that's a front that has to be fought on, but what leads people to be interested in that.
What
you
leads
know?
people to
I
be
mean, I
perverts?
opened initially by talking about like the broader right agenda, barefoot and pregnant, like people being afraid of black women taking white, or black men taking white women, whatever. There's a lot that goes into it, but I think like those causes or the things that like supplement the anti-contraception stuff feed into so many other political issues that it's almost like a lightning rod in a way. So I think it has to be engaged with, and I think that it has to be study's not the right word, understood, if for no other reason than because it's indicative of so many other interesting things.
Does this answer your question?
Yeah,
Beautiful.
it does. And Vaush, I just want to thank you for coming tonight and arguing. It was a real pleasure to see you work, sir.
Oh, I was just here to see Bagel, of course. I wouldn't have showed up if I knew that he hadn't been here.
Unironically true. Brianna, thank you again. And I hope you have safe travels and a wonderful rest of your day. Goodbye.
Of course. Thank you.
Do you mind if I
Where's she traveling to anyway? Okay.
have a brief comment?
No.
Since you gave one to Vaush for my questions.
Yeah, have a brief comment, please. What
Yeah,
should
yeah,
we
yeah.
do with you? What should be done with Bagel?
Yeah. So I would distance myself from what Vaush is characterized as was it barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen or something like that. That's certainly not sort of the sort of Catholicism I represent. I also wouldn't say that I'm representative of Catholicism at all. I'm certainly not, and I hope nobody has gotten the impression that I am. Secondly, if you're going to characterize sort of the philosophical topics of sexuality, but then even how, practically speaking, it's applied in the discussion of contraception, I think you're probably fundamentally an unserious person. Although I do appreciate the work that I understand that she's done to put this discussion together, and I will pray that I will also meet her in paradise.
Unserious person.
You know what? Wholesome. We'll go with it. Let's bring on the next contestant on this, whatever this is. They're deafened. Come on.
You put this together. What do you mean?
Okay, great. You're muted on your end.
There we go. Sorry about that. I'm watching on stream, so I was a little bit behind.
I know this guy.
Fucking don't. Shut up. Okay.
President
So
Sunday.
here's,
Jesus.
I've got two things. First of all, a brief comment. I'm a little bit perplexed as to why on earth Brianna Wu, who apparently is sponsoring the event, is putting up somebody who's not representative of Catholics. Kind of begs the question, what is the point of this whole conversation? But that being said,
Wow. I should have called
a
in.
bit of a tiebreaker.
No, to just let you know, Brianna did not pick Bagel. I chose Bagel so it's on me, if anything.
Oh, let's. Okay, well.
I like
Shame on
bagel.
you.
I like Bagel too.
I like bagels. I'm kind of holistically invested.
Yeah. Okay. I saw on Twitter, which I'm not giving my Twitter, but I saw on Twitter that a lot of people were hating on my username. And look, I apologize. This is a nickname that I had since middle
Wake
school.
F.
What are you hiding?
And I use it.
On this note, can you address the Noah Sampson allegation?
Okay. Yeah. That was another thing that I noticed.
Wow.
But first, the bagel thing. It's a nickname I've had since middle school. I use it as my gamer tag for different things. So
Is it because you want to be eaten?
I'm sorry, it sucks, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Noah Sampson. I had no idea who that person is.
Do you want to
I
be
looked him
All
eaten?
of you. That's why I invited you. Yes.
Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate it then.
I see.
No, I looked that person up. Apparently, he's sort of a leftist YouTuber.
He's another
is what I
trad.
understand. Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's
That's based.
Yeah.
That's based.
That's why he has
we
beef with me.
we probably share a lot of similar points of view on things. I don't know. I haven't
Jesus.
watched anything of his. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it's Sunday. Sorry to
Okay.
interrupt. What's your question, buddy?
Yes.
No, well, it's a question to you, as a matter of fact, Wick. I propose a tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
Provided a tiebreaker, of course. Bagel has had Vaush on the back feet this entire conversation, but
Okay.
stalwart knight.
I don't know
justice
about
as he
that.
is, he's
Love you too,
he's
President Sunday.
Yeah. Well, my proposals are very simple. In the event that your chat provides you with, let's say, a modest
God damn it.
total of $50 in super chats, I propose that whoever manages to successfully draw an anatomical representation of female genitalia on Bagel's side and a male horse genitalia on Vaush's side should be given the victory.
This is unwinnable
this debate.
from his perspective. This is not. I've seen so much.
I like your
way.
confidence. I like your confidence, but I'm not so sure.
I'm already
Dude,
done.
I don't know.
Already done. I can't show it on stream, but I'm already done.
Counter proposal for the to put on the table.
Oh my God.
Because this is something people have paid a lot of money for me in the past, and then so I'm hoping that they will do again.
Jesus.
Given that
Talking
both
to the mic Sunday.
if we receive $50, perhaps we could have a tiebreaker in the form of a dance-off between these two gentlemen.
Oh, dude, you don't want that. I
want it now.
my professional dancer.
Whoa!
Back in
Hold
the
on.
day.
Wait. Go back to the
No.
horse horsecock thing. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
That wouldn't be a fair competition. But we can do. I definitely like the idea of maybe doing something to break the tie,
Yes.
so to speak.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure it was a tie, but
You
whatever.
all have my handles.
A very serious question before I go.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I did have one actually. So you mentioned Anscombe. My chat was very curious. What are your other influences? You mentioned Aristotle, Anscombe. Where are you getting your readings of Kant and Aristotle from, etc.?
Ants?
Yeah. So I'm studying philosophy in pursuit of a PhD, and my long-term goal is to teach. Just because I'm so thankful to all the teachers I've had in my life, it's such a profound gift. really appreciate teachers. But in any case,
Damn.
I would say St. Thomas, that is Aquinas, St. Augustine are also two huge
I see.
influences.
That explains a lot.
In terms of my readings of Kant, I am very critical of Kant, as you can imagine, with those other influences I mentioned.
That might be the case.
I definitely appreciate him,
Yeah.
and interestingly enough, he was also against contraception. But in any case,
I'm actually not aware of that. Where is that?
Yeah, so
Where is he against contraception?
In the paper that I referenced earlier from Dr. McCarthy, Elizabeth Anscombe, an argument against contraception. Let me see.
This was awful. So many wrong argumentation was there. I mean, that's true. But I had fun. Karasu, I had my fun, okay? I had my fun with this debate. If you watched any of my reaction to this debate, you will at least one good thing came out of this debate, and that is that I had fun, okay?
Pull it up once.
With this bagel guy, I wonder if Icarus also had these views. Like, I don't know. I'm with Somniostatic on this one. I think he goes to some sort of like a theological school for philosophy. Like Thomas Aquinas, come on. Come on.
How about you give him the
No,
source?
looks like he's correct. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Well,
the metaphysics.
Like, I mean, I know the person was interesting, but I don't know. I think there are better people that are authorities when it comes to philosophy, broadly speaking. But you know,
morals. The metaphysics of morals. He cites
and Thomas Aquinas,
the argument that is used in
crimes against nature. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Which also is in Polish called Tomasz Zakwinu, which sounds cooler. Which sounds cooler in your opinion, Thomas Aquinas or Tomasz Zakwinu? I will let you decide.
Okay. Well, thank you. Sunday, I will see you Tuesday after you have.
You think Tomasz Zakwinu sounds cooler?
Display, right?
Oh, hey, the only reason
after watching what I did to Andrew Wilson, you don't want any of the smoke. I understand.
That's right.
The only reason you lasted even 5 minutes against Andrew Wilson is because you took my advice because I coached you for it. Andrew Wilson lost to me, Whick.
Look, Andrew Wilson lost as soon as he couldn't tell the difference between a sit-in and a riot. Like, him being unable to differentiate the difference between those two things is wild to me. And yeah, he didn't even.
It is wild to me.
Wait, really? Oh my gosh. Well, really quickly to Sunday, since I hopefully he's still watching. Two other contemporary influences that he should read.
Oh my God.
Is Alistair McIntyre and
Same vein as
but then also I really appreciate his username as a reference to Chesterton's great work, The Man Who Was Thursday, which I cried at the end of. Powerful work. Recommend it to anybody listening. Great book.
Are they trying to recreate Hippy Dippy? I think Hippy Dippy was a bit more focused, ironically enough.
I got time for let's say one or two more, but after that I gotta bounce.
I understand. So we'll do this one, and then one.
Oh, Karas, what did you think of my coverage? I thought it was. I hope it wasn't horrible. I hope it wasn't horrible, but the function of sex. I mean, you establish it by whatever anybody wants, to be quite honest. The function of sex is whatever anyone wants it to be. That is my honest to God answer. Whatever you want it to be is the function. If you want the function to be pleasure, it's pleasure. If you want the function to be reproduction, it's reproduction. If you want the function to be sports or something, then it's that. It's what you choose. It's whatever you want it to be, unironically, I think.
Or one more lucky contestant in the room of random.
Oh, damn.
Go ahead.
Who?
You can hear me all right?
Tempest.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit of a weird perspective on this.
Tempest,
so I
like
noticed that everyone generally refers to the women who will be victimized by these kinds of policies, by not having access to contraception, by not having access to abortion. But I rarely hear
Tempest
them
is
talk
very
about the men
familiar.
who will be victimized by these policies. Because
saying.
if women do not have access to contraception, if they don't have access to abortion, it's not going to be a majority, I will grant. But there are going to be a lot of women who are going to get a lot nastier with pushy men not having those protections to keep themselves from becoming pregnant, which means some dude's going to get hurt.
Well, I'm just totally self-interested. All I'm saying is, listen, okay, I've slept with dozens of women. Could I have convinced dozens of women to sleep with me if they could have gotten pregnant from it like that? I don't know. I don't know, man. I feel like just purely self-interested. I feel like this is a numbers game, and contraception helps me out. Also, I don't want them to hit me, ideally.
Well, I have not.
I mean, Bagel has no conception of freedom or choice or anything, to be honest. Like, you heard me say that one thing that I think I said pretty well when listening to this is we don't look at things and discover what they're for. We look at things and ask ourselves, what can we use it for? And there is no fixed purpose for a thing. We ask ourselves, what can we use this for? And then we decide if we use it or not. That's how we approach things, not, oh, we must discover what this is for. This makes no sense. We didn't look at a rock and think, what is this for? No, we looked at a rock and think, what can we use this for? We can use it to hit things. We can use it to sort of rub things. Yeah. So the moment sex biologically causes pleasure, not all sexual interaction in other animals seems to cause that. It has another effect on body aside from procreation. That is biological effect, right? But keep in mind that many animals have those small windows of time when they get into heat, right? And humans don't really have that. Humans can just engage in sex basically whenever we want, right? So we have so for most animals it's like a much smaller window of time. Like cats get into heat, I'm pretty sure dogs get in heat as well. I bet you all Vaush's as partners go to a different school. What? I'm sorry?
Left with dozens of women.
It's okay. Most of them were not even that good.
Humans are created for casual sex.
Insofar as I would also be against contraception with respect to men. So, like I said,
and due to pleasure it causes and the positive psychological effect, even from the perspective of looking how it helps a species to survive, it can be important too. Yeah. But he's not discovering it, what this is for. This is my point. Yeah, of course, because he failed even with that. Well, that's true. That is actually true. Although I would argue we don't really discover what things are for. We decide what things are for, would be my argument. Because sex has not just the effect of procreation. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's like, it can be several things. Like it can be bonding. Heat is a different mechanism. Yeah, that's true.
I said my position.
Like warming up.
Opportunity position. It's
very much not a positive incentive.
Way I think about it again is in relation to the.
Oh yeah, heat. Yeah, heat is different. Yeah, it is very. Yeah, of course, it is not a positive incentive. You could, animals in heat sort of, you could say, feel huge discomfort and seek sort of relief from that discomfort. So yeah, it's a totally different mechanism. Yeah, correct. Yeah. That's absolutely correct. But it also means that with animals that are that have those windows of heat is like not a recreational It's not as recreational potentially as with humans. God, people like these morons can't comprehend what it even means to draw.
The second question, I think it was, or maybe it was the first. Either way, people should reevaluate what they understand sex to be. Insofar as people are just having sex willy-nilly, I don't see how
willy-nilly
on a sort of serious and self assessing serious moral analysis, how just
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be quite honest. It's like a okay. It's not even a hot take at this point. Sex should not be treated all that seriously. It's not a serious thing. It's just one of many different things that we do. Like we treat sex too seriously. Well, by we I mean many people. Sex is treated too seriously, actually. The moment I understand that sex is an act, has complex biological effect, I already cannot just state it as for procreation. Animals it seems to suffer a lot. Yeah, they do. They do actually suffer a lot, yeah. And they seek procreation to sort of alleviate that suffering, yeah. Correct. That is a very correct description of the thing. Saying they're uncreative, what's even the point of existing if you can redefine what's possible? True. Absolutely true. Yeah. And we've seen that recreation exists in animals that have similar sex mechanisms like dolphins. True, yeah. Like, I don't know, it's very strange to me.
Sex.
Like, it's very strange to me that people want to treat sex as this more serious thing than any other thing. No, it's just a thing that you do. Like, it's not special, you know? And hence, it can be treated casually, no problem.
Is
recreationally even
sort of any better than just eating McDonald's every single day. There's a right sort of reason that is associated with sex that is intimately connected with its purposes. And so
you're just imposing the purpose. That's first of all. And second of all, unlike McDonald's, sex is not unhealthy for you. So that's a weird comparison. If you had sex every day, the worst thing that could happen is that you'd get bored of it sooner or later. And that's the worst thing that could happen if you just had it every day. Like at some point you'd just be like, yeah, I've had enough for a while. Yeah, it's true, but when I say that sex is treated too seriously, I mean it's treated like something that's almost not normal, if that makes sense. Like, sure, treat it as something serious, but also treat it as something that's just a normal part of life that you do, not as something that's heightened into this sacrum level of thing. That's super special and, you know, you should save yourself for marriage to do. I argue that this bagel guy who is not taking it seriously. Yeah, I guess. In fact, they reduced something simple and serious act. Yeah.
Being able to control one's desires, control one's drives on a physical level, I think is fundamentally a good thing.
There is no fixed purpose. Like, this person is just trying to impose what he thinks is the purpose. And Vaush has pointed it out, by the way. How do you establish this purpose? Through 4 million years of history. Did you not hear the debate? It's through the 4 million years of history, of joint memory of sexy time. I mean, Vaush, to his credit, did try to interrogate that. He did just say that he is just making this purpose up. You know? It's just made up by him.
And it contributes to both personal happiness as well as the common good.
So, curiosity, do you accept that there are sexual predators out there who will take advantage of pretty much anybody and force anybody to get sex?
Yeah, absolutely.
There is
And
no
it's
fixed
a
purpose.
tragic, horrific thing. And I've shed tears over friends who have experienced those sorts of things. So it's absolutely serious and it's absolutely horrific. But some sort of a bad doesn't justify a further bad.
Further bad.
That would be sort of my position.
Oh, you should not have
Okay, that
added
was all I
a
had.
bot here.
Okay.
That was not a thing to add a bot
Yeah,
after.
answer to it. Put me on the thing. Okay, one last person. Oh. Who? You're live. Go ahead.
How's it going? Vaush, I was just wondering, I've waited a really long time for this. And I was just wondering if you could tell the people what made you decide to lie and with intent deceive and defraud your audience, calling me a pedophile when you knew that to not be true. And what's kept you from retracting that when all evidence and everything come out? And you've ignored me. You haven't responded to my emails.
What?
You cost me a lot. Your audience has doxed and harassed me. The compounding negativity that you've
Wait,
caused
is
me.
this Extreme Dad?
It sure is, buddy.
Okay.
Doxed and what's going on? Oh my god, this is becoming a whole other debate within a debate. Oh my, okay. Extreme Dad has entered the ring with a chair. Also, Extreme Dad is like a person from 3 years ago or something. No, he's a troll. Okay. Wasn't Extreme Dad like this person from 2 or 3 years ago? Okay. A troll, okay. Jesus.
Do you realize that people still harass me about that today?
No, I that's the idea of this being anything other than self-directed is unfathomable to me because I don't see
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Nobody.
Yes, this is about me.
Yeah, I know that. So nobody in my community that
Is this really a troll? Oh my god. If this is a troll, then they got Vaush good. My god. They got him good.
At least, like, engagement-wise. I don't see people talking about you. Normally when there's, like, community harassment that's ongoing, it's kind of, like, kept, like a flame is kept kind of smoldering by some sort of persistent engagement. I haven't seen that happen, which makes me wonder...
No, he's serious.
On with you? Listen,
Extreme Dad.
I don't remember.
Wait, isn't Extreme Dad a thing that happened like 2 years ago? Or in 2019?
About our engagement.
Well, let me refresh your memory. You said
perhaps it might.
I just want to make.
Perhaps it might be most effective to just briefly apologize and then.
Wait, I don't know. Apologize. What? Sure. I don't even know what the stakes are.
Wasn't that years ago?
Saying you said that I was in your server, that you caught me.
More so, he's going back almost 5 years. Why now? Why here? Oh my god, this is getting crazy. Extreme Dad entering the ring with a steel chair.
Preying on minors in your community.
I don't manage my Discord server. I think I remember
your Reddit account, Irish Laddie, said that I got caught preying on children.
Sir, you have to let him respond.
I actually remember vaguely something
No,
about this.
I don't even know. I think I remember like 3 years ago, Extreme Dad was somebody who was on my stream once or twice. And then some years ago, somebody was like, oh, he was being creepy to a minor in Discord, so we removed him. And then later someone was like, oh, what happened to Extreme Dad? And I was like, oh, that happened to Extreme Dad. I don't directly manage Discord server moderation because I'm a very busy guy.
No, but you
12
directly
hours of
manage the
Pikmin.
words that come out of your mouth.
Okay.
And you went on stream and you said to your audience that you had caught me preying on minors.
Okay, I don't remember
And that
the
was not
exact
true, was it?
words.
That was not true, was it?
Why would you remember something that happened 3 years ago? This guy is not well. I can see that, yeah. I know him since Christchurch. Oh, Jesus. Did you get my joke? Shall keep pestering you till you admit your joke funny, understand it?
How would I?
Jesus.
I just
Was that
repeated
true
what
or
my
not?
Discord.
Was it true or not?
Okay,
Did you
wow.
Stop.
So
I
I
did
would
not-
submit. I would submit his
I did not
behavior here as evidence towards
Did
insanity.
you or
which
did you
further
not catch me
exonerates
preying on minors, Vaush?
Catch-
Was there any?
I did not see that coming. Yeah, that guy is not well indeed.
Respond, buddy. I muted you till he does.
Oh no. Okay. Look.
Like an unwell debate ended with an unwell call. He's obsessed with a left-ish content creator, and he has an agenda to try to take them down. Jesus Christ.
If this is literally like me repeating something a Discord mod, I don't even know.
He tried to do it with Faraday Speaks. That is how we know him. Oh, President Sunday Raid. Well, thank you, I think. Właśnie dołączył kanał President Sunday I jego świta. Hello. We were watching the thing that President Sunday was just watching, and we just hit on the thing, the extreme dad. Hello, everybody. We're watching I don't know how to call it, the wackiness of extreme dad calling in after 3 years of holding a grudge about a thing that possibly could have not happened. Well, it's on now. The extreme dad part is on now. My goodness. Somnia Static, admit my joke was funny or meet me in New Jersey. What? Where? What? Also, everybody join the page, please. Subscribe to the channel, join the page, and all that good stuff. Hello. Extreme Dad, I've heard that name before. Well, you might have heard it 3 years ago.
Which Discord mod? But like, generally speaking, I think that my Discord mods do a good job of assessing. People complain about them, of course. But
I mean,
everyone of assessing whether or not somebody's like.
I mean, we're seeing a pretty good example of Vaush mods assessing this particular person well. This guy, Extreme Dad, by the way, had been making recordings of Discord server members without their consent. I'm not really surprised by that.
Engaging in bad behavior. However, the idea that like you being removed from a Discord server and flippantly mentioned by me has led to 3 years of harassment
Jesus!
is, I'm just going to say it without any knowledge at all, insane. So whatever happens, this is self-directed. Whatever is happening here, this is like you've carried this with you, okay? But you know what? I don't care, because I was just repeating something a Discord mod said 3 years ago. So sure, I exhausted.
He didn't even remember. Oh my god, I never expected this to happen. Never in a million years would I never would have been able to predict, oh yeah, this guy who was accused of preying on children from 3 years ago is gonna call in and try to settle the score, I guess. Why now? I'm so confused. Thank you for the gifted sub, fake Alekal Parker. I'm so confused. This extreme dad, Apple dad, is obsessive. I need to draw a picture where a squid fights with a duck. The duck would win.
Honorate you. To my knowledge, you're not a pedophile. You've never been a pedophile. You are an upstanding human in every respect. And I don't care.
What's happening?
Best of luck. You're not getting back in the Discord server, though.
Last word, then we're gonna let you go. Nobody.
I don't
All right. That's
remember enough to engage.
And do you apologize for any negativity or pain that he caused me?
Well, okay, some of the negativity was because I remember those debates with you, and I think we have some pretty strong political disagreements. So I think at least some of the negativity had to have been warranted based on direct engagements with you.
Yeah, okay, but some of
What's
it was
happening?
probably the result of saying that I was preying on minors in your community, I would imagine.
Well,
right? That would probably cause a little bit of negativity to be sent my way, right?
Well, I mean, I guess if I'm officially...
And that wasn't true.
This was a debate on contraception. How did we get here? How did we get to a talk from a guy from 3 years ago about preying on children and negativity? How did we get here? I have a harasser who followed me to Discord servers here after I've been mod in Faraday Speak server. A Republican super PAC paid this man for this to happen. Don't ever forget that, oh dear. Which competence, Lucy? Like, I don't know how we got here. Oh gosh. This is how you reached this. Oh, you mean Whick's competence? He was inappropriately messaging with minor in Vaush. There are screenshots and stuff. It was weird and he got banned. See, Somniostatic, the historian of the Vaush lore, knows everything. If anyone knows, it's Somniostatic. It's Vaush Extended Universe. And with front seats, true. I'm closer to docking Zanj than to most of yours. I've said that I will become decrepit and I hope I have no sense to just... Oh my god. And Vaush did call him a pedo next stream. I mean, I do vaguely remember this person, the Extreme Dad. I also remember the Extreme Dad being absolutely unbelievably mad when it came to debates. I think he had absolutely wild positions. So there's that as well. And he kept coming back for more debates until he was, until the whole predation thing happened. And then there were no more debates.
So right. I'm just saying, can you apologize for saying it?
Take your word for it. You know what? I'm sorry for all the harm that I've caused you. I don't know. So I don't know if I have, and I certainly don't think it was knowing. But I hope that you do well, and I wish you the best of luck. Okay, and I wish you no ill will moving forward. Day.
Apologies.
No, that's fine. That took me a sec. I was like flashing back there. I was like running through those like mental Rolodexes to try to find out.
He's a legit creeper.
I hope he turns out okay. Even with the people I have strong disagreements with or whatever, I don't like revel in the
what happened here?
Being unhappy. Even
wait, so is that like Karasa says that this person's like very obsessive? So I'm not sure if this is over. Is this person just gonna call Vaush for debates now? But don't say that makes me feel bad. I remember Extreme Dad from Xander Hall's stream. He called into Xander Hall as well? I mean, this guy had been sharing the server and protecting far-right people. Therapy with Vaush. I think it's called VDS. This is not over. Don't feel bad. Irrelevance and mortality are things everyone who lives long enough face, and they're better than the alternative. He wants to take down these lefty creators. Oh my gosh. When Zan was still called Pig Puncher, this is deep lore. He always has been. Rick is just an amateur and doesn't vet guests or something, calling, I don't know. Most people don't let him on, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Wick's system is just to open the gates and let anybody in and just let them in one by one until, he runs out of time. And then he just doesn't let anyone in anymore. I think that's his system, unironically.
I have strong disagreements with.
But,
happiness is a catalyst to help them with self-improvement. But in that case,
we'll see.
It's a wacky case. Wacky case.
Okay, gang. Maybe not
Forgiveness
the one
is
we
the
wanted
way.
to end on, but this is again. We have to go. We have things to do. And gang, what do we got coming up?
Because Whick was the problem.
I'll be having a debate
Good
between
question.
Omar and
Perfect question.
probably Beckett, but that's still up in the air, about whether Saddam Hussein was a good guy. Tuesday, I will be debating with President Sunday.
About what?
As to the efficacy of political violence. And yeah, that's what we got on the docket so far. Tune in, gang. Tune in. But for now, busy y'all.
I had a lot of fun. Thank you for having me on. Bagel, thank you very much.
Invite me for stuff. Come on, Whick.
Same to you both. I really appreciate it.
Take care.
Invite me for a panel or a debate or something.
Beep. Was that?
I get no love.
I think it was.
From
That was
Whick.
an interesting conversation. Fuck. Oh man. The problem is on a purely interpersonal level, I like Bagel and I enjoyed talking with him, but like,
By
it's
why?
all religious motivation.
True.
Like 100%. The idea of like determining the morality of behavior based on whether or not
Whick is Anglo-centric. True.
pre-existing standard of whether or not humans understand it to be that, like, this is nobody. Not only does nobody.
Wait, Zanderhol was Pig Puncher? Yes, Zanderhol was Pig Puncher. I know this lore. Jesus, I used to know Pig Puncher. I didn't know that was him. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was his like old Minecraft name or something. Whether Saddam Hussein was good or guy, no. What are these topics? I don't know. You should sort of pressure Wick to let me on something, to let me on a debate or a panel. Now it's my time to shine. Again. Did I not shine in the affirmative action panel? Maybe that was a joke. I don't think it was. It's a Wick thing. I don't think it was a joke. Unfortunately. I don't think it was, unfortunately.
Not use that system for stuff in reality. Nobody could. It's not like a sustainable system, you know. This is like one of the genres of debate that I'm always the most cautious about. I guess, or the ones that like always make me feel the weirdest. Where like a lot of religious people have a ton of beliefs that are just like a big poop of religious thinking, like this.
Okay.
You know what I mean? This is what I was drawing when you couldn't see his camera, right? And then like this guy Bagel is smart. And he goes and gets a PhD in philosophy or whatever, and now it's like this. It's like a
oh my god, yeah, true.
You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
I don't doubt the quality of the fortifications. I don't doubt like the time and energy and effort and intelligence in the architectural.
I might still be a religious school.
But the fundament, right? You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Sadly,
you can be a super smart and like cool person, but still have like really
true. Unfortunate, but true.
Extreme Dad's Twitter description.
Remember to like. True. Please like.
Oh. Okay. Look, for real, I don't want any harassment directed against the guy. I don't even know.
Vanderhall.
I can't. I'm not investing myself in this.
Yeah, you're gonna build another
But
3-year-old
no
feud. Oh my god.
Funny rhetorician, if I read that out loud, it's all gonna start again.
What happened?
Anyway, to be clear, I don't think the Bagel... People were saying the Bagel was dumb. You can say people are dumb without actually thinking they're dumb. I don't think he was dumb, like, at all. I think he's a really smart guy. I just think that people... Like, humans are self-justification machines. We are built and we are designed to take things we care about and then use our faculties of reason to explain why we care about them and why it's right for us to care about them. And religious...
Actually, really smart people can get caught up in really silly things. Like, once we examine them, people who are really smart can get caught up in really silly things. So that happens.
Like,
absolutely,
religious, moral presuppositions are really common, and they're very strongly held. And if Bagel's a really smart guy and he has an interest in philosophy, then he's going to try and justify them with the tools that he has. An admirable process. I just wish, you know...
He argued that sex should be examined as it is without itself to evaluate what real relation should have. However, he failed to do that because, once again, sex as an act causes a wide range of biological effects. Well, that's because he didn't want to examine what it does. He wanted to prove, he set out to prove what he thinks that it does. So there's also a difference between that. Like, he already has a conclusion about what sex does, and then he just set out to prove it using the big castle that Vaush has drawn here. Therefore, he's not examining sex as it is itself, but he is projecting his religious prescriptions. Correct, yeah. Absolutely correct. And based.
He also had a sense of humor, unlike a lot of your opponents. No, I think he's a cool guy. Like, unironically, I would enjoy just like based on the interaction, like hanging out with him.
I see. I see. Unfortunate.
In the waiting chat, Extreme Dad was just complaining about how you ruined him. I hope he lives freely. I hope he spreads his wings and flies like a bird. He was pretty cool. Yep, Vaush. I think that chat was way too harsh. Well, I do think the consequences of his political beliefs are unjustifiable and kind of monstrous. I also don't think he's malicious. I'm saying it. I could be wrong, but I'm calling it. I think that he is authentically, in his mind, I mean, like he's authentically justifying what I would call unjustifiable religious moral bias.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care. Like, I don't really care if someone does harm without malicious intent, if that makes sense, you know? Like, at the end of the day, the harm is done, so... Like, unless Vaush is trying to say that this person might, I don't know, change his mind or something, it's not really all that relevant to me if there's malice or not. Like, the effect will be the same, right? Like, it won't matter in the end. I'll stop. Beliefs are monstrous, but he's really smart and cool. Vaush, what are you saying? The Nazis didn't think they were evil. Like, I don't know. I don't really care about him being cool or smart. It's just, you know, I care about the bad beliefs that lead to harm. Bagel is not very smart. I mean, you know.
Through philosophy, and he's not doing this deliberately in a scheme to like advance a reactionary agenda of like female subservience. You know what I mean?
For all you know.
That's my opinion. I think he's a cool guy.
For all you know. He might be taking you for a ride.
Gotcha, Flavier. Well, yes.
Might be taking you for a ride,
Maybe,
Vaush.
it could just be because he had the mustache and long hair, and I just like that.
We need the last item. We need the last item.
I can't
Sunday,
read that out loud to Kilo
yes.
Sunset, or he's gonna get upset with me again.
Sunday has watched it and then called in. So how did you like my coverage, Karasu? You said you sort of watched it. Was it just goofy, or was there any informative aspect to it? I need your opinion. What's President Sunday's verdict? I actually don't know. I might have to rewatch it later to see. Like, I know he asked question about Bagel's sources, but apart from that... Oh, okay. Sorry. I think I didn't see it. Ah, okay. I see the Polish language is this version, Demon Souls. Yes. That's because people demanded that I play it in Polish for some reason. People were like, yeah, you have to choose the Polish language. And I was like, okay, if that's what you want, I'm gonna play it in Polish. Be careful. Bomba zapalająca. You can even see it some descriptions. Bagel lamented a shallow take on Aristotle College and extrapolates from that. Sunday. Well, I take it President Sunday is not a big fan. And it does not see him as to be as smart as Vaush does. Look, this is a kolczasta tarcza, falcjon plus 5, wymagane dusze, poziom duszy. See, this is the Polish language. If you have an opportunity here to learn Polish with me. Bagel has limited understanding of ancients and no understanding of moderns. True. The millions of years of history got me like, I don't know. Has little understanding of biology, that is for certain. Bagel is smart but not wise. I refuse to expand my mind. Maybe he just...
Extreme Dad is now the strongest person in the Vaush extended universe because I can't criticize him without starting another Vengeance arc. And
oh my god.
You know, like I have to...
Vengeance
I
arc.
gotta be watching out behind my shoulder, you know?
Oh, Vaush.
Yeah, maybe John S. I don't know. I know people can kind of twist themselves into donuts with this stuff. Look, we are over time. I'm going to read these donations and then I'm going to skedaddle. Okay, I'm going to hit the add button.
Skedaddle.
I love you guys very much. Tomorrow is Saturday, so I might or might not stream. We'll see. Saturday is when I have my Yes,
I thought this was a Vaush stream with you as a guest at first. Came from Sunday raid with a delay. Listen, Emmanuel. If you want there to be a Vaush stream with me as a guest, you have to pressure Vaush to make it happen. Pressure Vaush. Tell him that we need to debate bagels or, some topic. Have to debate Vaush's Polishness or something. Lingusion Vaush, true. It's true. The good news is that we might actually get our discussion with Dylan soon. And by Dylan, I mean Dylan Burns. So that will happen soon-ish, I hope. We'll see. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we need to get our Vaush debate. It's true. You saw how my power in the loner box debate. Imagine what I could do in the Vaush debate. And then I will start a 5-year-old revenge plot or something. I will wait in the shadows to reappear as a phantom.
Literally.
Phantom menace.
Saturday is normally when I have my D&D game, so that's normally the day that I take off. Also, to be fair, I've been streaming a lot lately, right? Now that my cough is better, I really miss streaming. We've been doing lots of stuff. We've been doing more stuff, and we have a lot of debates to do as well. So
debates! Wow. Okay. I
Thanks.
forgive you now.
So let me hit the... as soon as I mention
Oh, damn, the cough is back.
Let me hit the I'll read these donos.
Next stream in a month. Ay, Vaush, next stream in a month. That did not sound good.
Save point with the $5. Song I don't believe is copyright, but this was a really good 2F2 animation. Don't know if we can normally...
Also, I think it's time for you to donate to me.
Udis Engage?
What is this?
Absolutely copyright. In fact, I know that song. That's absolute territory. Yep, there it is.
They want to cancel Vaush.
Definitely copyright.
It is.
It's a good... Well, the content of the song is juvenile. I like the way the song sounds. True homie, thanks to the tier 1 sub. No, I have not seen Russians beating a conscript to death. I'm sorry.
Ouch. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see that. Come on.
Sake with the 4 tier 1 subs. Vaush playing Super Mario.
Peach, my darling, you'll be plenty.
This is a whole... Guys, stop. Link, react videos. This isn't even like videos to go over. It's videos to like laugh at or whatever. Guys, Sake, you know the rules.
My darling, you'll be plenty
Sake Tanuki.
You can't even skip ahead on YouTube shorts. You have to like...
True, you can.
Just get rid of the shorts and the thing, and then it...
Yeah, that's true.
No, there's like a way to do it.
Peach,
You can skip ahead? How do you skip ahead?
That is actually true. You just delete something in the link and you turn it into a regular video.
You'll be plenty
on mobile?
No, there's a way to just turn it into a regular
yeah,
video.
This is way... I'm too old for this now. Slider on the bottom, it didn't work. They added a thin red line. I only support the thin blue line, okay?
True.
Sake with the 4 additional tier 1 subs. I, for one, am looking forward to Vaush playing both Super Mario RPG and Super Mario LSD on stream. Maybe.
What?
Probably not Super Mario RPG. Maybe LSD. I've never played Super Mario RPG.
There's a remake coming, so...
Looks cool, though.
Of the RPG game.
Tier 1 sub. George Lucas appears in the Pete Seeger concert at 157. What? What are these videos? Why are you guys just linking videos now? What happened?
Right. You should have told that to Vaush, not to me.
Yep, that's George fucking Lucas. Glad he's having fun. Ghost 4ZO, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Keep doing your thing. This one's for VGG. Nope. Thank you. Posada the tier 1 sub. Wow, with the video?
Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker, for the $10. Because it's like people really don't respect me as a content creator. Lucy has that. True. True. They say if you like the short and watch it from like videos, then it becomes a normal video, not a short. Haven't tried it. I quit shorts. Too powerful. True. So let me equip this. Okay, so can I wear now the super good shield? Oh, never mind then. Keep using the thing then. We did win a ring, at least. So that's a win, isn't it? Is the stream over?
This is beautiful and everyone needs to see this, especially after this nonsense. No! This is 5 minutes! And also, it's from Dr. Strange. We will look at when we do the OK Buddy Vaush stuff. We're not skipping ahead. That would be deeply unfair.
Oh.
Just because Dr. Strange does a fucking phenomenal job.
Since when?
They do.
Since when is Vaush democratic in any way? Vaush is a dictatorship. Come on.
All things in their time. Okay, BV spoilers. All things in their time. Everyone hug Dr. Strange. And let me end this goddamn stream. Nunya, thanks the tier 4 sub.
I thought you missed streaming.
I really despise the philosopher name droppings. It really taints the field of philosophy when folks wield quotes as a cudgel rather than a sincere inquiry. Yeah, it's one of the I don't like talking about broader philosophical stuff because I genuinely feel like most of the time when people retreat to like higher end philosophical discourse, it's usually because they want to ignore obvious questions right in front of them, right? Like,
not so cool anymore.
Never even demonstrated harm, you know? Like, how does it hurt people? I thought he was going to talk about, like, it's harmful because it sets people down, like, a bad relationship status or anything like that. But he didn't even go down that road. It was, like, purely in the abstract, purely the metaphysical.
Not so cool anymore, is he, Vaush?
I think it's usually just because the, like, material question is difficult to answer, you know? Esmilia, thanks the $5. No promises, but happy birthday tomorrow.
I don't know what stat I need, by the way.
Then over on the super chats. Super chat?
I think it's...
Reload the page.
Do I need strength? Do I need more strength to wield this?
Chat. Go. YouTube. There we go. 6 in with the $5. No hand wash Vaush. Wrong. I always wash my hand. Just my hands. Johnny Wilkinson, thanks the €2 or £2. Sorry, you helped me with breakup advice from past stream. Thanks. Hell yeah, I'm very happy to hear that. That's delightful. Cat in the Cog, thanks the $5. Don't let the doomers get you down. Keep the good work. I don't worry. Morgan Drew, thank you.
Gem. Anytime I try to quit the animal videos, they draw me back in. True. No one likes a greasy bagel.
$2. Happy non-binary.
That's true. Nobody does.
Is it today? Ah, well, that's cool. I guess. I guess they deserve something on top of, you know.
You guess.
Of,
what do you mean? You guess?
It being possible to be sexist against them, skipping the whole system. Naomi Chance, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Naomi Chance, I think you did great. Your stuttering was adorable. Here's $10 for having to sit through my stutter. Good calling, though.
Oh.
Happy to see you there. No, I recognized your name.
Naomi Chance. That was Naomi Chance. The person that, was nervous. Oh my gosh. I didn't know that. Somebody should have told me and I would have, I didn't know that. I know Naomi Chance. Naomi Chance is a very known person.
Having a good time. Vaush, buy me donuts. Oh shit, you're not binary. Fuck.
Oh my gosh.
You guys are so annoying. Maybe. I don't want to buy donuts. I'm dieting right now.
That's a lie. Nobody believes you,
Vaush. I can't read that
Vaush.
out loud, Thana. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, the revenge. Hello. Vaush is such a woman. True and real.
Dawkins on Deepak, look into it. There's a lot of stuff I want to go over. Okay.
Same.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay,
really enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to send you over to...
Lucy Haza. Lucy Haza. Lucy Haza. Lucy Haza.
Dylan Burns. Oh! Dylan Burns is on the Deep Fat Fried podcast?
When I look at it from that perspective.
Oh, with Paul and
Deep.
TJ.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, hell yeah. Here, I'm gonna host them. Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
since when did... Wait. Since when does Deep Fat Fried
Go and give it a look.
get
I'm sure something
guests?
interesting is happening.
That's interesting.
Also, I'm gonna hit the button one more time.
I didn't know Deep Fat Fries did guests.
Very fire, thanks to $2. Thanks, I feel that way too.
Deep Fat Fried is like a thing that
Where is
the
here we go,
amazing
Dylan Burns
atheist
TV.
did
All right, I love
after
you all,
he
and
left.
I'll see you soon. Tomorrow.
The
or
drunken
day after,
peasants.
Guaranteed. Take care.
Wait, what do you mean, poly people? Probably should have told you. Poly people of all people? Wait, what do you mean, poly people? Okay, I'll be right back. We're gonna continue. Don't go anywhere. I'm a Deep Fat Fried Patreon. Their content is good. I know. I actually know that. I watched it since the beginning, okay? I watched it since episode 1. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I have to go to the toilet really, really badly. They said that Dylan Burns is debating Polly. Link it. Link it, please. Link it. Also, I'll be right back. Link it. Okay. Welcome. Hello, hello. Wait, so there's a debate? Link it. Link it right now. Where is it? Did anyone link? Poly people. Okay, nobody gave me a link, so I'm gonna have to look for it myself. I'm gonna look for it myself. One moment. YouTube. Unless you've got a link for me. Deep fat fried. Yeah, Dylan is here. Where's Poly people?
Like Dylan.
Okay. We're gonna watch a bit and see if there's like Poly people. What would Poly people even debate Dylan on? I don't get it.
America's fucked up. But do you know that Saddam Hussein has literal rape rooms? He has literal fucking rape dungeons. So these people are going to be way better off if we just go over there, drop some munitions on their fucking freedom fighters.
I misheard.
Freedom fighters. And make it a military outpost of America.
Paul is very pessimistic about voting and stuff.
You're talking about we dropped weapons to the Afghanis, the Afghans.
We also I mean, we're doing the same. We did the same thing in Iraq, my friend.
Where do we give guns to?
Is Dylan in a classroom?
The Iraqi military that was being trained by American soldiers throughout the entire
It looks like Dylan's in a classroom.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about to fight Saddam. We dropped guns to rebels. Afterwards, yes, we did. The Iraqi military.
No, we did. We did that as well. We supplied munitions to counter factions.
Wait, is Paul debating Dylan?
Like Shiite militias in Iraq
during the Iraq invasion.
Yes.
Which Shiite militias?
I don't remember the names of the Shia militias.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I'm sorry. I never heard about us doing like any combined arms operations with like Shia militias or anything during the Iraq invasion. I'm just unfamiliar with it. But I was also three.
Those Shia militias eventually became what we dubbed the Iraqi army, and we're given weapons and training. That's my point. That's what we're doing in Ukraine. Yes. We're delivering weapons and we're providing military personnel strictly for training purposes to teach Ukrainian people how to use those weapons and how to fight with our tactics, right?
Teaching probably back in America.
That's not the same as creating the army, no.
From Imperial France to fight the British. I mean, maybe. Who fucking knows? Maybe history would have turned out better. You don't fucking know, bitch.
Can we also like acknowledge that the situations we're talking about like are
different
because we're also talking about deposing regimes, creating power vacuums, and then filling the power vacuums ourselves.
Yeah.
We did that in Afghanistan and we did that in Iraq. In Ukraine, there isn't a power vacuum. In fact, Zelensky, if anything, proved there wasn't a power vacuum by staying in the country.
Yeah, very popular.
Many people expected him to flee. Many people expected his government to collapse, and it performed much better in wartime than he honestly did during peacetime.
I agree that the situation is different and the players are different, but the game is the same.
Well, war is the game, but the games have different rules in different countries.
No,
because there's different conditions, a different stance.
I didn't think Paul would have such a cringe take.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I think like we're going in circles at this point, though.
They are debating Ukraine, yeah.
I don't know if
it seems so.
But I feel like it's kind of like gone over the same kind of.
It feels like Paul is debating with Dylan.
On this track. I just want to remind everybody of our goals tonight. You guys have already made the first two pretty easily, and we're pretty goddamn close to the third one.
Damn.
So for 150, we got Public Freakouts Cat Edition. It's gonna be Public Freakouts, but everything's related to some kind of cat.
Wow.
For 300, we have a quiz where we're gonna try to discern the difference between fake headlines and real ones. Of course, in this ridiculous fucking time.
Oh, I know that.
Hard. For 450, we have some right-wing memes and right-wing posts that we're going to look at and just ask the question: is the right all right? I don't know. I don't think they are.
I think the answer is no, but hey, maybe they'll change my mind.
For 600, we're going to do.
I guess the debate is over. I guess
Most of these
TJ
are the ones
broke
we're
it.
gonna be looking at, but we have a few little
Broke it
appetizers before we
down.
get to the main course.
Oh, it's not over.
For 750, we're going to take a look at Cornel
Spoiler,
West's,
it's not
Running for
over.
President. See what
We
we
were
think
not
about
watching this
that.
live.
See if he could earn our vote. Ask.
Aren't we watching this live?
Any sort of fucking chance in hell? Those kind of questions.
Oh, you meant is the right all right? Yeah,
We're
it's
gonna
not.
watch Ben Shapiro shred a pro-choice argument, a new pro-choice argument in his mind. I don't think
I
it's actually
see.
all that new, but I guess it's the first time he's heard it because he describes it as new in the video. I don't know what we're gonna do for sloppy seconds tonight. And I did want to announce that we have figured out what our July gauntlet is going to be. We're going to be doing the paranormal gauntlet. It's gonna
This
be,
is so interesting.
of us looking at, the evidence for ghosts.
This is very interesting because Deep Fat Fried in the past said that they would not accept guests, and now they do.
Whatever the fuck.
It's a
Whatever
rave
kind of
ghost.
Like,
whatever kind of paranormal shit we can fucking find.
anyway, what drunken peasants
Aspect of this
used
that I wanted
to.
to get into.
Go
I
ahead,
didn't-
Paul.
Where's
I didn't
Scotty?
Interrupt the flow, and I don't want to take us back.
Sure.
But I'm not going to go back and find it. But there was just a comment saying TJ and Paul's ageism is really showing right now.
I kind
of want to establish this shit because
I was not playing the age card. I mean, Paul, you opened this.
I'm not going to play the age card, but I do think that lived experience is important in the development of one's kind of worldview and expectations for an event.
Sure.
And I
Okay.
do think that a lot of people, maybe not Dylan, I'm not, and I don't really think, look, it happened to me. I didn't always have, at Dylan's age, when I was Dylan's age, I didn't have the same politics that I have now. I was a much more standard, dyed-in-the-wool kind of Democrat, pro-American voter guy back when I was 21,
But
22 years
in many aspects, Dylan has Paul beat when it comes to experience.
being outright lied to by my government about their intentions in these various different countries and the quote-unquote freedom fighters that live in
Yeah.
them that eventually become terrorist scumbags that we're going to smoke out of their holes. It is through decades of lived experience that my
Yeah, but Dylan has many experiences that you'll probably never have, Paul.
between Dylan and I.
I
Dylan,
think
look, you can academically study. You might know more about the particular.
Paul is over 40.
invasion than I do.
Paul is easily over 40.
Studied it like a job,
Mhm.
but there's a difference between academically studying something and living through it.
Yeah, I mean, I do acknowledge, like, I was not alive during the
I mean, Dylan's living through a war.
liberation of Kuwait. I wasn't alive.
I don't think you were in a war zone ever,
I was alive during Iraq,
Paul.
which was I
No?
was like watching Little Bill. I was a big Little Bill fan, which I can't
Sure.
rewatch now because, Bill Cosby, terrible.
Damn.
But
You can't separate art from artist on that one.
I can. I was just
All right,
I just
good.
like to make fun of Bill Cosby.
I still love Bill Cosby's stand up and his work, despite the fact that he's a scumfuck.
There has to be a line though, because I feel like if
Well,
somebody
my
does
line is
something-
now. Now I won't go see a Bill Cosby concert and put money in his pocket.
I will not.
I
will not
see.
go and
I
go
see.
help Bill Cosby actively now. I do think there has to be a line though. It's to some degree because TJ.
Yeah, Dylan's in Ukraine, yeah.
He'll be back.
If I look at somebody's art and all I can think about is their crime or like the bad thing that they did, then I can't watch it anymore, right? Like
Sure.
that type of stuff is pretty bad. And with Bill Cosby and Little Bill, it's like that. Because all I can think about when I hear his voice is like that same voice being like,
Dylan's been shot at.
women in that way.
His friend went to the hospital because they underwent a shelling from Russia not long ago.
I just I don't know. I think seeing so many of my icons fall over my life has led me to have to really have a pretty good ability to set aside what a scumfuck somebody is and just kind of enjoy the art a little bit. I mean, to me, like Bill Cosby was raping his way through the 80s and he made what I consider to be the best stand-up special ever. One of the first to
I don't know. I think Paul is over.
is just an
I don't know. Paul is really overestimating the power of just aging. I'm just gonna be completely honest about that.
audience in the palm of his hand. Like
I'm not that much younger than Paul here. And I think he's seriously overestimating the power of just the passage of time.
So I can definitely.
Cosby's stand-up is garbage. I'm not a big fan of stand-up in general.
I couldn't do it like it was. If I found out Norm Macdonald was a serial killer, I would probably just not care. Like there are a few people that I could.
In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if Norm turned out to be a serial
Norm
killer.
Macdonald was a serial killer.
he kind of gives me the vibe, so I wouldn't even be shocked.
He'd be a pretty funny captor, though, wouldn't he?
Then must also be helping with age too, right? And I know he was helping get animals out of the floods from the dam explosion. Yes, he was.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
He's gonna yell at me for this, and I do want to make sure I say it. I do acknowledge you have experience, as in you've lived through more geopolitical conflicts than me.
He was helping to rebuild a shelter. I think it's a weak argument, the age one, by the way.
But my experience with this particular geopolitical conflict, I think, is very deep compared to the average person.
Absolutely.
And by coming here and speaking to people on the ground, seeing the response on the ground, documenting stuff, I've become more supportive of Ukraine as I've gotten more experience. And the more time I'm here, and to an extent that is emotional, but it's also because certain ideas that I had about what the country was like were smashed when I got here, and the type of values that people had. For example, the Russian speakers. I don't know if you hear this, if you've heard this before, but the Russian speakers of the Donbass, the Russian speakers of Zaporozhye and Kherson, they're being oppressed by the Ukrainian government because of the evil language laws. And I've even heard some people claim that you can't speak Russian in Ukraine.
My God, can't speak Russian in Ukraine. So many people speak Russian in Ukraine. It's been always the case.
To the first time I ever went to the forward operating position in
No, many people speak
that was
Russian.
a crazy trip too, because I got chased by a Russian drone during that trip.
Oh,
which
God.
Well, what happened?
How do you know? Can I ask you about that? How do you know you're being chased by a drone?
So what happened was we were going to the forward operating position. So that is the literal front line, as in you are facing the Russians. That is the position we were going to. We were going to go there to film and check the conditions. And when we were like 2 miles from there, we get a call, which basically says that, hey, don't come. We're getting shelled right now. And we could hear.
I think it goes without saying that I support Ukraine, right? I don't think it needs to be said.
So we pulled off on the side of the road, and we're in Zaporozhye, so it's a lot of wide open fields. So to our left, big wide open field, and to our right, a bunch of trees, no buildings for like miles, right?
Yeah, just endless forest,
endless forest and fields. It's like it's kind of like the Midwest, right? It's a lot of sections of the Midwest.
Gotcha.
And I hear this, like, I think 30 minutes in, as I was just kind of like documenting people and like recording them and stuff, I hear like a weird, like kind of like buzzing sound, almost like a small swarm of bees, or maybe like your phone vibrating. And I turned to my friend Patrick Hillsman, who's done a lot of great work in Syria, who's going to be coming back soon, and I'm so excited to party with him when I get to meet him again. I turned to him and I say, "Do you hear that?" And he says, "No." And so I think I'm going crazy. I'm like, whatever. And then like 5 seconds later, somebody yells drone. Either they spotted it in the sky, maybe they heard the sound as well. And immediately we all beeline into the forest, and we get down quick because we didn't know if it was a drone with had a munition tied to it. I don't know if you've seen those videos where they drop the grenades on people.
Yes. Yeah.
Those things are really scary, and you got nowhere to run in this area too, because you're in wide open fields and a drone that's faster than you carrying an explosive munition. There's only so much you can do.
Right.
Yeah.
It could be a suicide drone, or it could be a drone spotting. It could be an artillery spotting drone, as in it was trying to spot us to call in.
What a stream!
That actually,
what a day!
It was a drone spotting. It was an artillery spotting drone. So we're in the forest, we're hiding, and eventually someone makes the call like, "I don't want to wait here for the artillery to all kill us, so we're gonna make a beeline for the van," which was the van we were using to transport ourselves. And let me be clear, it was a piece of shit.
It's just a van. It
was just a van. It was a van painted green. It was something that somebody would take their kids to soccer practice at, and it was painted green. Therefore, it's camouflaged. A lot of the vehicles here are like that. This is part of the reason why the Ukrainian government yells so much for armored vehicles, is because they don't want soccer mom vans to be the tip of the spear.
Yeah.
In any counteroffensive. And so we get in the van and we're driving away, and we pull off on the side of the road like 3 miles down because they want to take cover for a bit more and like kind of like regather their surroundings. And my friend Patrick Hillsman is adamant that at that point, the previous position we were at was shelled, that he could hear it being shelled. I didn't go back and check, but that's something he's adamant in. That's his claim, not mine. I don't know for sure because I didn't go back and check. At that point, we know we have to get out of the area, but they're kind of scared to make a run for it because the more we're out in the open, when there's a drone in the area, you know, it might spot us. We didn't know if we lost it or not, but they make the determination that they got to make a run for it because the longer they wait, the more likely it is that they'll spot us, they'll give the coordinates to the artillery guns, and then they'll kill us. And so we drop back into the soccer mom van. They put the key in the ignition. The thing
I know
stops.
that feeling.
So we're trapped in the forest. There's a drone in the area. Van won't move. And they're trying to get this thing started, and it just will not start.
Were you with? I'm sorry to interrupt. Were you with any kind of military?
Yes, I was with Territorial Defense Force.
And so they didn't have any like anti-drone options.
They had AKs. They could shoot it. Maybe they could shoot at the drone. They could shoot in the general direction of the drone, but they didn't. Anti-drone weapons, no. Any anti-drone guns or stuff like that. That stuff is you can actually buy those things at the store. Starts up. We drive away. We go to like SPG-9 anti-armor practice afterwards. But that
had to be hairy. That had to be a hairy 4 minutes sitting in the van, knowing that there's a drone with a bomb possibly on it in the area, and like listening to that engine try and turn over.
I preferred being outside of vehicles than inside vehicles in scenarios like that. And
I've never been in anything.
Oh, it's dying.
Approaching that, but I would too. I would rather be out in the forest with some leaves on me or something, you know.
Every video you see of this war is of vehicles exploding because they were hit by artillery, hit by drones, hit by anti-armor. Like you're a bigger target, and you're all condensed together. And this van doesn't provide any cover, like zero cover. It's a soccer mom van. You can take a Glock to the thing.
Soccer mom van.
Into shrapnel. It's gonna work against you if it's hit by any kind of significant munition.
Damn.
Yeah. So I felt more comfortable outside of the van for that reason, but also I could distract myself when I was outside of the van. I could like lay down so I'm doing something, or I could, you know, be on my phone like messaging or doing something to distract myself. From, you know, what was going on, where when you're in the van, you're just kind of like sitting there and you're just kind of just with your thoughts. And
considering you're Polish, I'm not surprised you support Ukraine. I'm more shocked you haven't tried to steal an HA-64 to eliminate Russian. We know you'll get antique beef. True. We do. We support the beef. Also, Hippie Punk, consider joining the page. Consider subscribing to the channel so that I can get to 1,000 subs and, you know, all that good stuff. But yes, the beef with the Duchy of Moscow is indeed ancient. The PCast. The what? Sorry, what can't you see?
yeah, it's really bad. I don't like being with my thoughts in scenarios like that. I like being aware of what's going on generally and being able to respond, but I don't like to think about it too much. Definitely during, because then you can like work yourself up into a panic.
That's a trauma for sure. You know, I feel for you, having gone through nothing wartime based, but I'm the victim of a violent crime. When I was 16, I was taken at gunpoint and kidnapped and carjacked and taken in the backseat of my car out into a field and made to strip naked and run out into the field. And the worst part of that memory to me was the quiet ride in the car with my head down and a gun to it, having nothing but my thoughts, you know? So I can definitely empathize with that. And I hope you're okay, you know, going forward. It's got to be nerve-wracking.
It's one of many experiences. The most recent experiences I was
shelling.
I was with rescue workers in Kherson as they were trying to evacuate. And I know this sounds almost comical because of how like cartoonishly evil it is, but they were trying to go rescue cats and dogs that were drowning because of the flooding. because the environmental minister said that over 20,000 animals could have drowned due to the flooding near Kherson, and the ecological damage is immense. They wanted to help humans, but also
Ecocide.
this was for pause. They were an organization.
That's the name of the
focused on
thing.
animals. So I
Ecocide.
was filming the rescue efforts, and while they were engaged in rescue operations, they got shelled by the Russian army. We got shelled by the Russians when they were trying to engage in that type of operation.
That is one of the reasons why I maintain, not to interrupt you, why I maintain just a principled anti-war stance, because that type of shit happens in war. The most barbaric, soulless shit.
Well, then Russia should have not attacked.
Stuff that you can't even fucking imagine. Stuff that's more evil than bombing an unarmed organization trying to save pets from ecological devastation. Like, it gets worse than that.
It does get worse than that. And I mean, I think most people are anti-war in principle, as in like war is bad, of course.
Yeah.
But
You have
for
to
many of
defend
those
your home.
locals definitely those volunteers, they had experienced Russian occupation, and here Kherson, the city I was staying in, those locals had been there, there when the Russians had occupied them, and something that really pissed me off was constantly hearing the stories about family members who just disappeared one day, and you've never seen them since. You haven't heard from them since. This lack of like knowledge and closure. They're kids that have been kidnapped from the area and are in Russian boarding schools, separated from their parents with no contact.
With new
A lot of orphanages
citizenship.
were literally robbed of children when the Russians were withdrawing, trying to grab as many kids as possible, which of course is a war crime. And so
Kidnapping, yeah.
for them, like, they hate the war, but they had experienced Russian occupation, and the idea of ever returning to that is so unbelievably terrifying for them.
Can I just express really quickly how fucking unconscionably stupid this comment is? You know what? This is the saltiest I've gotten in the entire fucking debate. An anti-war stance only matters if there's a war happening, dumb fuck. When there isn't a war, it's just a matter of maintenance. Like, you're saying that opposition to an ongoing war doesn't matter, and you should just jump on board and pick a side. That's
in America, it'd be pretty hard
that's
to
not
be anti-war at all, because there's always a war going on here.
Yeah. When's I can almost guarantee you've never lived a day of your life when America wasn't at war. Dylan hasn't.
Nope.
So, come on, buddy. Like, fuck me.
That's great, but to a person from the US, living during a war is living safely in the US while the war happens elsewhere. For people in many countries, living through war means living through occupation, living through your loved ones being shot, living through terror, living through education being liquidated. I'm a Hungarian and I have a strong Ukrainian spurs akin to Lucy. I think many people in the region understand the weight of this war. Also a bit more evocative, seeing images of places very similar to those you see in your own country. Those ruined Soviet block houses are akin to the ones I grew up in. Yeah. Being pro-Ukraine and anti-war, in this instance, Russia brought up the war to Ukraine. Yeah. And I think it's also time for the countries in this region to do better by one another, because there were historical times when Poland has literally betrayed Ukraine, right? There were times historically when Poland has done horribly by Ukraine. And I'm just glad that this time is different. I'm really happy, for example, that when in 2014 Putin said, hey, let's just divide Ukraine, the answer was no. I'm happy that sometimes we can learn from history, that sometimes we can move to a better future, that we can better understand our shared history, or Czechoslovakia for that matter. Yeah, exactly. There are people that live with the guilt of Czechoslovakia till this day. I'm still reading that book of the soldier that is reading like a confession, you know? It was so guilt-ridden over what happened, and the person thought that he was doing a good thing during the invasion. Yeah, exactly. And the author of the book went through all of the ranks of the army and said that he just couldn't forget it. He just couldn't get it out of his mind, and the guilt was never left of the invasion of Czechoslovakia. And the material is saying, please don't shoot at us. You're not Russians after all. It's just correct. Old man rage is not useful. That is not. Like, I'm not even all that younger than Paul. And I think that this whole I'm so old, I lived through so much is BS. Like, a person living through war, quote unquote, in the US is just living in safety while the war happens somewhere. And as somebody in, I think in the Giggle Chord really put it well, said, oh, for people in the US, a war is something that happens far away and that you can just either enter or leave at any moment. It's easy to be anti-war in a situation where you can just remove yourself from war at any moment without any consequence. Like, it's easy to be anti-war when that happens. It's a bit more difficult to be anti-war when you're being invaded, when everyone around you is being killed, when cities are being bombed and destroyed. Like, it's a bit different. It's a bit more difficult to be anti-war than. It's true, domestic war is widely different than war abroad. Paul is a privileged position and not aware. Yeah, and he's trying to leverage his experience of wartime when he basically has none. Unlike Dylan, who actually does have wartime experience because he is in Ukraine. So when it comes to experience, actually, like, Dylan has more of it than Paul. Objectively, age doesn't matter, experience does. So in Hungary, Budapest, we still found occasionally bombs and shells from World War II. Same in Poland, yeah. You also see relics of World War II, otherwise the country's sites empty synagogues. You heard the stories of survivors. Yeah, of course. Like, the biggest, most beautiful synagogue in Warsaw was just destroyed, blown up. I'm gonna show you.
Man.
I'm gonna show you these things. Because it's just the living relics of the war. Let's see at the blown up synagogue. This was the great synagogue that was just blown up. A beautiful building. Like, with two giant, like, menorahs. You see? Like, it was a beautiful building. The great synagogue of in Warsaw. The tales of one of the most wonderful buildings of the 19th century. And it's gone forever. Now look at this. I'm not sure if I've shown this on stream before, but this is an old building from the war. Oh my god, what is the photo? What is this? This is an old building from the war. I'm just gonna make it bigger here. Do you see this? It still has holes from the bullets. But more importantly, yeah, you can see it. More importantly, this building has the photos of the Jewish people that lived in this building. These photos represented that people that lived here and died during the Shoah, the Holocaust. Warsaw and Budapest had been, I believe, the longest war aside of sieges of Leningrad and perhaps Stalingrad. The last war against a different country that had fighting in America against a foreign country would have been against Mexico, right? And I'm gonna also show you this building. This is also an old World War II building. I grew up around these buildings. Like the monuments of the war were all around us. When I was a child, people still lived in this building. There are no people living here anymore, but when I was young, like people lived here still. And there's the ghetto wall, the representation of the thing that starved over 100,000 people. You still have the fragments of the wall. Representing the death and destruction. Well, I don't know. Like it really feels empty to me when Paul speaks of. There you go. This is one gate. There's another gate. Like I'm gonna take a trip and take some photos. There's the gate here. There we go. There's the gate here. Not anymore. They don't live there now, but they used to live there when I was young. Here, there is the ghetto wall, an old building, ghetto gate, an old building, World War II. And as you can see, I'm pretty sure in this building you can see that people live here. There's an TV antenna, so people live inside of here. Yeah. And importantly, we heard the stories about the war from our grandparents, how directly affected their lives, yes, and their generations. So when you see Ukraine today, you're reminded that second, third generation after this war will be heavily impacted. Yeah, exactly. When I was small, I was like the thing that my parents used to hide books from the communist government. I don't know, in my mind, for some reason, it was a place to hide from the Nazi soldiers. When I was small, I thought the little compartment behind the shelf that they used to hide illegal books from the communist government, I thought that was for hiding when the Nazi soldiers came. So this sort of ghost of the war was still present when I was small. At least I felt it. You know? And to me, there is this really also strong feeling of Ukrainian people being just brothers and sisters, basically. You know, that we're in this together as much as it's possible, you know? Especially since in Poland there are 3 million Ukrainian people living here now. So I basically, whenever I leave home, I very frequently I can hear Ukrainian on the street or when I go to the store or whenever I do something. So like the Ukrainian language sort of surrounds us in our everyday life, which sort of also reminds us that there's a struggle going on. Does that make sense? Like there are a lot of there's a lot to be said, you know? There's a lot to be said about all that. And how Poland and Ukraine are like on the way to a much better relationship than in the past. When people say never again, it's not what Paul suggests it will happen again if we do nothing. Yeah, exactly. Never again. Like, we talk of the wasted lessons of the Holocaust after all. That was the whole conference that I attended. And guess what? Ukraine was a topic during that conference. You know? Never again. Of course, never again has at least 3 meanings. Never again be a victim. Never again be indifferent. Never again be a perpetuator. Never again be passive. It has many, never again has many, many meanings. And all of them are very powerful. You know, to never again be a victim, to never again be a perpetrator. Can I ask a crazy question? Of course, always. You can always ask a crazy question. Also, keep in mind, if things go well, we will be talking to Dylan about these things as well. And I think, would you kill baby Hitler? I don't think it would change anything. Like, we fixate on Hitler as this cause of everything, but keep in mind, the whole system was in place. If not Hitler, it would have been someone else. Like, Hitler was not the problem, the cause. I don't think killing Hitler would have changed anything. You know? I don't think that's the solution. It's a very simplistic way of looking at things. Like, Hitler was not some unique, super individual. Like, the party, the structure, everything was in place. You know? It was a system. It wasn't just a matter of one person. Wonder if it could have simmered out over time, or maybe they find a new scapegoat and it happened kind of the same. Hungary had earlier anti-Semite laws than Germany. Like, anti-Semitism was a big part of the rise of the nation state. Let's keep that in mind as well. Hitler wasn't a mastermind. Well, he was actually apparently really chaotic and unorganized, actually. Numerous clauses had been accepted at 1920. There's been also a lot of anti-Semitism in Poland as well, even though it was like the center of world's Jewish life at the time. But yeah. What's happening with the controller? Is this sway? Is the controller swaying? Okay, what's happening? So yes, let's watch some more of this because I don't know. It is a bit annoying when Paul just throws his age. I don't know. Like you don't like. You may talk about life experience all you want, but at the end of the day, the passage of years does not make you automatically more wise, more experienced necessarily. It depends on what you do. Passage of years does not bestow upon you some magical knowledge passively. I'm sorry. That does not happen. Is this Paul who had many chats with Dylan? I think they're talking for the first time. Paul and, Paul Zigo. Do you know Paul Zigo, Karasu? On the Deep Fat Fried with Amazing Atheist. Do you know Paul Zigo? Yeah. I need to be able to process these events. Like, I think Paul Zigo is over 40 years old. Easily. But what I mean is that you also need to... Paulie. When I hear Paul Zigo, I hear Paulie. I see. Like, you need to also... you also need to get out of your way to learn and experience things. Like, you don't just gain those things passively through living through events. Based on no info, I would guess he's at least in his 50s. I don't think he's in his 50s now. Who knows? Then again.
And that Hirson stuff was really crazy because they released the video of them shelling us with the rescue workers on Telegram the day afterwards.
Jesus.
And then they put rock music over it and a little like SS symbol in the top left-hand corner. It was a rune heavily used by the SS. And they were a private military company headed by the Crimean.
Which is, by the way, I can give you a little bit of trivia that when the women's protest happened about the abortion, women used a very famous symbol of the Polish underground army, and that was the double lightning. And the far-right Polish government tried to say that women were using the SS symbol for their protests when it was the double lightning. It was the symbol of the fight against Nazis, but the far-right Polish government tried to frame it as Polish women protesters using the SS symbol. So, this is a little bit of trivia for you about the Polish government and how it operates.
Occupation Authority, like owned by the head of the Crimean Occupation Authority. And that shocked me and actually kind of unsettled me more than actually being shelled by them, because they committed the war crime of shelling rescue workers.
Bragged about it.
And they injured a friend of mine, John Jones, an elderly British expat. The shrapnel entered his upper leg and entered his lower abdomen. The only thing that saved him was his pelvis ended up deflecting. I guess he drank his fucking milk or something. Ended up deflecting the shrapnel.
So this is why you'd never find me in a fucking war zone. I wouldn't do that.
And they released that video, like bragging about it, saying that we
Mm.
were soldiers about to establish a bridgehead on the other side of the river. That
Oh God.
we were. I was the spearhead of the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Apparently, we
Pathetic.
were the recon teams. But what shocked me more was they're just like, here's our video of us committing a war crime. We're bragging about it. Here it is, and here's rock music over it, like it's a fucking music video. And I think the song was like it was.
I'm not even.
God of Wars.
I'm not even.
It was almost LARPy. It was.
See,
almost,
I fucking
LARPy,
hate
man.
the internet, man. We just go back and uninvent the internet. I think we'd be fucking way better off. Oh my god, that sort of thing being made into a meme is a fresh hell. You know what I mean? This is like.
I think about that all the time. There's a lot of people.
I think it's very Russian. I'm sorry. I think it's a very Russia thing to do. Maybe I'm just being mean, but I don't know. The underground army wasn't very friendly to Jewish people either. It's complicated, but no, they weren't. It's a history that I should get into one day. Like, it's a history that I should get into. Although I should be careful because the Polish government tried to censor me or silence me. Not even kidding. The Polish government is actually unironically silencing historians that try to honestly talk about the Holocaust. So, you know, that's a thing that is happening right now in Poland. But yes, you're correct.
People who really don't like me because I'm supportive of Ukraine, and I'm 100% positive that if I die and there's ever a picture of my corpse, that thing will be plastered everywhere all the time, and people will drag me through the mud. I'll be like fucking. I'll have the online version of what happened to Gaddafi. That's what's gonna happen.
They'll be like, fucked around, found out.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I know this will happen.
Exactly.
If it happens.
I must live. Me too. I must live out of spite.
True.
Yeah, you know, I want my fucking power keeps going out here because it's fucking storming outside.
People would do this. Absolutely.
But yeah, you know, so I missed some of the war story shit.
I mean, it's actually been fine without you prattling on, TJ.
Yeah, I'm sure it has been. I'm sure
your incessant prattling, TJ, was dragging the show down.
Sorry about that. I apologize.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I reject I really don't like the lesser of two evils. Somebody in the chat was talking about being confused about our lesser. I really don't think that.
That's good, but there is no lesser from two evil. There is no lesser evil in this. Okay? Ukraine is not a lesser quote unquote evil. To be fair, no one was very friendly to Jewish people at the time. That's why there were separate Jewish partisans, sort of, but also, like there were sort of attempts at cooperation, but it also got messed up real badly. Although the details there was this failed attempt by the underground army to blow a hole in the ghetto wall, for example. It failed miserably, but an actual attempt was made. It's okay, Dylan's alive. And thanks to you, we're gonna be able to talk to him pretty soon, so thank you, fake Alec Hall Parker. Thank you, Maya Major, for the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you, Maya Major. It means a lot, always. Also, whoever is not on the page, please consider joining. But yes, as this is at the end of the day a historical stream channel, we will be going through a lot of this history. And I will not be pulling punches when it comes to difficult moments in history. The government cannot silence me. You ever played the game This War of Mine is pretty good. Gritty narrative of war, the perspective of civilians. I will check it out. I think the people who made the game raised about a lot of money for Ukraine. Oh, that's actually really nice. Then I will definitely check the game out. Also, I'm thinking of doing a big history series on Ukraine, but history of Ukraine that will sort of include that will include heavy focus on Ukrainian perspective on history, you know? And I'm thinking of inviting Anastasia to sort of take part with me in this sort of initiative, since I think she has a pretty good grasp on history. It was a bit complicated, like the whole action to, because the blowing up, if it succeeded, it wouldn't really have disrupted German operation a lot. You know? It's like, considering how the plan was planned, like, keep in mind that, like, the underground army was not in such a great shape. Like, what happened in practice was that the people that were supposed to blow up the wall panicked, started shooting at Nazis. Some people lost consciousness or maybe died near the explosives, and they were blown up, even though the people blowing up didn't know if the people were still alive or dead. That, oh god, like, we will talk about this, okay? We will talk about this. It was a real mess. It was a real horrible mess, that attempt to blow up a hole in the ghetto wall. There are parts where you play adults that try to keep kids alive. But yeah. I think people who made the game raised a lot of money. It is supposedly also used as a teaching tool in Polish school somewhere. It's possible. It's possible. I might have to check it out. But yes. I'm pretty dedicated to history, so we will be talking about this. But right now I'm pretty focused on creating this because I got a request to make a material on Rosa Luxemburg. So I'm actually preparing a pretty big presentation on Rosa Luxemburg. How many people in the chat are familiar with Rosa Luxemburg? I know that Carasso is definitely familiar with Rosa Luxemburg, but I'm wondering how many people overall in the chat right now are familiar with this historical figure, with this famous Polish Jewish socialist who went against the teachings of Marx and Engels, went against the Polish Socialist Party, and was absolutely hated by Stalin. You know? Also, did you know that Marx and Engels considered the independence of Poland to be an absolutely crucial requirement for international revolution? Did you know about that? Are you familiar with a famous Marx and Engels work called In Defense of Poland? Because basically there was actually a few justifications for that. One that was that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was basically partitioned because it was revolutionary, yes. Marx and Engels actually wrote that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was revolutionary, and that Polish people understood revolution and just spread it whenever they went. Like that right after partitions, Polish people went to do the revolution in the US and Haiti and everywhere else in the world. Whenever Polish people went, they did revolution. And also that the Polish independence would sort of that it would separate Prussia, Austria, and Russia, the big three powers that were allied and did not allow revolution to happen in the on the European continent. So, in summary, Marx and Engels saw the revival, or rather the creation of Poland, as a crucial component of international revolution. And Rosa Luxemburg did not agree with this view, by the way. She was against Polish independence. Yes, you told us Tuesday. So yeah. Let's watch a little bit more.
I think that calling this a lesser of two evils is reductive because it ignores any number of other possible scenarios and kind of boils down to like, well, the only thing we can do is either support Ukraine or not.
Curious to know how you guys feel. We're going to talk about the writer's strike for sure. I don't know if we're going to cover as much news.
I mean, first of all, I think that we can only support Ukraine, okay? I think there is a choice of not supporting Ukraine, first of all. And second of all, I really think that the support is not enough. So that's my stance. There is not enough support.
This is normal because of this conversation, but we will cover it.
I hope I'm not. I'm hoping I'm not dragging your show down. And like you want to go to like cover news, and we're.
I think that people probably like the change of pace.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is
we
definitely
don't normally
a huge
have guests. We don't normally have guests on, so it's like a little bit novel.
I myself
first guest
the back and forth as it stands, but I'm happy to move on, Dylan. If you're ready, you want to take a little break.
I can tell stories to talk about this all day. I mean, this is literally my life. I'm like covered in these experiences. I want to make sure TJ gets at least a war story right before he cuts out his power again.
For sure. Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
What's your best one? Is the drone one your best one?
The drone is probably one of my best ones, but I can tell you one that freaked me out. Because I didn't even know about it till afterwards. I almost died, but I didn't know about it till months later. So I had this experience where I was with these two Polish aid workers by the name of Pavel and Philip. Now they're interesting people.
Pavel and Filip. See, I'm gonna correct.
As in, they're very like party type guys. They're very. One of them's like a very kind of like laid back, kind of like stonerish skater bro, surfer bro, like mushroom tattoos on his leg. You get the idea, right? But they're aid workers and they're good people. I love both of them. They're great guys, but sometimes they can be a little distant. And on one of these occasions, it was me, my friend Patrick Hillsman, Pavel and Philip, and we were driving back. I forget exactly which deployment this was. This might have been this probably would have been back from Zaporozhye the first time. And on the way back, apparently, while I was asleep and everyone else was asleep, Pavel parked us in one of the largest minefields in the area without knowing it. He didn't check on the side of the road. He just parked us in there. And the only reason he found out was hours later when he woke up and he looked around, he saw like the mine death skulls everywhere, like death, you will die if you step here. And it completely surrounded the van. And so without waking us up, he pulls out and drives out of there very carefully and continues the journey once finding that out. And I didn't know about it until a year later.
Wow, that's fucking
Well,
fucked up. That almost makes it worse finding out a year.
It
fucking
is.
later.
It did make it worse. I was shook because my other friend who wasn't even there told me, and I was like, "Wait, how do you know this and I don't? I was there. I
Yeah.
could have blown up. How do you know?"
It could have put you in the loop on that one a little sooner.
Oh my gosh.
That's pretty fucked.
I don't know. I kind of feel like I wouldn't want to know. You know,
That reminds me of
if we just go for it, I either sleep through it and wake up on the other side, or like, you know.
That reminds me
or I
very
just
much
never
of
wake
a
up.
of a war story. And by the way, this story very formative in my kind of like anti-war position. My uncle is a Vietnam vet, and he was, as they say in the movies, in the shit. Moving through the jungle with his platoon, you know, under constant attack from VC militants, and absolutely had the, I mean, this is the most pants shitting shit that I've ever heard. And it's not even a gory war story like yours, you know, the happy ending, but still dark as fuck. Yeah. This is kind of the same way. My uncle drew Night Watch, and it was they set up a bunch of mortars that, for those of you that don't know, mortars.
Also, why didn't Ukraine join NATO prior? NATO is basically just a defense agreement against Russian hostility, right? Basically, like, I think they couldn't, basically.
Explode outward.
Because there was an ongoing conflict, remember?
Set up a bunch of mortars around their position, and he was the guy basically sitting there with the little red button in his hand. And if the VC charged out of the jungle, it was his job to hit those mortars at the right time and take out as many as possible, push them back. So he sat up all night, dark as fuck, because it's out in the middle of the jungle and they're trying not to give their position away. So it's all lights out and shit. He's sitting in his little central position, you know, from a high vantage point, waits all night. And because he was on duty, his last duty before they went to march out was to go and recollect the mortars. And he found that during the night, VC troops had snuck out of the forest into the clearing and turned all of the mortars around so that they were facing inward at the camp.
Oh.
So if he had hit that button, he would have killed himself and everybody in his fucking platoon.
People say you're talking about claymores, Paul, but
Claymore, sorry. I'm not a big fucking gun guy.
We're not really.
I'm not a big war guy. Yeah,
big war guy.
But yeah, Claymore mine is the actual name for what I was meant to be talking about.
Yeah, I'm big in the war community. Yeah,
war community.
You're big war.
I mean,
I'm big war. Yeah. I remember getting a lot of reports about the Ukrainians. They would capture like a walkie-talkie, and since many of these guys speak Russian, they'll be like, "Help! Help! We're being attacked. This position's been overrun," and they'll give positions of places that have not been overrun but still have Russians in them, and then they'll go and they'll shell the position and kill a bunch of Russians unknowingly.
Yeah,
I like the stories about war that concern like weird psychological tactics that. Like
I can tell you a psychedelic story from this country.
Oh yeah, do that.
Okay, so I was told that this is true. Now,
the
story is too fantastical for me to just take.
No, I 100% believe it, even before hearing it.
Okay, so TJ's mom. No, okay. So there was.
It's definitely true though.
A battalion of Ukrainian soldiers were like.
I think we're back. I think we're back. Are we back? Can you see me now? Are we back? We're back. Wonderful. So how are we feeling? How are we feeling? We've lost a few people, but that's okay. That is perfectly fine. How are we all? We're not gonna listen to this story to the end. We're gonna have our own talk with Dylan very, very soon. Hopefully very soon. It's not gonna be long. We've got big plans. I was planning to listen to a review of a game today, but I don't think we're gonna make it. It's almost 5 a.m. We have been streaming for 6 hours, believe it or not. I read Contraception. I wondered, what is ContraPoints up to? True. So, we're gonna be finishing the stream soon. I'm gonna see you tomorrow with more cool things that I was supposed to do today and will do tomorrow. I hope a lot of you will arrive for tomorrow's stream. And we'll have a lot of interesting stuff to discuss and do. So I'm gonna be preparing. Well, for now, just look forward to the Rosa Luxemburg. Like, if you're interested in I'm just gonna read you a passage before I go, okay? I'm gonna read you an interesting passage which might give you some food for thought, because I personally find it to be extremely interesting. What is this?
There are no
We might watch this, yeah. Oh, we will also discuss the summit, of course. I will read an interesting thing for you, okay? A sneak peek into the Rosa Luxemburg presentation. And that is... Oh, NATO didn't want Ukraine when they first gained independence. It was just seen as just another ex-Soviet republic, and there was little trust. The Budapest Memorandum represented the full extent of Western willingness to work with Ukraine. Until quite recently, it was America that was the driving force in disarming Ukraine of nuclear weapons, not Russia. True. So, we're talking about the end of 19th century and of course the start of the 20th century. So I read to you this little sneak peek. People of that era did not equate socialism with Marxism, although Marxism was undoubtedly the most developed socialist theory of the time, or socialist school of the time. See, some food for thought. This little snippet will provide some food for thought for you. Isn't that right, gigglers? Isn't that right? So, since we're finishing the stream for now, I would ask you to subscribe to the channel, hit like, ring the bell, because there's going to be a lot of interesting things moving forward. Preferably join the page as well. And, you'll see. If you're new to the stream, you'll see there'll be a lot of interesting, especially history-related content. I've got a few big things lined up. I'm working on them right now. And it's a pretty novel sort of, it's not a pre-made video, it's not an essay, it's a live stream presentation, I guess. A historical presentation. Good to hear. Yes. Hello, Vex. So, for now, I bid you good morning or good night. It's almost 5 a.m. where I am. And so, as always, I write in both chats love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. And good night. I'm gonna press end stream.